Welcome, everybody. I hope you are having some breakfast. It's very good, actually. Thank you so much for coming so early, to Seton Hall University. And we are thrilled to have you. We are thrilled to continue this wonderful tradition of Father Jaki conference. It's really a delight to see you all gathered here on this not so splendid day, but it is going to turn, very sunny. This is what I was listening in the radio, actually. We are celebrating a distinguished figure, our beloved colleague, scholar, teacher, scientist, and of course, a priest from our priest community, Father Stanley Jaki. Here at Seton Hall, we have established a wonderful tradition of honoring his legacy, beginning with the inaugural Father Jaki Congress on April 15th, 2015, and I'm so thrilled actually to see some of the people who started this tradition carrying on this wonderful tradition. Father, I was revisiting last night as I was preparing for the conference, Father Jaki's acceptance speech for the Templeton Prize, delivered on May 12, 1987, and this is what Father Jaki writes. In this age of science and in coming times to be increasingly more scientific, no claim may be more startling than the one that love rooted in religion would be around long after all science is gone. Long before science had arrived, religion also foresaw a stage where even faith and hope would cease by finding their completion in love. That stage will consist in knowing God as He is. Such is the deepest aspect of the true harmony between intellectual honesty and Christian love, between science and religion, and also the crowning phase of their progress. This is the last sentence of his acceptance speech that we are doing and carrying on, actually. Father Jaki predicted that in a world where science is increasingly important, it might be surprising to think that love, especially when it's connected to religious beliefs, will last even after science has disappeared. The perfect balance between being intellectually honest and embracing Christian love. It suggests that understanding this balance is not only crucial for the harmony between science and religion, but is also the highest point of their development. Essentially, what Father Jaki meant was that true progress in both science and religion culminates in love, an understanding of the divine, and that is exactly what we are going to reflect today in this Congress. Now I will invite my dear friend and colleague, and actually former student, Father Joseph Laracy.
Thank you, Dr. Murzaku. I want to thank you and your leadership role with this conference and all the members of our program committee. Many of them are here right now, in person or virtually. Also the Hospitality and Registration Committee, and our distinguished peer reviewers who really enhance the academic quality of the scholarship that will be presented today. To begin, let's pray the prayer that Jesus taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. And we bless the food we are about to enjoy. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts, which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. It's now my pleasure to introduce my colleague from the Department of Physics, the chair of the department, Dr. Alper Sahiner. Dr. Sahiner.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
We can hear you very well, Alper. Just
Okay.
go for it.
All right.
And I just wanted to mention that he is saluting us from Turkey. He's on a Fulbright Distinguished Research Scholarship, so it's amazing what we are doing here at Seton Hall. Yes, Alper, go.
All right. Thank you, Ines. Thank you, Father Laracy. And it's a pleasure to honor Dr. Jaki again, and once more. We did in 2015 and 2021, thanks to Ines and everybody, and Father Laracy and Jose and everybody. So we're back here. I'm just going to make a couple of comments. I know everybody knows about his legacy and biography, but maybe a couple of physics points. And my only, or maybe a few interaction with him, because he was already not coming to the department when I started at Seton Hall, but we met a couple of times, and he visited us many times. So Father Jaki got his Ph.D. from Fordham University, and he worked with Professor Victor Hess, a Nobel laureate, 1936, and basically on cosmic rays. Okay, and then he worked on that. He stayed and visited some other institutions, including the Advanced Institute in Princeton. And in 1965 joined the Seton Hall. And until 2009, he was a member of the physics faculty and a distinguished professor in our department. So his basic, most important contribution, I mean, he wrote many books, over 40 books, and many theological, philosophical, and physics books, but his experimental contribution to physics is a very applied science, actually. He worked in nuclear physics in radon and thoron in Fordham University. And so he kind of looked at the lifetimes of the radon decay and the thoron decay, and figured out his major contribution that radon has a longer lifetime, and it's the basic gas that goes up above the ground. And as you know, in New Jersey is one of the places that it's very important. We are getting this radon pipes from our homes, from the basement to the ceiling, to the roof, and still his original paper is referred by many environmental scientists after over 60 plus years. So he said that the thoron is going to be decaying very fast, but radon is the gas. In maths, he was one of the first scientists to recognize the Gödel's theorem. Okay, basically it says that any non-trivial mathematical theory cannot be incomplete or consistent at the same time. So, and he wrote and he explained that it's basically coming to do that theory of everything is basically a kind of not a task that we can easily access according to Gödel's theorem. And lastly, I told in the last time, I'm going to talk about my personal story with Jaki. In 2006 and 2007, because of the McNulty renovation, they moved us to Mooney Hall. And my office was a priest residence. And I had a bathroom and also a shower in my office. And one day, the Father Jaki came and visited me. We chatted a little, and he saw that I have a bathroom and shower. He said that basically, if only you had a small kitchen, it will be your home, and you would never have to leave. As a physicist, he said. He was such a dedicated person, and his home life and the office life was basically all the same. My respect to Father Jaki and all the organizers. My thanks to all the reviewers and contributors, and have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alper, for sharing that wonderful story with Father Jaki. Okay, now I'll invite my dear friend and colleague, Father Paul Haffner, and he's joining us from Rome, actually. Father Haffner, you are unverified there, but you are more than verified here at Seton Hall. Please.
Ines,
yes.
And everybody, hello. I've got here, just in front of me, the Basilica of St. Peter's to verify me. So I'm very privileged to be here to greet you all. I'm just walking towards now St. Peter's Square, where the pilgrims are coming out after their audience with Pope Francis. And obviously, I send you greetings and blessings from the Eternal City, that this conference in honor of Father Stanley, might be a great success, knowing that Father Jaki had a great devotion to Rome, to the See of Peter, to the communion within the church. And what I want to say very quickly is that our foundation, Stanley Jaki Foundation, which alongside other organizations stands to continue and develop the work of Father Jaki, seeks to unite East and West, Eastern Christendom and Western Christendom in one, you could say, discourse. And basically, that will be the tone of my paper, which very fortunately Father Robert Nicoletti will be able to present to you later today. He's very kindly joining you all. And I think I'll just show you behind me as a sort of parting gift, a parting shot, the view here of our Basilica of St. Peter's. I hope you'll be able to see it.
Yes, we are, and we are jealous.
You got it okay? Yeah?
Yes, we see that. We see that, yes.
So God bless you all, and may the day bring much fruit.
Thank you so much, Father Haffner. And for those of you who do not know Father Haffner, he teaches for us, actually, for Catholic studies, some of the most popular courses, like the Popes and Science. We have students here, actually, so I was just saying that. Now, we are finishing the opening remarks with Father Gerald Buonopane. Father Jerry is the minister to the priest community. Also, he is a professor of chemistry and Catholic studies. And Father Jerry teaches for Catholic studies. Can I give you a hint? Buonopane. Buonopane means we have some Italians here. Good bread. And he teaches a course on science and theology of food. Father Jerry.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murzaku, Father Laracy. My dear friends, it's so good to be with you, and amazing. We come from Rome, Father Haffner, we back here in South Orange, but a worldwide, coming together of so many scholars. Just to thank you for that introduction. I really come to you also as a member of the Board of Regents and the Board of Trustees, just on their behalf, our behalf, to welcome each of you. So wonderful, so many scholars coming together in person or later a little bit remote as well. But each of you keep alive the work and genius of Father Jaki. And this conference marks the centenary of Father Jaki's birth on August 17th, 1924. So today we'll all hear wonderful interdisciplinary topics relating faith and science that so beautifully engage the Catholic intellectual tradition. So just once again to thank the program committee, the hard work, and all of the sponsoring departments. I do want to thank Father Laracy, Dr. Murzaku, for putting all of this together. Again, I just echo the words of those before me today, including Dr. Sahiner, Father Haffner. May all of you have an enjoyable, fruitful day, and may today be the start of some new connections, collaborations, that we continue to speak on these very beautiful, wonderful topics. So Seton Hall is in the spotlight today thanks to all of you, and we're so grateful for this great conference. So God bless each of you, my friends. Thank you.
It's now my pleasure to welcome up our first speaker for today, Father Brian Humphrey. Father Humphrey has an undergraduate degree in theology from Cloverdale College in Indiana. He earned a Master of Divinity and Master of Arts in Theology from St. John's Seminary in California. He recently completed a licentiate in Sacred Theology from Santa Croce in Rome, where he is currently a doctoral student. He's also a priest of the Archdiocese of Los Angeles. Father will be speaking on the mystery of creation, various ontologies, and effective communication. Welcome, Father Humphrey.
Wonder if there's access to the PowerPoint. Do I hit a button to pass the slides or? Yes, great. Oh, great. So thank you very much, Father Laracy, everyone who worked so hard to put on this wonderful event. It feels very much like a family. It's my first time here at Seton Hall, and it's been a blessing every minute the last 2 days. So it's a blessing for me to be here with you today. As Father said, the title of this paper is The Mystery of Creation, Various Ontologies, and Effective Communication. Father Stanley Jaki says, the admission of ontology is a prerequisite for epistemology and effective communication. In this paper, we hope to explore this claim, the importance of ontology. What is ontology? And we will do this by first going through a six-fold path. This is our path today. So after the introduction, we will look at the various ontologies and the question of permissibility. Then we hope to illustrate how differing ontologies make for difficult conversations by comparing the thought of Balthasar and St. Thomas on the theological question of divine enrichment. So I'm coming from the dogmatic perspective, and looking at the ground, the ontology helps with the interdisciplinary dialogue. We will come to see that the very fact that opinions differ about which categories best describe being points to the mysterious nature of creation and the need for a properly relational ontology for effective communication. So we move to our introduction. So as I mentioned, Father Stanley says, the admission of ontology is a prerequisite for epistemology and effective communication. By ontology, we mean the project of finding out what kinds of things make up reality, what exists, or what there is. It may be distinguished from metaphysics because it deals not just with metaphysical being, but with physical and metaphysical, created and uncreated being. Colloquially, the ontologist asks, what is real? It's like some of our young people, what's real? Keep it real, you know? Jaki mentions ontology especially when cautioning against the misinterpretation of the Heisenberg principle. According to Jaki, quote, Heisenberg could not distinguish between mechanical causality and ontological causality, or rather between the measurability of an interaction and its ontological reality. In other words, just because a particle's exact position and exact momentum cannot be measured simultaneously, it doesn't mean they don't have an exact ontological position and an exact ontological momentum. In The Miracle of Physics, Jaki describes the problematic assumption that underlies this philosophical misstep. He says, quote, the possibility of perfectly accurate measurements became quickly taken as the justification of ontological causality in physical interactions, end quote. Jaki recognized that before the uncertainty principle was discovered, scientists tended to admit ontological causality only because they could measure it, as if the cause wouldn't exist without the measurer. He saw that scientists could thus be misled and try to disregard ontology altogether, in this case, ontological causality. Jaki says this would make such a person, quote, the victim of illusion in talking to others, end quote. He then says, quote, "For any communication is a realist means whereby one acknowledges something objectively external to one's mind," end quote. Thus, Jaki defends the admission of ontology as necessary for epistemology and effective communication. Yet questions remain. Can various ontologies exist? If so, what happens if two parties describe being differently? Will effective communication still be possible? Again, we turn to Jaki, who points the way to our answer. When speaking about mysterious hidden variables in physics, he makes this astonishing claim. Insofar as hidden variables need an ontological substratum, the biblical God, whose self-revealed name, I am who I am, is ontology incarnate, is bound to provide it in one way or the other, end quote. Not only does Jaki emphasize the necessity of admitting an ontological substratum, but he also, by introducing the divine name, unlocks ontology's most profound dimension. With the revelation of the biblical God as the ground of all being, the mysterious nature of reality, and the possibility of various ontologies emerge. Created reality is not absolutely self-sufficient. It is dependent on the creative, sustaining, and personal activity of God. Therefore, the deepest knowledge of creation must somehow be open to the knowledge of faith in God. By including the great I am who I am, Jaki introduces a workspace where the ontological mystery of creation may be more thoroughly explored in the light of ontology incarnate. Paul O'Callaghan, this is an article that he wrote. Paul O'Callaghan embarked into such a space when he put Balthasarian and Thomistic schools of thought into conversation on the theological question of divine enrichment. This question is about how creaturely being may or may not affect uncreated being. While in the past, it has sometimes proven difficult to compare these two theological giants, Balthasar and St. Thomas, O'Callaghan shows effective communication is possible. Nonetheless, from his work, we can see that both the Balthasarian and Thomistic schools tend to operate within distinct ontological frameworks. We move now to the various ontologies and the question of permissibility. The Thomist Ralph McInerney says, ontology focuses its attention on such seminal notions as substance, the difference between potency and act, between essence and existence, and the various less than substantial ways that being declares itself, end quote. Notice how the notion of substance is given primacy of place. Likewise, Jacques Maritain appropriates the Aristotelian framework to point, quote, beneath the accidents, quote, to the substance, which he defines as, quote, a thing or nature whose property it is to exist by itself, end quote. These two may be considered spokesmen for the Thomistic view that we may call a substance ontology, a view that picks up and carries on Greek philosophical categories. This understanding of ontology gets re-examined by some contemporary thinkers, not only due to a renaissance in Trinitarian theology, but also due to a renewed engagement in the dialogue between science and religion. Joseph Ratzinger speaks on the topic of epistemology in the context of contemporary physics to say, quote, there is no such thing as pure objectivity, and he's talking about when it comes to the result of an experiment. In the answer, there is always a bit of the question and a bit of the questioner himself. It reflects not only nature in itself, in its pure objectivity, but also gives back something to man. This, too, is true of the question of God, end quote. In other words, while Ratzinger admits ontology, he says pure objectivity, that's real, that exists, he also recognizes there's no way for a substance to be perceived in itself alone, as the aforementioned Thomistic view might lead one to assume. Ratzinger insists this does not need to lead to relativism. Nonetheless, as Pope, in his encyclical Caritas Veritate, he calls for a renewed way of thinking about reality that entails, quote, a deeper critical evaluation on the category of relation, end quote. He says the sciences must work together to achieve this goal. He says this is a task that cannot be undertaken by the social sciences alone, insofar as the contribution of disciplines such as metaphysics and theology is needed if man's transcendent dignity is to be properly understood, end quote. Here we not only see more value being given to the ontological category of relation and the need for effective communication among various disciplines, but also, with the inclusion of theology, we have an affirmation of Jaki's statement regarding the need for interdisciplinary dialogue to include the theological ground of all being, that is God. Ratzinger says that man's transcendent dignity renders him a special expression of being that comes from God, and since man is making the scientific measurements, one should even more so be able to justify the admittance of God in scientific discussions. Thus, alongside the more philosophical ontologies that focus on categories such as substance and relation, there emerges those more theological ontologies that appeal to categories like gift, communion, person, and thinking love, just to name a few. Here we highlight the work of a physicist, Father Giulio Maspero, who offers a Trinitarian ontology, which he says, quote, indicates the metaphysical reinterpretation founded in Trinitarian revelation, end quote. This is the seed, he says, for a rethinking of ontology, which embraces both substance and relation as co-principles, and ultimately finds its source in the one Trinity as revealed in Christ. Maspero says, if we really take seriously that the arche is one substance and three persons, then we can see how a rethinking of ontology based on the persons of the Trinity can emerge. Maspero draws largely from the thought of Gregory of Nyssa to posit co-relativity as a key ontological category. Early in his project, however, Maspero points to Klaus Hammerleigh's Letters to von Balthasar as justification for his approach. Maspero sees Hammerleigh's work as seminal in the field of new ontologies, and Balthasar did too. We move now to Balthasar's ontology. Having shown the existence and permissibility of various ontologies, we now move, by way of comparison, to the question of effective communication. Do Balthasar and Thomas operate within distinct ontological frameworks? And if so, does this pose a challenge for constructive dialogue? As we just mentioned, Klaus Hammerleigh wrote Balthasar a series of letters entitled Theses Towards a Trinitarian Ontology, where he said Balthasar's work reaches right down into the mystery of creation and transforms structures of thinking, modes of seeing, the encounter with reality, and the ways in which persons act, end quote. This enthusiastic reading of Balthasar, coupled by the reminder that the answers given at Nicaea and Chalcedon are not merely applications of Greek philosophy, but transformations of it, lead him to conclude, in the reciprocal relationship between theology and philosophy, there lies, perhaps even today, a chance for the reconquest of ontology. Hammerleigh then goes on to champion the development of what we may call a Balthasarian view of being from above. In other words, according to Hammerleigh, Balthasar's ontology necessarily involves the perspective that only faith in Christ can offer. In the preface to his Theology of History, Balthasar claims to be looking at the subject exclusively from above, not explicitly stating, but rather taking for granted created things as the content with which is given its form by the Christological categories, end quote. Matthew Levering takes Balthasar at his word and says the Swiss theologian employs a Christological version of Trinitarian ontology. Levering goes on to show how Balthasar's ontological categories are taken especially from the historical dimension, especially the scene of Jesus' abandonment on the cross. Balthasar says that abandonment, kenosis, is in the divine essence. This is a challenging claim. These categories are then transposed into the inner life of God. This is followed by Balthasar's next move, which is to bring the kenotic structure back down into the economy as operative in all of creation. Balthasar himself asks this question: may it not be the case that the final mystery of kenosis of God in Christ has an analogous structure in the metaphysical mystery of created being? End quote. Leaving aside for the moment any ruling on Balthasar's kenotic ontology, we simply state his position. In the end, we can say with Gerard O'Hanlon that Balthasar works within a Trinitarian ontology, conceived as a scripturally inspired ontology of interpersonal love, or a relational ontology which goes beyond but includes the categories of substance metaphysics, end quote. Now that we have cursorily viewed Balthasar's ontology, we must consider Thomas's, and I'll go through a little bit more quickly. And we're going to see if they can be considered complementary or even if they need to be for effective communication. In addition to what was already mentioned above regarding Thomas's substance ontology, we can add here what the common doctor himself says. In De Ente et Essentia, he says, we use the term a being, or ens, absolutely and primarily of substances. Also, in the Summa Contra Gentiles, he says, a substance is a thing to which it belongs to be not in a subject, that which has a quiddity, to which it belongs to be not in another. End quote. Maurer echoes this reading of Thomas to say, a substance is a thing or essence that can exist through itself. Without going into the detailed Thomistic notion of substance, we only wish to say here that it is central to his ontology and that it is to be conceived of in itself. Substance is in itself. Advocating for the Thomistic position is Thomas Joseph White, who asks important questions pertaining to Balthasar's employment of modern ontological terms in the context of Christology. Thomas Joseph White says, should Christian theologians seek to understand the divine nature of Christ not by appeal to pre-modern metaphysical arguments pertaining to the deity, but rather as a mystery of God's self-actualization of inner life revealed in history, specifically in the event of Christ crucified and resurrected? Can and should Chalcedonian Christology be restated in modern ontological terms? And if so, how is it best to do so? End quote. White is speaking here about Balthasar's kenotic Christology. And we may suppose, when he says modern ontological terms, he's talking about the terms we mentioned above, like gift, communion, person, thinking, love. White goes on to favor an approach to Christological studies based on pre-modern metaphysical arguments, because, in part, they employ the same language that shaped the Chalcedonian formulas. Paulo Callaghan agrees with White on the need to maintain continuity with the traditional language and asks another important question. Is the metaphysics of creaturely existence comparable to the metaphysics that applies to the divinity? Here he hints at a danger in Balthasar's approach, namely that of operating in a seemingly quasi-univocal way when relating ontological categories derived from the historical life of Christ to the immanent life of the Trinity without sufficient analogical predication or proper use of the communicatio idiomatum. Along with these Thomistic advocates, we must remember that while Ratzinger questions a view of being that overemphasized the notion of substance conceived of as standing in itself, he also, as Pope, continued the Church's long-standing tradition of promoting the study of St. Thomas. Furthermore, we recall that Stanley Jaki takes a more Thomistic position. As John Rooney states, Quote, while Jaki prefers not to take to himself any particular labels or systems of philosophy, he considers the methodical realism of Etienne Gilson, which is a form of Thomism, to be the most akin to his own. He holds with St. Thomas that in the knowledge of reality, not only what is sensory is revealed, but the intelligible nature of physical entities, end quote. Considering these factors, we may claim that while various ontologies are permitted, all ontological innovations should be placed at some point in dialogue with the thought of St. Thomas, as he is an approved representative of the perennial tradition. Here, another important question arises. What happens if two ontologies differ, as seems to be the case between Balthasar and Thomas on the question of divine enrichment? And I'll hopefully get through this here in time. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. Balthasar claims that God can be enriched by his creation. At once, the Thomistic view is challenged. Clearly, Balthasar's claim that something can be added to God doesn't fit neatly into a substance ontology which conceptualizes God as pure act. Wouldn't it seem that Balthasar is importing potentiality into the divine essence, whereby making God subject to change and calling into question the traditional teachings of the divine attributes? Here we find helpful a brief review of basics of ontology. There are two distinct ontological levels, that of God and of creation. The gap between them safeguards God's transcendence and the integrity of creation. All ontologies must be relational, therefore, not only because God is relational, but also because creation is relational, since it is constantly being held in existence by God, and since pure nature is a hypothetical state. In fact, this ontological gap is what accounts for the mysterious nature of created existence. Of course, within this relational framework, substance ontology is still permissible. It just needs to remain open. And now I'm going to quickly offer this table of various ontologies. And you see we have substance ontology in itself. Relational ontology is conceived of being in the other. And we have just now introduced the distinction between a closed and open, or closed and not closed ontology. And while it is easier to see the error of a closed substance ontology, it is more difficult to imagine a relational ontology that is too open. In fact, if an ontology is open to God, it can never be too open. Therefore, the problematic extreme of a relational ontology must be expressed differently, and for this we offer the idea of a confused ontology. Thus, we can make a conditional statement and complete our table of various ontologies. If the danger of substance ontology is to become closed, the danger of relational ontology is to become confused. The first would lead to individualism or extrinsicism, and the second to relativism or to immanentism. We recognize it is possible to read Balthasar as conflating the two ontological levels by inserting the natural into the supernatural, and to read Thomas as dividing the two levels such that they work in complete independence from one another, effectively deeming the supernatural a mere addition to the natural. Both ways of viewing the mystery of ontology, whether they are justified readings of the respective authors or not, would be deemed inadmissible. In any case, we do not claim to offer a definitive answer on the question of divine enrichment. We only wish to use it as an example of how important the question of ontology is for effective communication. So the last moment here. It's a lot. Here we go. We began our study by affirming Stanley Jaki's assertion that ontology is indispensable for epistemology and effective communication. We then posited the existence and permissibility of various ontologies. On this point, we recognized the importance of exploring the category of relation and pointed to Ratzinger and Maspero as exemplary. We noted how these new ontologies must continually be placed in conversation with those traditionally employed by the Church, especially the substance ontology flowing from the Thomistic tradition. Our exploration of ontology in the conversation between Balthasarians and Thomists led us to review the basics of ontology. We recalled the necessity of maintaining the gap between God and creation, and including the category of relation and the theological epistemology of faith, which this gap introduces. We proposed the distinction between closed and open ontologies and said being can never be too open to God. Instead, the danger that we see on the other end of the spectrum is better described as confused. We expressed this in a table of various ontologies, which included the extremes. Without making a pronouncement on the question of divine enrichment, we recognize the possibility of reading Balthasar as confusing the two ontological orders, or Thomas as closing the relational dimension. Both approaches would be deemed inadmissible. Finally, we were led to conclude it is possible to work from various ontological frameworks to expand or reinterpret certain terms from the Church's dogmatic formulations and further illuminate the mysteries of God, creation, and the relationship between the two. In doing so, one must always safeguard against the error of anthropomorphizing the divinity, while at the same time offer enough freedom to expound upon the inexhaustible mysteries. However one approach this task, it must be done with reverence to the mysterious nature of creation, which includes differing schools of thought and a properly relational ontology that can ensure fruitful dialogue among the various disciplines. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Humphrey. It's now my pleasure to welcome Father Zachary Mabee. Father Mabee is instructor of philosophy and director of the college propedeutic stage of formation at Sacred Heart Major Seminary in Detroit. He's also the pastor of St. Joseph Shrine in Brooklyn, Michigan. He earned his licentiate degree in fundamental theology at the Pontifical Gregorian University and his Ph.D. in philosophy at the University of Reading in the UK. He will be speaking on conciliatory Christian humanism and the confinement of naturalism. Welcome, Father.
Thank you, Father Laracy. For better or for worse, I decided to go slideless today. Effectively, I want to offer a kind of roundabout critique of some kind of standard going forms of philosophical naturalism, and then also offer a kind of sketched form of Christian humanism as a sort of more robust response to some of the issues and concerns they raise. So the philosopher Timothy Williamson offers the following assessment of academic philosophers and their commitments, and I quote him: "Many contemporary philosophers describe themselves as naturalists. They mean that they believe something like this: there's only the natural world, and the best way to find out about it is by the scientific method." So they typically mean by this also to imply that they don't take there to be any agents, forces, or causal powers that act upon the natural world from without. A kind of key way of summarizing this sort of outlook, or this dimension of this outlook, is with John Dupre, who calls this sort of commitment, this kind of ontological commitment, anti-supernaturalism. So John Dupre notes that the following sort of causes or entities or agents tend to kind of controvert this core naturalistic ontological commitment of so many contemporary philosophers. The following items do this, he says: immaterial minds or souls, vital fluids, angels, and deities, for example, among other things. They'll also often tend to invoke things even like Aristotelian potentialities as falling under this rubric. Philosophers sometimes use the very refined term of the spooky to summarize the sorts of things that are taken to controvert this core naturalistic ontological commitment. And so many naturalistic philosophers as well, in addition to having this kind of ontological plank to their outlook, have a kind of methodological or epistemological plank or dimension to it. So the philosopher Alex Rosenberg, who counts himself a naturalist, and even more a defender of philosophical scientism, says the following, and I quote him: "Naturalism is the philosophical theory that treats science as our most reliable source of knowledge, and scientific method is the most effective route to knowledge. End quote. So if we think of something like the traditional ways of knowing, a typical naturalist outlook would be that the sciences, as we know and practice them currently, are kind of preeminent among them. So there's some things that tend to come with a kind of philosophical naturalist outlook and approach. I mean, one might be this kind of aim of extending the sciences into other broader fields of inquiry or areas of understanding where they might not typically be as much at home. So even if you look at philosophy in the last few decades, right, there's been this tendency in many quarters to try to naturalize this or that phenomenon, say the study of mind or something like that. And the idea there is mainly this notion that what you're doing when you do that is you're kind of philosophically clearing away obstacles that will just allow the sciences to understand this area better. But the thought is that the philosophy itself isn't really going to contribute so much to a robust understanding of the area in question. Or similarly, more recently, this move towards so-called experimental philosophy, which tries actually to kind of take the experimental approach of the sciences and kind of move it into the domain of philosophy and traditionally philosophical questions. Now, when I speak of naturalism here, I want to stress I'm speaking of it as a kind of philosophical program. So I'm not just speaking of it in the way that, say, most scientists might sort of take up this sort of outlook, practically speaking, when they do their work. I'm talking about it as a sort of philosophical program or a kind of principled philosophical outlook that's getting defended in the philosophical domain and more broadly. So I want to say in a key sense, and I'm using this term quite broadly here, there's something anti-humanistic, in my view, about these kind of core commitments of philosophical naturalism. And again, I'm invoking that notion of humanism quite broadly here. But if you think of a humanistic orientation, maybe in its kind of typical Renaissance forms or even in more later iterations, one of the things that would tend to kind of stress is this idea that we shouldn't think a scientific description of any event or phenomenon is necessarily or typically the best one. Of course, in some cases it will be, but there might well be others in which it's not. Humanism also has generally tended to pit itself against the notion that taking a more, let's say, scientific approach to some or other domain is necessarily or often going to be helpful for our understanding of that domain, that it's going to be kind of exemplary or even useful in doing that. And in kind of offering this sort of pushback, I think humanistic thinkers, broadly speaking, have tended to promote this notion, for example, that we often need to defend a space for the use of words and indeed our ordinary language in describing any number of phenomena, events, scenarios, and not allowing the kind of scientific outlook or description of these things to become too monolithic. I mean, I think of a recent example here, for instance, in the work of Peter Hacker, the great interpreter of Wittgenstein. He kind of defends this sort of humanistic outlook, although not in those precise terms, but he argues effectively that, well, yeah, if we're thinking of the matters that fall typically under the umbrella or the domain of physics, chemistry, or biology, we often want to turn to those disciplines to understand those areas, but there are, of course, a host of other areas that we might be interested in, that we think about regularly, that we might be inclined to understand or analyze in various ways, where we don't typically or characteristically look to a kind of scientific account of things to do that. And these examples are manifold in his view, things like our ordinary activities, why I went to the store on Monday, or even noteworthy events of history, how we tend to kind of think of those and expound them in terms of agents and their intentions, their beliefs, their desires, and so on, and different social movements, and even questions pertaining to art and culture, why this particular artist made this decision, why Democritus, for example, is wearing boots in Raphael's School of Athens. But often these matters are things relating more to human culture or our lives in society. And again, I don't take Hacker in making a point like this to be denigrating a scientific approach to any number of questions or the introduction of scientific methodology into various areas, but just to be making a kind of robust defense of our ordinary language descriptions and the kind of ordinary forms of psychology we use in talking about various scenarios like this. So I think of the philosopher here too, Iris Murdoch, and this quote is rather provocative, I acknowledge that, but she kind of gets at this sort of core humanistic insight. So I quote her just to highlight this. Words are the most subtle symbols which we possess, and our human fabric depends on them. The living and radical nature of language is something which we forget at our peril. It is totally misleading, so to speak, for instance, of two cultures, one literary, humane, and the other scientific, as if these were of equal status. There is only one culture of which science, so interesting and dangerous, is now an important part. But the most essential and fundamental aspect of culture is the study of literature, since this is an education in how to picture and understand human situations. We are men and we are moral agents before we are scientists, and the place of science in human life must be discussed in words. This is why it is always and will be more important to know about Shakespeare than to know about any scientist. And if there is a Shakespeare of science, his name is Aristotle, end quote. Again, that's a bit provocative, but I share it to kind of highlight this sort of broadly humanistic outlook. And I think her point here, reading her sympathetically, is something like that, lest we ever think that the scientific can become too singularly monolithic. We need always to be called back to the fact that it's a human practice of understanding, broadly speaking, and seeking knowledge. And we need to kind of understand it within the kind of ambit of other such practices and the sort of cultural considerations that promote it. And I'll come back to that in a bit. And part of the concern here, I think, that Murdoch has, and Hannah Arendt in The Human Condition, in her prologue to that, famously says this too. She spoke about kind of nuclear and atomic science of her day. And one of the worries she notes therein in talking about it is that it had such a kind of proclivity toward the mathematical, in some sense, that it kind of often resisted this kind of coming back to our ordinary human discourse and ordinary humane questions. And I'm going to highlight some things from Stanley Jaki that I think raise this similar sort of concern. So if we look at Jaki, especially some of his later writings, I think he gets at some points that are kind of broadly consonant with this sort of broadly humanistic outlook I'm sketching. He notes that the sciences are manifold, but the exact sciences, typified by physics, are especially marked by their quantitative orientation and methodology, by, as he says, rigorous and consistent resource to measurements. And he says of physics, for example, it's the quantitative study of the quantitative aspects of things in motion, nothing more and nothing less than just quantities, end quote. But one of the things he stresses is that the sciences typically need a sort of qualitative reckoning, if you will, often kind of on the front end of inquiry. So he raises questions like, for example, what is matter or what is a force? These questions that, as he puts it, are in splendid isolation from the numbers and the kind of equations that would be involved in dealing with them later. But the idea is that there are these kind of qualitative questions that are often going to be at the front end of scientific inquiry that seem to call for something more like often philosophical elucidation, rather than just the elucidation that the sciences themselves can provide. So there's a thought that the sciences, even the exact sciences, even physics in particular, which is so doggedly quantitative, however quantitative it ends up being, it also must have, especially on the front end of inquiry, a sort of not so quantitative reckoning with some of the core notions or concepts that are at play. And again, this is the sort of task that has typically fallen, in many people's view, to philosophical clarification. What sort of questions are we asking here? What sort of core notions are we dealing with? And how can we sort of clarify those through a kind of work of conceptual elucidation before we actually do the heavier lifting of the science itself. And some of these concerns, again, these broadly humanistic concerns, are the kinds of things that I think like pragmatist philosophers of science have highlighted for us over the last century or so. I mean, the fact that the sciences, again, as we do them in the contemporary world, are not just kind of typically done, as it were, out of an aspiration for truth-seeking of its own accord, let's say. They're often bound up with various concerns that we have, practical concerns, political and economic concerns. This is not, of course, to denigrate the truth search that's involved with them, but also just to note that these factors truly are operative. You know, things like warding off epidemics or creating new weapons systems or whatever the case may be. And again, often reckoning with questions like this. Should we pursue this particular project for this particular end? These are questions that come to be reckoned with in a key way philosophically. You know, even if you think about like forms of engineering or medicine and the way they're so often characteristically yoked today to area-specific training in ethics, right? The idea is that, well, we need at some level to be able to engage these broader humane questions that are encircling or connected with the science at hand or the technology at hand. And often that's thought to be best or most clearly done through a kind of philosophical grappling with the issues that are at play. And so again, if we return to the kind of philosophical naturalism that I sketched at the outset, I mean, it's very clear that itself is not a fruit of the sciences. The philosophers who advocate that sort of outlook, they often make it as though the sciences are just kind of giving to us, or this philosophical kind of summation that they call naturalism just kind of issues forth from the sciences. But no, what those outlooks are, they're kind of meta-scientific, if you will. They're these philosophical cases on behalf of the sciences. And they often involve something like a history of the sciences, a highlight of their successes. And they often, in contemporary philosophy, gravitate towards something like a philosophy versus religion contrast. You know, the sort of war outlook toward philosophy and religion that became prominent in the 19th century. And this is what we get in popular science, of course, too, if we're honest with ourselves. Popular science, what does it end up being? It ends up being a kind of popular presentation of the fruits of the sciences. And there's a sense that, you know, and Father Jaki comments on Stephen Hawking's work in A Brief History of Time, for example, there's a sense that the sciences kind of call for and need this. And I think people like Hawking recognize this implicitly, even if not explicitly. That the sciences aren't just kind of there on their own to kind of speak of their own accord. No, what do we have to do? We have to kind of reintegrate what we learn from them and what they show us into kind of broader questions of human concern and interest. And this is often done specifically by way of philosophical reflection. And so maybe another way of putting what I'm getting at here is that the sciences call for, it seems, almost kind of implicitly, reckoning with their meaning and their significance. How does this question matter more broadly? Or how does this finding affect what we're interested in these various other areas? How does this question lend itself, for example, toward kind of more interdisciplinary concerns? Or even, to Father Brian's point, how does some finding kind of lead toward a sort of dialogue with concerns that we have, maybe drawn from theology, let's say? Or how does it sort of conflict with some point of interest therein? But these are questions of human significance and meaning. And those aren't questions, of course, that the sciences ever resolve for us. You know, even in a kind of postmodern or post-postmodern, whatever phase of that we're in nowadays, world, there might be a sort of question that becomes more prominent of like, why should we care about this stuff in the first place? You know, say new research in physics. Why should it matter to us, right? And again, I think if we're honest, in the political sphere and other domains, what we resort to so often is a kind of philosophical clarification that helps us to see the kind of humanistic value of our scientific outlook within a broader kind of sphere of understanding, of human knowledge and of understanding. And I think that's, in a sense, what Murdoch was getting at, if we can read her sympathetically there. We end up having to kind of place our scientific understanding, right? It's not just something that kind of, again, speaks for itself altogether. And again, if you look at many philosophical naturalists, even the late Daniel Dennett, for example, who just passed away this past week, their move is often, and Rosenberg, who I quoted earlier, their move is often to kind of work toward, if you will, a kind of encroachment of a certain sort of scientific outlook onto various areas of human life. I mean, Rosenberg wrote a famous book called The Atheist's Guide to Reality. And one of his key sort of pushes in that book is to say, well, yeah, these things that you kind of see significance in, God, the immaterial soul, and so on, here's how these things can all just be explained, or actually explained away by our latest science in this or that area. So there's an attempt not just to let the sciences be what they are by many of these naturalists, but to kind of extend a supposedly scientific outlook into these other areas of human life, meaning and significance. And Jaki grasps a similar dynamic. One of the things he says about the sciences and the humanities, and he takes religion, of course, to be kind of the hallmark of the humanities, is that they need each other in order to benefit humankind. That's one of the claims that he makes. And I think that's something that most of us would see rather intuitively. By the way, Murdoch says philosophy is about finding the right occasion to say what's obvious. I don't claim that I'm saying here what's obvious, but I think what I'm claiming here is rather plain. And I think that sort of claim from Jaki is something most of us see. We need the religious life and we need the sciences together, especially in a Catholic worldview, to benefit mankind, to help us to see the truth, to help us contemplate God ultimately. But how does that happen? Often that happens through a kind of philosophical reckoning with these things, understanding their appropriate boundaries, understanding their mutual interplay and the ways that they can build each other up. And Jaki, even though, especially later on, even though he uses this language of the gap between the two as being fundamentally impassable in a sense, that is to say that we can't just in kind of univocal terms draw together the scientific and the religious, this sort of outlook or approach lends itself toward, again, to Father Brian's point, a kind of an attitude of dialogue, right? An attitude of what I'm calling tends to be conciliatory. And I want to say that's what kind of this tradition of perennial philosophy does for us. I mean, we're dealing here with questions, for instance, of culture, where our different forms of knowledge or understanding fit within our kind of broader cultural outlook. And these are questions fundamentally of human significance. And this is the way that, interestingly, Pope John Paul II begins his encyclical letter on faith and reason, Fides et Ratio. Rather than thinking of philosophy as kind of giving us a dogmatic overview of the truth about the world, he really focuses in on the idea that what philosophy has done, again, in this sense of philosophy as perennial, not so much just tying it to Thomism in that sense, but philosophy has done kind of across various cultural boundaries, in season and out of season, it's helped us to kind of reckon deeply with these fundamental questions of human meaning and significance. And the list that he gives is like, who am I? Where have I come from? Where am I going? Why is there evil? What is there after this life? And I'm inclined to say that the kinds of questions, both on the front end of the sciences that Father Jaki gives us, these kind of questions of conceptual elucidation of what we're actually dealing with, what kinds of questions we're talking about here. But then on the back end, too, as it were, of where does all this stuff kind of fit into our broader world picture, these are kind of these core questions of perennial philosophy. And one of the things the Holy Father notes is that that sort of approach or outlook on philosophy has tended traditionally toward integration, toward a kind of systematic picture of the whole, that's willing to kind of welcome these various aspects and see them harmoniously. It's kind of approach to philosophy, as the late philosopher Wilfrid Sellers says. He says philosophy is oriented toward seeing how things in the broadest sense hang together, right? And I think that's a kind of inclination of philosophy conceived in this sort of perennial vein. So maybe just to circle back to the opening riff on philosophical naturalism and then relate it to a kind of broad sketch of Christian humanism in contrast. So one of the things I noted is that basically all forms of philosophical naturalism that you get nowadays, even the most so-called liberal or expansive forms, will be in some way or other insistent on this kind of core ontological commitment against countenancing things that are supernatural, immaterial, or the like. And so what they do, in a sense, on principle and sort of right out of the gate, is they make it such that outlooks, worldviews, approaches to reality that do countenance those realities, they must be something like incredible, juvenile, unsophisticated, tradition-bound, or just plain false. And when you think about it, the core of the humanities, again, to revert to Father Jaki's point, the way that religion is often at the heart of the humanities and the development of the humanities, and he specifically means their Catholic religion. But you think about things like the role of God or the gods in the literary tradition, or the place that the soul and reflection on the soul has played in it, or in the arts, for example, or the way that various angels and demons and various immaterial forces factor into something like the literary tradition. There's a way in which this sort of commitment to a philosophical naturalism with this core anti-supernatural commitment just seems to kind of militate against this whole aspect of our humanistic tradition, specifically of the religious life that's animated it so often. That is to say, naturalists just feel this need right out of the gate to kind of proscribe ontologically these most utterly vital components of one of our most traditionally humane sources of practice, understanding, and creative expression, the religion or the faith, namely. And they see it as kind of right out of the gate as just being intellectually unserious, corrupt, or otherwise wanting. In other words, they don't leave any room as a matter of just opening principle. They don't leave any room for the sort of integrating approach that's been so characteristic of this kind of perennial tradition in philosophy, and indeed of the kind of Catholic tradition in its broad, humanistic, I would claim, sort of scope. They kind of one-dimensionally say that because these entities or forces don't fit into what we take to be the best scientific theories of our days, that we should just jettison them. They're not even agnostic with respect to these. I think that could be a good bit better, but they sort of ward them off as a matter of principle. But they thereby ward off an opportunity for a kind of philosophical dialogue or pacification. And again, I think Christian humanism, fundamentally, it's predicated, isn't it, on Christocentrism. The fact that all reality was made in and through and holds together in Christ, whose full humanity we always seek to honor. And so we thereby seek to honor everything that is robustly human. So we don't need to take various forms of inquiry or creative expression or understanding and force them into the mold of the exact sciences. We can see them as all giving us glimpses and different ways of understanding the truth. We can see them all as giving us glimpses and opportunities to come into contact with Jesus, the Word incarnate. And as Father Jaki notes to close, it's very striking. We have for us, in an authentic Christian or Catholic humanism, the Word at the center of all things. So it shouldn't be surprising to us that philosophically, both on the front end of our inquiries and then the back end of them, we have to have recourse to words to work our way more cumulatively to the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Mabee. So I'll be speaking now about some research I did on the late Father Jaki and also another significant American figure in the 20th century in the science and religion field, Iain Barbour. And the talk is entitled Pilgrims on Parallel Paths. These are paths that, for the most part, don't intersect, like parallel lines. So the structure of this presentation will be as follows. I'll say a little bit about Father Jaki's background, his early scientific work, which Dr. Sahiner referenced in his welcome words. Also, I'll get into Father Jaki's philosophical commitments, his epistemology and metaphysics. And likewise with Iain Barbour, where is he coming from biographically, scientifically, and philosophically? And then to wrap up, I'll offer some thoughts evaluating this lack of interaction and a conclusion and postscript. So in my opinion, I would say Jaki and Barbour are the two most influential American figures in the science and religion field in the 20th century. And what struck me studying both of them is just the number of similarities. They're both trained in experimental physics in the 1950s. They both appreciate the need for realism, both in theology and in science. And after their formal training in physics, they make this transition to the emerging field of science and religion and make lasting contributions, inspiring so many others. Perhaps we could say all of us gathered here today. What is shocking is that there is little evidence of interaction between the two, despite the fact that they're essentially on the same quest, as far as I can tell. So what I try to do in my paper is kind of flesh out some of the similarities and differences and then offer a take on why was the interaction very limited or non-existent. So as I mentioned, they're both coming of age at a very exciting time in physics and natural science in general, post-World War II. Tremendous advances are taking place in particle and nuclear physics. And Jaki and Barbour enter this very dynamic field. And once we get into the 1960s, they're making this transition into really full-time work trying to show the compatibility of natural science and Christian theology. And by the time we get to the 1970s and 80s, they're already getting international awards. They are both recipients of the Templeton Prize, essentially like a Nobel Prize for the science and religion field, but also the Gifford Lectures, very prestigious lectures given in Scotland at some of the ancient medieval universities there. Another similarity off the bat between Jaki and Barbour is the fact that they both acknowledge early on and then really throughout their professional careers the essential roles of philosophy and history. They point out how issues in philosophy and history have really created what Barbour calls the conflict hypothesis between science and religion. So a lot of their work is historical, looking at the interaction through the 2,000-year history of the church between the development of the church and the development of natural science. Father Haffner, the general chairman of our conference who greeted us from Rome today, has done extensive studies into the life and work of Father Jaki, and he points out that it was as early as 1957 that Jaki came to the conclusion that the main problems between science and religion came from the history and philosophy of physics. So it should be no surprise that we see in Jaki's scholarship a lot of very excellent work in the philosophy and history of science. And an inspiring figure for Jaki in this regard, a 19th century intellectual, was Pierre Duhem, a great scientist and historian of science from France, who in the modern era showed how science was born of Christianity, if I may borrow an expression from Dr. Tresancos. Barbour, on the other hand, also did work in the history of science, and this led to his famous fourfold typology. Barbour shows us how, in great detail, there are at least 4 possibilities about how science and religion can interact. There could be a relationship of conflict, where these two fields make competing claims. There could be independence. This is kind of the parallel line analogy, where they're just talking about different things. They're making claims about reality that don't intersect. But Barbour appreciated that we could do better, that there is an opportunity for dialogue based on shared conceptual frameworks, shared methodology. And Barbour thought the ideal modality of interaction was integration. And this might be possible with a common metaphysics and a unifying epistemology. They're both on the same page, Jaki and Barbour, with regard to the essential role of philosophy and in particular, realism. This is a time, the 1950s, 60s, and even today, where there are various strands of idealism, Kantian idealism, positivism, instrumentalism, and they saw these philosophies as detrimental, at times perhaps parasitic, to good science and good theology. Barbour's epistemology, which he talks about throughout his works, and those that maybe we could call the disciples of Barbour invoke as well, is a critical realism. It's a realism inspired by the concrete practice of natural science. After all, Barbour is a physicist. He had a Ph.D. in physics from the University of Chicago. And Jaki also is a realist, and like Barbour, doesn't formally define his epistemology as a professional philosopher would do, but clearly a realist, a Thomist realist. Ontologically speaking, while Barbour appreciates Thomism, he's pretty well read. He reads Garrigou-Lagrange, he reads Gilson, he reads Thomas himself. Barbour ultimately settles on the ontology of process of Alfred North Whitehead. So what I'm trying to do is in the next slides, is flesh out more their scientific work, these epistemological and metaphysical views, and also their ecclesial identities. Again, trying to gain insight about how these two brilliant men were on what I see as the same path, but kind of ships passing in the night. So first Father Jaki. Father Jaki was born in 1924. That's why we're gathering in 2024 at the centenary of his birth. He was a Benedictine monk, ordained a priest in 1948, and his first doctorate was in theology in the field of ecclesiology. This was an exciting time in theology, the time of the Second Vatican Council, and his doctoral research made a contribution to a renewed ecclesiology, something that Joseph Ratzinger, Pope Benedict XVI, was very appreciative of. As we all know, after World War II, communism moved into Eastern and Central Europe, and due to this, Father Jaki was not able to return to his homeland. But being a member of an international order, he goes to the United States, and he joins the faculty of St. Vincent's College, and is not only a teacher, but also a student. He's continuing his study of natural science, as well as American literature and history. Sadly, in 1953, he suffers a life-changing event, complications from a tonsillectomy, which greatly limits his ability to speak. And so this leads to a moment of decision, what to do. Of course, in the 1950s, didn't have the technology we have today to assist someone that might have an impediment with speech, so he has to resign from teaching. But he discerns a call to continue his study of science, so he goes to Fordham, and he earns a master's and ultimately a Ph.D., as Dr. Sahiner mentioned, under the Nobel Prize-winning physicist Victor Hess. Jaki does very significant work studying the distribution of radon and thoron at the Earth-air interface. He publishes this work with Professor Hess, and the recent research of Dr. Trella, a member of our Department of Physics at Seton Hall, shows that that study in the 1950s is still cited today, especially in the field of environmental science, as really a touchstone for the study of radiation emerging from the Earth. After getting that second doctorate, Jaki comes to Seton Hall, and this campus becomes his intellectual home from 1965 until 2009, when he died. So I alluded to this shift he makes in his research. All researchers have a path, in most cases not a path they could have anticipated, but he makes this shift from traditional experimental physics into research into the history and philosophy of science. And he's earning these awards. He's being invited to give the Gifford Lectures. He achieves this rare rank at Seton Hall of distinguished professor. And over the course of his life, he's invited to lecture at some of the most prestigious academic institutions in the globe. And he has a truly prolific writing career with over 50 books and 350 articles. Some of his books are on sale in the back of our conference room, so if you're interested, you could check that out at the break midday. Aware of time, I won't go into too much detail about that scientific work. You can read it in the paper, but as I say, it was a very significant study characterizing the radiation emerging from the soil, which of course is a concern now. Whenever we buy a house in a region that there's a risk of radon and thoron, part of the home inspection will be to quantify the amount of radiation, if any, coming into the basement or the first floor of that home. And what the research showed was that thoron is a non-trivial contributor to radiation at the source of the Earth. And this is affected by many factors. Even precipitation can affect it. And Father Jaki characterized this very well. Getting into his philosophy, Jaki is clearly a metaphysical realist. He is inspired by the insights of Aristotle and Aquinas. And of course, we know Thomism is a very broad label. It includes figures from Bernard Lonergan, Karl Rahner, Karol Wojtyła, the late John Paul II, and so many others. Jaki views realism, Thomistic realism, as enormously important for science and religion. And he's very critical of any attempt to incorporate Kantian thought into Thomism. This is a basis of his critique of Rahner, Lonergan, and other 20th century Thomists that are engaging the critique of knowledge of Immanuel Kant. Jaki says, even the fact, let alone the nature of external reality, however ordinary, cannot be proven by mere logic or mathematical formulas, does not make one's immediate registering of external reality a less than fully rational process. To know the existence of things is in fact the very first step in reasoning. Any critical knowledge or philosophy which does not accept this will remain a mere criticism of criticism, and not a criticism of the external reality one registers, and not even one's own registering it. So the key point here is, this is an axiom, that the human person is in cognitive unity with nature. We don't try to prove that. Even an infant, a little child, has an intuition of being outside of himself, outside of herself. And Jaki, in his work, argues that this realism is the basis for all of the advances in the sciences. And of course, it is a prerequisite for theology. If we don't have access to a reality outside of us, how can we make claims about God and creation? He tries to diagnose the origin of this critical problem, this critique of knowledge from Kant, and he observes that even the notion of the universe is neglected. Many significant 19th and 20th century thinkers would make reference to cosmology, but wouldn't even acknowledge that there is a universe, or if they used the term, they could not define what is a universe. For Jaki, this is a strict totality of all things. And his historical research shows that it was the biblical doctrine of creation, especially in its Christological form, the doctrine of creation from nothing, ex nihilo. God created through the Son, and this prompted the notion of an autonomous universe with contingent laws which could be understood by the human intellect. Father Jason Mitchell has done really a great service in studying Jaki's corpus and offering a very detailed philosophical analysis. And he points out there are three significant aspects to Jaki's metaphysical thought: the values and the limits of science in relation to philosophy, the nature of what Jaki calls a non-Thomist Thomistic metaphysics, which is a little strange, but I'll clarify that in a moment, and the epistemological importance of moderate realism. Now, Mitchell's studies showed that, like all scholars, Jaki's thought develops with time. He writes this curious article, A Non-Thomist Thomism, and here he offers a critique of the neo-scholasticism that he was exposed to, certainly as a young monk preparing for the priesthood. He has suggestions about how, for example, the theses of Pius X might be better reordered. But ultimately, when we get to his later work, Means to a Message and a Mind's Matter, Jaki writes, I think that my philosophy, however non-Thomist, again in the neo-scholastic sense, in appearance, in its procedures, is a very Thomist one. And I think all of us that have studied his thoughts would be in agreement that is a fair characterization. Now we come to Iain Barbour, our second scholarly figure. Like Jaki, born outside of the United States, Barbour was born in China. His parents were lay missionaries. His father was a Scottish Presbyterian, his mother an American Episcopalian, people of deep faith who go to China to spread the gospel, the good news of Jesus. And George Brown Barbour, Iain's father, was a geologist, paleontologist, and a collaborator and friend of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. The Barbour family has to leave China due to the illness of Iain's brother Hugh. Thankfully, Hugh recovers, and they are not able to return to continue their mission because of the rise of communism, another parallel with Father Jaki and his native Hungary. The Barbour family, despite the Great Depression and eventually World War II, they do okay. They're able to stay afloat. And ultimately, Iain goes to Swarthmore College. He studies physics. And in his own conscience, he is an objector to war. He doesn't feel called to take up arms personally, but he serves his new country of the United States and humanity through the Civilian Public Service Program. After the defeat of the Axis powers, he goes on to get a master's at Duke and then ultimately a Ph.D. at the University of Chicago. And again, this is a very exciting time in physics. At the University of Chicago, the faculty members included Fermi and Teller. Teller actually invites Barbour to, after he gets his PhD, to go with him to work on the hydrogen bomb. But as you can imagine, Barbour, from his Christian pacifist position, did not pursue that, and he goes to Kalamazoo College to be a professor of physics. A life-changing event for Barbour is his extended sabbatical at Yale Divinity School, where he goes on to earn a degree in theology, and then another decision point, what to do next. He ultimately ends up on the faculty of Carleton College, with a joint appointment in philosophy and physics, eventually becoming the founding chair of their Department of Religion. And Carleton College would be his academic home for the rest of his career. Like Jaki, Barbour was a very serious scientist. He was part of a cosmic ray research group. It's important to remember that in the 1950s, they didn't have the particle accelerators we have today, like CERN and others. So to study subatomic particles, much of the research involved balloons and studying radiation coming from space. So Jaki develops for his Ph.D. project a balloon that could get up to 90,000 feet, and he invents a device which ultimately measures the mass and electric charge of a newly discovered particle, the pion, as well as its decay product, the muon. Very substantial scientific work. Like Stanley Jaki, Iain Barbour is a realist. He introduces his critical realism in an article in Zygon, the Journal of Religion and Science, and then in his perhaps most famous book, Issues in Science and Religion. And again, another parallel with Jaki, Barbour is critical of positivism, of instrumentalism, of idealism. He wants to maintain realism in science and in religion. Barbour is also critical of idealism, especially the neo-Kantianism he's encountering during his time. For example, he points out the absurdity of Margenau's position that the neutron did not exist until it was discovered, okay? So you can see what's at stake here with some of these Kantian idealist philosophies of science. Barbour's realism insists that being is prior to knowing. He doesn't have a naive realism. He's very concerned about naive realism. He doesn't try to define realism as direct perceptibility, but rather intelligibility. And ontologically, as I mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation, Barbour goes all in on Alfred North Whitehead's process thought. He sees this as an ontology that maintains realism, but also the subjective character of knowledge, the real role that we play in cognition, in learning. And so it's a critical realism that Barbour develops. He says that a theory is valid for a scientist if it is both true and useful. And again, throughout his works, maybe every book, every article, he is developing this critical realism and always pointing out that this is not a naive realism in the face of critics. There are some weaknesses in Barbour's critical realism. In my study, I think there's an attempt to elevate potency over act. He does posit that being precedes subjective knowledge, but as process, as a fluid event, not as actuality. And this has implications in theology, for example, in terms of the theology of God, that even for God, knowing is just a momentary actualization of what is first only potentially true, and that in this conception of being as process, nothing can ever be fully known. We cannot grasp the actual whole, what a Thomist would call the form, the essence of something. So there is, even though he's critical of Kantian idealism, I would say there is a bit of a Kantian element in his epistemology. And a point of contact between Barbour and Jaki is Barbour's appreciation for neo-Thomism. He doesn't commit to Thomism for his own philosophy in the science and religion field, but he's read a number of Thomists, he understands the claims, and he appreciates them. So this is a significant point of contact. But as mentioned, he ultimately goes all in with Whitehead's process philosophy, which he summarizes very elegantly. Whitehead can be difficult to penetrate. Process and Reality is a difficult philosophical book. But Barbour distills down four major aspects of process philosophy: the primacy of time, the interconnection of events, reality as process, and the self-creation of every entity. The important thing, if you're not familiar with process thought, is the emphasis on becoming rather than being. Instead of seeing natures or substances, looking at moments of experience, actual occasions, events, these are the fundamental ontological categories. And Barbour, again, he understands Whitehead very well. He simplifies it and applies his notion of causality to this burgeoning science and religion field. He avers that every unique event in the universe is to be understood as a present response to past entities in terms of potentialities grasped. But again, there are weaknesses here. This process ontology does not account for esse simplex, the simple to be, the act of existing, which involves total stability in God. So the process thought can suggest a problematic elevation of activity over substance. And Jaki is very critical of this, not so much engaging Barbour, but engaging Whitehead himself in his work, Process and Reality. So let's wrap things up with some evaluation and conclusion. So many parallels between these two extraordinary men. They're both born in foreign lands. They come to the US. They make America their home. Devout Christians, serious experimental physicists, and then dedicated, profoundly dedicated to this new science and religion field. Dedicated to philosophical realism and appreciating the importance of a comprehensive metaphysics, a comprehensive ontology and understanding of causality that can support science and religion. But shocking at least to me, I'll speak for myself, Barbour's work has no discernible impact on Jaki's scholarship. Research to date indicates that Jaki only engages aspects of Barbour's corpus in his book on the Gifford Lectures. And Jaki is very critical. Just briefly, he says fault lines are everywhere in the lectures given by Barbour. He's also critical of Barbour's second Gifford lecture, Ethics in an Age of Technology. In Jaki's critique, he begins saying, who speaks to who? The question is particularly applicable to Barbour's second series of lectures dealing with ethical problems in an age of science. This is very typical of Father Jaki's style. Many people have commented on that and how sadly that may have limited his contribution or maybe taken a little bit away from it. Monsignor Liddy, professor of Catholic Studies at Seton Hall, Dr. Barr, founding president of the Society of Catholic Scientists, and others have pointed out, given Jaki's style, perhaps personality, he was not ecumenical. He was not maybe oriented toward dialogue, and this perhaps closed him off from engaging with Iain Barbour. Even at his memorial mass here at Seton Hall, Monsignor Guarino made reference to Jaki's holy irascibility, an irascibility we believe in service to the truth. Barbour, on the other hand, again, shared Jaki's appreciation of history and philosophy. Barbour was very ecumenical and eclectic in the best sense. He's reading everyone he can get his hands on and trying to mine the gold, spoils of Egypt, find the good and take that out. And I found that with the help of others, including our Antonio Colombo, Barbour was aware of Jaki. He cites Jaki in the book Religion in an Age of Science, and also in Religion and Science, Historical and Contemporary Issues, finally in the book When Science Meets Religion. Here, making reference to Jaki's important work on the impact of the theology of creation from nothing and how that spurred the emergence of science in the medieval period. And so to conclude, I just want to say I've personally benefited tremendously from reading the works of Father Jaki and Iain Barbour. I consider them two great Christian intellectuals. And I try to share them with my students. Some of my students are here today. I'm grateful for your presence. I think both Jaki and Barbour have so much to teach us, and perhaps those of us involved in this conference can make some modest contribution to continuing their extraordinary legacy. I want to thank Antonio Colombo, Father Costa, my cousin Dr. Laracy, Monsignor Guarino, Father Buonopane, and Dr. Tresakos for their contributions. Next up, we will have Collin Doyle. Thank you. I'm pleased to welcome two students, two extraordinary undergraduates, Collin Doyle and Iain Morton. Collin is an undergraduate studying physics. Iain is a double major in math and physics. They've been involved in research, I think, since their freshman years, especially through the NASA New Jersey Space Grant Consortium. And they will be presenting their work on mathematical realism as it conforms and contradicts Jaki and Plato. Thank you, Collin and Iain.
Hello, my name is Collin Doyle. So like any good philosophical disagreement, there's dogma involved with mathematical realism, and it all starts with how we define our terms. And in terms of mathematical realism, we deal with things such as discovery and invention for the most part. And these two terms will have a huge role in the discussion today. So moving on to the next slide, we have an introduction. As I mentioned, discovery and invention are very important to the progress and productivity of this conversation. So there has to be a distinction present between these terms, and it's logically applied to numerous truths in the physical world. Things are commonly referred to as discovered or invented, very easily classified. However, when it comes to mathematical truths and mathematical objects like numbers, sets, it's harder to place a classification on those. And the idea that mathematical objects exist independent of the human mind is one of the main arguments of mathematical realism. This belief also holds that these objects are discovered or even harnessed by the human mind rather than being created by the human imagination. Arguments for mathematical realism include the objectivity of mathematics, the existence of strong foundational rules, as well as the understanding of arithmetic among non-human species, which is something that our understanding is growing of. And modern research is looking more into the existence of mathematics in the mind of species other than humans, which may lend itself to the idea that it's not as anthropocentric as we think. And there are arguments for mathematical realism from both religious as well as atheistic and agnostic standpoints. So defining terms is very important. The debate surrounding mathematical realism is described as dogmatic. John Burgess points out in the Philosophical Review that those on opposing sides of the argument often appear to be speaking past each other. And this is due to the tribalism, the kind of lack of agreement on the very most basic things that leads to a lack of productivity in terms of progress on this front. And the role of religion, belief systems, and non-belief systems is not to be understated, because when it comes to defining the term invented, the existence of a God in the center of the universe kind of changes whether or not all creation may be deemed to be discovered or invented. So the role of God in this conversation is not to be understated. And therefore, this is why I titled this slide, "The Answer Lies in Creation." So while the debate and conversation surrounding mathematical realism may not be seen or may not obviously have a religious dimension to it on its front, it does, because it is essential to take into account that a theological standpoint or a religious standpoint, it impacts and influences your view on the existence and functionality of the universe. So while purely scientific discussions may focus on the teleological side of the universe with respect to the ways in which the universe acts, behaves, and changes, more religious viewpoints may center in on the origination of the universe instead. A focus on a higher power may also serve to set mathematics into a more complex context. The meaning of creation takes a different form when a God is believed to be at the center of the universe. In essence, the line between invention and discovery may be more blurred when taking into account Jaki's stance on the existence of God and God's creation, and the definition of the terms invented and discovered. Simone Weil's contribution to the understanding of God's place in the modern view on mathematical realism is valuable, and she was quoted as professing that this very mathematics is above all a kind of mystical poem composed by God himself. And so this would place mathematics on the same plane of existence as other things that are discovered. If it was created by God, it was not created by humans. The closeness of mathematics to the craftsman of the universe implies that it stood undiscovered long before humans happened upon it, and rather than being discovered, it was instead harnessed, which predisposes this quote to being in favor of mathematical realism. And an atheistic standpoint may utilize a philosophy more akin to metaphysical materialism, which defines the world in terms of the matter that makes it up. So rather than focusing on if we'll focus on basing someone's truth value on how provable it is in terms of physical processes and materialistic basis. So rather than having that predisposition towards mathematical realism, an atheistic standpoint may actually lend itself more towards the anti-realist standpoint. So the denial of existence of a higher power removes the blur between invention and discovery in a way that leaves mathematics squarely on the side of invention, therefore refuting the concept of mathematical realism. This may explain why certain figures such as Stanley Jaki were strong realists during their time, even though many disagreed with their standpoints. So although a religious viewpoint may deem all parts of the world to be invented, an atheistic perspective may actually confer more responsibility to humans in the ever-growing development of mathematics. Some may criticize this viewpoint as being anthropocentric and human-centric, but so the anti-realist would refute that by saying that mathematics is instead, rather than being an ever-growing collection of knowledge, it is actually kind of a collection of amendments made to rules that were set out by humans themselves. It is a game that humans invented, and therefore they wrote the rules according to the anti-realist. And this discussion has another crutch to it, which is that mathematics is hard to classify in terms of humanities or the hard sciences. It's not quite philosophy, it's not quite science. So this is a curse that hangs over the discussion, and it kind of deals with the question of whether or not mathematics and philosophy deal with the same kind of knowledge, whether you acquire knowledge in mathematics and philosophy in the same ways. UC Davis has a faculty staff member named Dr. Elaine Landry, who has attempted to prove that the shared structure between mathematical and physical theories. So her work centers in on proving that mathematical and physical theories have a shared basis in reality, which lends itself to the mathematical realism argument, mainly due to the fact that she likes to prove that when it comes to proving something's truth value, it does not matter what method you reach the truth through, it's whether or not it can be provable. And the commonality between practical scientific theories and mathematical theories is one of the mainstays of the mathematical realism argument. Stanley Jaki intertwined both disciplines of mathematics and philosophy in his work, and he was strong in his conviction that modern philosophy had been replaced, either in part or in whole, by the work of cutting-edge physicists. So those who advanced the general understanding of the natural world worked to create an upheaval in what was deemed known, which is similar in many regards to the work of Socrates, which is similar. So the spirit of the Socratic method remains within every physicist who asks questions of their surroundings. It is similar to the process of exposing fallacies in people's thoughts, and this is why the Socratic method is central to science in a way that Stanley Jaki was passionate and regarding the perception of the universe as a whole, Jaki's work is relevant to an overall understanding of how his philosophies fit into the discussion concerning mathematical realism. An essential question usually sprouts up in Jaki's writings, which asks, why is the universe what it is and not something else? It is evident in this question that the basis for the universe being real is the fact that it works a certain way. It has rules that seem to be unbreakable within the bounds of reality. So when this definition is used to prove whether something is has a firm basis within reality, the existence of rules and foundational functions. It's clear that mathematical realism is supported very strongly by Stanley Jaki's work. And there are many clear violations to the ways in which the universe functions, and there are many clear violations to the ways that mathematics functions. There are clear foundational rules, and the existence of these rules and the universality of them is one of the mainstays of the mathematical realism argument. So the work of Plato in the realm of metaphysics influences much of the discussion surrounding mathematical realism, and it is Plato's reliance on the writing of Pythagoras that colors his view on the matter. He shared the view that we have a priori knowledge of objective, non-physical, abstract entities which are constant and unchanging. Plato's emphasis on the reality of immaterial concepts and knowledge is the basis for mathematical realism, as it implies that although knowledge is gained through the constant and unchanging rules of mathematics is separate from the tangible aspects of the physical world, they are no less real and inherent in the world. And so Plato deems the ability to perceive a specific phenomenon with the human senses as an unnecessary criterion for proving something's reality. So Plato's emphasis on the timeless nature of mathematics, as well as the way that mathematics may be deemed to be understood through human intellect rather than the senses, all contribute to the foundational arguments of mathematical realism. It is the universality of mathematics that further implies its stance within the bounds of reality, rather than the imperfect furnace that is the human mind. So the lack of subjectivity in mathematics is often cited as a reason for belief in mathematical realism. The lack of subjectivity kind of proves that, much like the other hard sciences, there is replicability in math, there is solid truth, and there is solid falsity. We'll move on to the indispensability argument now.
Thank you, everyone. Hello, my name is Iain, and I was able to try to determine some research on a given orientation in alliance for the defense of mathematical realism through something known as the indispensability argument, proposed by two philosophers of both the 19th and 20th century, Quinn Putnam. The theory itself was formalized in the 1970s through Paul Benacerraf. I hope I'm not butchering that name. But we also want to relate this to Father Stanley Jaki, especially when he is relating it to the Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Father Jaki was, throughout his works, quite interested in the relation of Gödel's incompleteness theorem and the ability of a physicist to way I would describe, not gaze into the eyes of God. What do I mean by this? Well, Gödel, to anyone who is quite familiar with Gödel's incompleteness theorem, we have to provide a distinction between proof and consistency within an axiomatic system of mathematics. This, of course, can lead to almost Father Jaki stance of using the Gödel's incompleteness theorem in relation to the indispensability argument to argue for that we, in a way, could relate to mathematical Platonism itself. So first we need to begin what the indispensability argument is. We all know, you do not have to be a scientist to understand that mathematics is quite, no pun intended, integral to the study of the natural sciences. Mathematics has built up our relation to physics, chemistry, and even itself to biology. Obviously, mathematics and the necessity to develop mathematics has often been conjoined with the necessity to study physics. Newton's laws of motion, we all know, were derived from theorems in calculus. They were meant to complement the theorems in calculus for the study of planetary and basic motion, as well as a formulation of linear algebra and functional analysis for quantum mechanical studies, heavily due down to, thank you to the formulation of Paul Dirac. In other words, we have to acknowledge mathematics as indispensable to our understanding of the scientific and empirical data that supports our understanding of reality. So the Quinn-Putnam indispensability argument, which was, as I said, formalized in the 1970s, begins with two propositions and a conclusion. Any logic student will understand the basic outlining of the argument. Proposition 1, we have to give ontological commitment to all objects and entities responsible for our understanding of empirical sciences. I will get to the notion of ontological commitment in just 1 minute. Please entertain me for the time being. Proposition 2, mathematical entities put in quotes, is indispensable to scientific theorems, or are indispensable to scientific theorems. That is, as we explained before, you cannot have certain scientific theorems without formulations of mathematics. Finally, to conclude, we must hence have an ontological commitment to these given mathematical entities. I put a star notation here. I do not believe it showed up at the bottom of the screen. That is my apologies. If you want to have more understanding of mathematical entities, how are they described, we encourage you to please visit the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, where they thoroughly discuss the mannerisms of this. But we have to discuss about ontological commitment. Its connotation we've noted as a necessary commitment to a provided variable in which each proposition theory that allows that theory to persist. Quinn himself declared, a theory is committed to those and only those entities to which the bound variables of the theory must be capable of referring in order that the affirmations made in the theory be true. What do we mean by this? Well, let's take a good example that's just outlined in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy is the statement, there exists an electron. And for anybody who is quite familiar with logic, this is, if we put it in predicate terms, we can put this in terms of an existential quantifier, backwards E and X, describing an electron. In other words, if we wish to describe a sentence in which we're relying on the electron to be present in that sentence, not literally present, but for us to discuss the necessity of that electron, we have to give an ontological commitment to electrons' existence as a general. We hence are committing ourselves to the variables at which electrons must exist for us to discuss that theory. So that is what we are briefly interpreting as an ontological commitment to theories. If we were to have an ontological commitment to any object and entity of the empirical science, we have to have that same ontological commitment to the given mathematics that have indeed developed that theory itself. So, to refer back to my example regarding linear algebra techniques for quantum mechanics, I'm not sure how many of us have had a background in linear algebra and quantum mechanics, but you must have to have these systems in order to describe the uncertainty principle, as well as, for instance, using the Schwarz inequality to provide the basis, again, no pun intended, for the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. We have to have an ontological commitment for the mathematical theories that provide this. So how does this relate to Father Jaki? Well, oh dear. Yeah, okay. Father Jaki proposed a paper known as the Late Awakening, just give me 1 second, a Late Awakening Gödels in Physics, that Gödelian incompleteness theorem and the limitation of the axiomatic behavior of mathematics heavily influenced Father Jaki's philosophy in the physical sciences. Let's go back to the Gödel's incompleteness argument. Gödel's incompleteness argument was a very, very sledgehammer approach to the current propositions at the time that there was a grand unified theory for mathematical theorems. This was proposed in the Principia Mathematica by Whitehead and Bertrand Russell. These commitments to provide an explanation for how mathematics can itself be incomplete within the consistent realm of axiomatic behavior of mathematical theory was quite integral, again no pun intended, to Father Jaki. Father Jaki in this work declared, for insofar as Gödel's theorem states that no non-trivial system of arithmetic propositions can have its proof of consistency within itself, all systems of mathematics fall under this restriction. Then it follows that there could be no final physical theory which would be necessarily true in at least its mathematical part. What were we able to derive from this? Well, Collin and I took we thought about it long and hard. Mathematics throughout the centuries has had to become quite advanced in order to describe the advancement in physical theories. Planetary motion originally was confined by arithmetic procedures, and now we have to rely on heavily complicated calculus theorems to understand dynamical systems, which Father Laracy himself specializes in, to understand planetary motion. In other words, mathematics has to develop with the complexity of scientific notation. And Father Jaki, what we were able to conclude, took this meaning, and that because we are advancing into our systems and we're advancing farther and farther and farther along into mathematics and to explain more complex mannerisms of physical systems, we are going progressively more and more and more towards possibly encountering the Gödelian incompleteness theorem. The Gödelian incompleteness theorem, while seemingly confined to nearly first-order axiomatic systems, we can describe that eventually, as Father Jaki hypothesized, that we inevitably will hit a point. We inevitably will hit a point in the physical sciences where we are not quite able and are almost will be incapable of using any advanced mathematical techniques. In other words, Gödel's incompleteness theorem will kick in and will hence allow us to find an incompleteness in the physical sciences itself. In other words, distinguishing science from faith, science from God. So the more reliant we are on advanced mathematics, the more probable that we will encounter the Gödel's incompleteness theorem. How does this relate to the indispensability argument? We were able to find and conclude that Father Jaki likely approached the indispensability argument from a Gödelian, if we may be so bold, a Gödelian perspective. He encountered the indispensable, that mathematics, yes, is entirely indispensable to our notion of the physical universe, and we have to give ontological commitment to it, but nonetheless, we also must give an ontological commitment to Gödel's incompleteness theorem and the limitation we have to define and prove certain systems in the physical sciences, especially in the mathematical sciences, within the realms of logic in which we are working. Again, to point out the distinction. And one other thing before I hand it back off to Collin is important to note that Gödel himself was also a mathematical realist and did go to great lengths in many of his works to distinguish and the difference between a formal predicate axiomatic system to the notion of mathematical realism itself. And we encourage you to please investigate the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy to gather more. I am going to hand it back off to Collin, who will give us the final remarks. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to modern research and the validity of mathematical realism. So arithmetical ability is not unique to humans, and that is something that we're beginning to understand more and more as research develops. But this seems to hint at the assertion that mathematics is less human and more universal. It is not a unique aspect of the human experience that is accessible. It's accessible to other species, and it's a part of the world that is used in many different ways. In this way, mathematical realists may point to the understanding of mathematics among animals as evidence of its commonality. The views of the anti-realists may even be characterized by a tone of anthropocentric grandeur. To regard the human mind as uniquely gifted with what is regarded as a human invention in the form of mathematics seems to go against the science surrounding the understanding of arithmetic among other life forms. Of course, the mathematics that Iain speaks of, the complex mathematics, it's unique to humans, but of course, arithmetical ability is not unique to humans in the way that we used to think that it was. So where philosophy and mathematics converge, in essence, mathematics lies somewhere between the hard sciences and the humanities, and neither party is sure how to claim or define it. In a sense, mathematics is a field of study that lends itself to both the observable truths of science and the reasoning of philosophy, and yet defies both fields in terms of being completely pigeonholed. It is a view of some scholars, such as Dr. H.H. Benson, that one should correctly identify the mathematical method with dialectic, i.e. the method of philosophy, rather than with dianoetic. The difference between these terms lies in the distinction between thinking about the image of a form, which characterizes dianoetic, and thinking about the actual form itself. This statement can therefore be utilized to promote mathematical realism as a result of its choice to regard mathematics not as an image or a projection of the real world, but as an essential part of reality. So the debate currently stands in a very interesting spot. Mathematical realism is a concept that has grown over time. The debate surrounding whether it is fixed within reality is ongoing. It hinges on some of the most fundamental questions, especially with respect to the beginning of the universe and the ways in which humans differ from the rest of the animal kingdom. Voices such as those of Father Stanley Jaki further shape the understanding of mathematical realism, and its impact on the field of metaphysics, philosophy, and mathematics remains exceedingly relevant. Ongoing debate may be bolstered by a growing understanding of the relationship between mathematics and other non-human species, as well as the ways in which religion changes the meaning and context of various words used throughout the usual discourse surrounding mathematical realism. And here are some of our sources. And Thank you very much for your time today.
We have some questions. We can have the time for some questions if anyone has any. Sure.
So the understanding of having arithmetical ability is not unique to humans as we thought it once was. The understanding of science or mathematics among birds and other species as well has grown, and this kind of proves that mathematics is not unique to the human experience. It's not an invention of the human mind, and therefore this lends itself closely to the view of mathematical realism. It strengthens the view that mathematics is discovered. It's a natural truth of the universe. It exists in the same way that the planets and their orbits exist, and only our understanding of it has grown. So that is what that kind of the relevance of non-human species in that argument is that it kind of strengthens mathematical realism by placing it within the context of the larger world.
Thank you for that fantastic presentation. I'm very impressed with your research, which is really at the intersection of philosophy, mathematics, and physics. Really extraordinary, especially for undergraduates to enter into such a complex area. What surprised you most as you were carrying out this research and digging into the topic?
I guess how hotly contested it is. It's very hotly contested, mainly because of dogmatic thinking, the lack of agreement on the definition of certain terms. I think the role of religion is not to be understated in this conversation, and I think that may be why there's kind of a stalemate. But when certain terms are redefined, you can pose the anti-realist argument just as strong as you can with the realist argument. It all depends on where the field posts and the goal posts are set. And when it comes to the work of Stanley Jaki, he was a strong promoter of the mathematical realism idea, and it seems that with ongoing research and the modern understanding of how mathematics plays a role in not only our experience, but the experience of the entire universe, his work seems to be being proven.
I'm so sorry. Maybe you repeat that? I am so sorry.
So the paper by Werner, we mentioned that in class about the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics, and that perhaps as a support for realism.
Oh, thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's now my pleasure to welcome Dr. Stacy Trasancos, who will be speaking to us on the topic, God is Still There, an analysis of Heisenberg's reconciliation of quantum mechanics with Aristotelian hylomorphism. Dr. Trasancos is a faculty member in the Department of Catholic Studies. She has a Ph.D. in chemistry from Penn State, a master's in theology, and she's working on now a master's in philosophy. So another extraordinary interdisciplinary scholar. Thank you, Dr. Trasancos.
Thank you, Father Laracy. Thank you for, well, there goes my phone. Thank you for putting all this together. I'm going to scoot this back. Keep my timer here. I'm doing something a little different than I usually do when I give talks. Thank you. I'm going to read my paper. I usually just speak, but I have a lot of words to say, and I want to keep it within the time. So I have 4,250 words, and my average speaking rate is 170 words per minute. So that should get me in at 25 minutes. But I've already derailed it because I wasn't planning on telling you that. So sorry, just one more word. but I will stick to the script here. And that is a mouthful of title. I realize that. I've spent the last 10 years teaching Father Stanley Jaki's work to the next generation, something I'm very passionate about. But I thought, since I'm studying philosophy, finally, I would try to apply Jaki's method to further some things that he taught me. So that's the reason for the big title. Thomas Aquinas, you're familiar with him, turned Aristotle's admonition into a dictum, one Jaki repeated a lot. A small error in the beginning grows enormous at the end. Both Aristotle and Aquinas knew a misstep could derail the path of reason. Father Jaki turned the dictum around. He thought preoccupation with the system could distract someone. He reflected on this in his autobiography, that the steps in a philosophical system give life to it, because to be truly methodical, one must continually return to the first steps and then test them against new problems. So I'm trying to do that. He said that a true realist, a true objectivist, should never tire of taking an ever-fresh look at that primary step of his, to test it again and again against ever new problems. To do that, I shall apply Jaki's method to analyze German theoretical physicist Werner Heisenberg's reconciliation of quantum mechanics with Aristotle's hylomorphism. He did this in his 1959 book, Physics and Philosophy, The Revolution in Modern Science. Heisenberg was clear that he wanted to avoid invoking God, but his discomfort locked him into a metaphysically flattened view of nature, and I want to show you that. In Physics and Philosophy, Heisenberg went back to the ancient roots of atomic science, like Jaki says we should, to better interpret modern physics. And no one was more competent to do this, to judge the meaning of quantum mechanics, than the man who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1932 for creating quantum mechanics. Quantum theory, I don't think this gets emphasized enough, it did not arrive on the scene lightly. Quantum mechanics imposed itself in the experiments and the data. Heisenberg recalls a conversation with Niels Bohr at the 1926 Copenhagen meeting, where scientists met to interpret their results. It's a famous meeting. And he asked Bohr, can nature possibly be as absurd as it seems to us in these atomic experiments? Heisenberg is famous for the uncertainty principle named after him, which acknowledges the inherent imprecision in determining the position and the momentum simultaneously for very fast and very small particles. This did lead to great confusion about causality, and that was all due to the uncertainty principle. Heisenberg seemed certain that quantum mechanics points beyond physics and out of the materialistic and mechanistic view of nature associated with, at the time, Newtonian physics. Yet he did not look beyond material causes. He knew he needed to, but he wouldn't do it. I will specifically analyze then three aspects of his insights in that book: the difference in mechanical and ontological causality, energy as universal matter or prime matter, force as form, and then I will try to draw a more direct and complete line from Aristotle's philosophy of nature to quantum mechanics, which will then allow us, opening up, to continue on to Aquinas' theology of creation. This approach to integration is an enduring theme of Jaki's work. As he liked to say, each discipline needs to stand on its own legs, but it needs to work with the other disciplines to uphold the full truth and nothing less. So I'll start. Is quantum mechanics anti-causal? If you're familiar with Jaki's work, this is something he had a lot to say about. Okay. Heisenberg's discovery is termed quantum mechanics because it studies the motion of particles due to forces. That's what mechanics is. Quantum mechanics deals with mechanical causation But it differs from classical Newtonian mechanics in that it does not allow the motion of objects to be predicted precisely based on equations of measurable values like time, position, and distance. For the uncertainty principle, there is that margin of imprecision at the subatomic scale. The motion of particles is mathematically based on probabilities. In addition to limits to how precisely the position and velocity of particles, so we're down to very small particles, can be simultaneously determined. You can't measure position of something that's moving very fast. Like, it's not still. You can't. It's not like when you're driving down the road and you look at the speedometer and you're going 75 miles an hour. Even that is an average, technically speaking. But human observations depend on photons of light reaching our eyes, and photons themselves are discrete units of energy that are released in atoms by the motion of other subatomic particles. It's as if, and this is just kind of how I look at it, a blindfolded person was tasked with determining the position of billiard balls on a table, but could only do so by aiming other balls at them. You're trying to find out where they are. Measurement changes what is being measured. Just like when I told you how many words I was going to use, but I added more words to telling you because I told you. The mathematical constructs of quantum mechanics are therefore less deterministic than classical mechanics. This conception of matter changed not only the way reality is understood, but also the way we understand our place in our scientific engagement with the world. As you may have heard, Albert Einstein wrestled with this idea, which is the source of his famous assertion that God does not play dice. Jaki was critical of both Heisenberg's and the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics for mistaking, as some of you have already said today, operational uncertainties with ontological ones. It took me like months to figure out what he meant by that. By this, he meant that an inability to measure those little particles should not be confused with an inability to exist precisely. It is good physics, he said, to accept that interactions cannot be measured exactly at the subatomic level, but it's bad philosophy to then assume this operational insufficiency means that nature is actually lawless at its most fundamental levels. Mechanical causation refers to both series of events in daily life as well as the way scientists design their experiments in classical physics. If you have a forklift and it moves a block 10 meters to the left and upwards, we say that the forklift caused the so-defined motion. This is a relation between different states for the same object, before it's moved and after it's moved. This idea applies to systems of objects, whether in machinery or even in natural systems like erosion, rainfall, population growth, and evolution. If we know the initial state and a final state, then if we know the initial state, a final state can be predicted based on other experiences. Such predictions are the foundation of much of physical and biological sciences. However, these kind of causal predictions are not possible in quantum mechanics. But that does not mean that there is no causality whatsoever. Heisenberg's meaning for causality can be understood as the state function of a system that relates several variables at a point in time. So you have this package of variables that talk about a point in time. The time equation then relates a state at one point to the state of a physical system at a later point, all of which is determined with probabilities. There's no way then to predict mechanical causality at the individual level for subatomic particles, but ontological causality is still preserved. In Physics and Philosophy, Heisenberg's book, he addresses ontological causality in terms of stability. He's emphatic that the inescapable stability in nature compelled scientists toward a new radical theory. He recalls his conversations with his colleagues before the famous Copenhagen meeting in the early 1920s. Heisenberg met Bohr, who was 16 years older than him. This was the first time Heisenberg had ever met Bohr, and Bohr was about to be awarded the 1922 Nobel Prize in Physics for his work on the structure of the atom. and it was still a decade before Heisenberg would receive his Nobel Prize. They went for a walk in the mountains one afternoon at a conference in Germany. Heisenberg was troubled by the contradictions in Bohr's planetary model of the atom. That's what Bohr won the Nobel Prize for. He pictured an atom as a nucleus like the sun with electrons orbiting it like planets. On the one hand, Bohr's model could account for the observed emissions of photons and the absorption of energy, because there were energy levels in the orbits. It imagines electrons jumping between orbitals and releasing photons of matching quantified energies. On the other hand, this is what troubled Heisenberg, no cosmic planetary system following Newtonian laws of astronomy, classical mechanics, could do what atoms do and still live to talk about it and remain stable. If planetary systems collide, they are permanently damaged. If atoms collide, as they do throughout nature, and all the chemical reactions happening continuously around us, the atoms remain what they are. This stability is a pervasive feature of the elements on the periodic table. It's the reason we are able to construct such a periodic table of the elements at all. Bohr told Heisenberg on that walk, and I'll read some of his quote. This is Bohr telling confused Heisenberg. By stability, I mean the same substances always have the same properties, that the same crystals reoccur, the same chemical compounds, etc. In other words, even after a host of changes due to external influences, an iron atom will always remain an iron atom with exactly the same properties as before. This cannot be explained by the principles of classical mechanics. Certainly not if the atom resembles a planetary system. Nature clearly has a tendency to produce forms. I use the word forms, he said, in the most general sense. And nature has a tendency to recreate these forms even when they are disturbed or destroyed. And I'd like to thank a reviewer for that quote. I had not seen it until the reviewer pointed it out to me, and it changed a lot about what I was thinking here. It seems this profound insight was on Heisenberg's mind when he began the journey through the ancient Greek philosophy in Physics and Philosophy, his book. We can note here the deep conviction underlying quantum theory that mechanics, as indeterminate and uncertain as it may be, quantum mechanics, were discovered because the innate forms in nature compelled scientists to change their theories. This is not the operational mechanical causality of layman and classical physics, but an ontological cause inherent in the being of the atom. Is energy prime matter? This is a question Heisenberg asked. He traces the search for elementary particles back to ancient Greek philosophy. And he reviews, as you'll see in any physics or chemistry textbook, the materialism of Leucippus and Democritus and their contemporaries, a staple in the discussion about the history of physics and chemistry. These ancient philosophers attributed the source of all things to material causes, and therefore had ideas about primary substances as small, indivisible units of matter, atoms. Heisenberg does not think their materialism applies to modern physics for the reasons he thinks Newtonian mechanism doesn't apply, which I just covered. Quantum mechanics does not visualize nature as made up of little particles moving in ways that are mathematically modeled by Newtonian physics. But he hesitates here too in his book. He notes that Aristotle attributes Thales with the idea that water, the source of nourishment in life, is the underlying element of all things. In contrast to ancient thinkers who held that the ocean was a god, the parent of what comes into being, Heisenberg surmises that Thales correctly avoided invoking gods in favor of natural explanations. And rather out of context in this part of his book, where he is reviewing ancient Greek philosophers, Heisenberg inserts the fundamental philosophical ideas from the modern teaching of Friedrich Nietzsche regarding Thales' statement that water is the cause, material cause of all things. Here's what he says. This statement, strange as it looks to us, expresses, as Nietzsche has pointed out, three fundamental ideas of philosophy. First, the question as to material cause of all things. Second, the demand that this question be answered in conformity with reason, without resort to myths or mysticism. Third, the postulate that ultimately it must be possible to reduce everything to one principle. It seems to me this move locked Heisenberg's analysis into the very materialism he was trying to avoid. It's like he turned around. He sees no room for anything metaphysical because he seems to equate metaphysics with mysticism, the invocation of gods, and a dismissal of sound reason. In Heraclitus, Heisenberg found the most compatibility with modern physics. He thought that fire is the basic element, but more so thought that the underlying principle is change itself. Both the underlying principle and the basic element are immaterial, and Heisenberg puts the two together, change and this underlying element, and he calls it energy. Energy, he says, may be called the fundamental cause for all change in the world. Then he turns to Aristotle, after he says this about energy, to Aristotle's matter and form, also known as hylomorphism, from the Greek words for matter and form, hule and morphe. To briefly review Aristotle's hylomorphism, matter exists in relation to form such that what we perceive in nature is formed matter. For example, we don't think of a dog as two separately existing things, the matter of the dog and the abstract form of the dog, but the dog is one thing with form and matter united as an individual composite being. The composite is therefore both material and immaterial. Aristotle calls prime matter formless matter. All things that exist materially, however, are formed composites, so there's no real prime matter to discover in science because we study formed matter. Prime matter is not air, water, earth, fire, or any kind of element on the periodic table, but a kind of, as Heisenberg aptly puts it, indefinite corporeal substratum, prime matter. It doesn't exist in a way that we can experience because we live in a physical world where all matter has some form. Heisenberg thinks energy fits the same concept as an indefinite corporeal substratum because, as supercolliders have shown even back then, all the elementary particles can transmutate. He points out that Einstein's equation E equals mc squared shows the interchangeability of matter and energy, especially for particles coming into and out of existence. For Aristotle, prime matter is all potential, since it has no form and can potentially become whatever the form actualizes it into. Experiments have shown that particles can be produced from other particles or from energy, and Heisenberg takes this to be the complete mutability of matter. Recently in 2023, so philosophers and scientists are still working this out, philosopher David Otterberg tested the hypothesis that Aristotelian prime matter could be energy. His paper's titled, "Is Prime Matter Energy?" He concludes, why not? There are problems either way, but he finds the stronger argument in favor of energy as the discovery of prime matter, building on the consistencies noted by Heisenberg. Prime matter lacks any scale or dimension on its own, but receives any quality or quantifiable dimension when it is informed into the formed matter. It's pure potential. Energy, likewise, has no parts. No one points to a chunk of energy any more than an Aristotelian would point to a chunk of prime matter. Next question, is force the same as form? Heisenberg was intrigued by Aristotle's idea that unformed matter represents a potential, a possibility from which the essence, the nature of a thing, moves the matter from potency to actuality. When an observer becomes aware of the result of a measurement, Heisenberg said, the picture is no longer probable but known, what Heisenberg called the reduction of the wave packet. This collapse of probability is the actualization of the potential in Heisenberg's view. He explains that during the Renaissance, The new mechanical approach to natural science that followed Descartes and Newton separated matter from form the same way it separated matter from the mind. Echoing the caution he takes from Thales and Nietzsche, he saw this as a step, this dualism, a step in the right direction, because the separation excluded all tracing, I'm quoting him, excluded all tracing of corporeal phenomena back to spiritual forces, so that matter could be considered as a reality of its own, independent of the mind and supernatural powers. Matter, he says, lost its connection with the vegetative soul in Aristotelian natural philosophy. Nevertheless, Heisenberg concedes that, quoting him again, and I dissected this one page because I found the place where I think he went wrong. Nevertheless, Heisenberg concedes that it has always seemed difficult to deny the existence of some kind of soul in the animals. But he is only concerned with physics and does not further explore Aquinas' philosophy to understand that soul is referred to by Aquinas as the form of the body. Interestingly, this is the sole mention of Aquinas in the book as well. Nietzsche, Aquinas, in the middle of this ancient materialism study, where Nietzsche caused Heisenberg to depart from Aristotelian hylomorphism, Aquinas could have brought him back. This move, though, leaves him with no explanation for form. His solution is to make another exchange, that of force for form, and he calls the new matter-force the new dualism for natural science of the 19th century. Matter is that on which forces can act, or matter can produce forces. What he means, for example, is that bodies with mass have gravity, which attracts other bodies with mass. So their matter and forces are inextricably intertwined. He moves on to say that in the most recent development of modern physics, this distinction between matter and force is completely lost, since every field of force contains energy insofar constitutes matter. He refers here to experiments with elementary subatomic particles, demonstrating that every field of force has a specific particle. All particles have essentially the same properties, the subatomic particles, namely that mass and energy are convertible and conserved. In tracing these steps, I have shown how Heisenberg approaches Aristotelian hylomorphism, but turns away to avoid metaphysics, thinking it mystical. And then he provides an updated conception of matter and form as energy and force, except he says there's no distinction between the two. Heisenberg sees his updated matter-force conception as very close to Aristotle's matter and form, even though in Aristotelian natural philosophy, form means much more than substance. Heisenberg concludes that to eventually gain a complete understanding of all matter and energy would mean that the forms of matter in the sense of Aristotelian philosophy would appear as results, as solutions of a closed mathematical scheme representing the laws, natural laws for matter. For this reason, and not surprisingly, Heisenberg sees mathematics as the final proof for the unity of matter. But notice what Heisenberg has done away with here is the naturalness of Aristotle. His description of matter and force, or structure, is not Aristotelian hylomorphism. The idea of a sustaining form is tied to teleology as the final cause, the idea that natural things act toward their end in nature. In the same way Heisenberg wanted to avoid introducing God into his philosophy, scientists still today avoid teleology and final cause. This misstep is an error that has enormous consequences in the current philosophy of science. If mathematics were to be the final proof for the unity of matter, then all of nature could be modeled with equations, including plants, animals, and what I'm about to do next. That's an entrapment that is materialism, in spite of Heisenberg's intuition that atomic physics steered us past materialism. Aristotle's hylomorphism, just to move on quickly now from Heisenberg, In returning to the beginning, as Jaki recommends, and stepping through Heisenberg's reason, it is clear now how to avoid a flattened metaphysics and put the path back on track. In physics, Aristotle defines what he means by nature. He says, of things that are, some are made by nature and others through other causes, not put together by nature, and he's referring to man-made objects there. He says things put together by nature have in themselves a source of motion and growth, an innate impulse of change. For Aristotle, nature is the cause of motion and change in natural things. Living things have a nature, their body parts and inanimate materials and elements act by nature, but it's all coming from nature. Matter is the material cause, nature or the human is the efficient cause, form, as mentioned before, is the formal cause, the final cause is what the thing is to be, as beheld in the mind of the designer. The difference, of course, is that nature is the source of formal and final cause of what's natural, and man for what's artificial. A whole subject you could dive into. For Aristotle, though, to know something in the natural world is to know those four causes, so that's why he studies that. To truly take physics away from materialism, then, one must do as Aristotle did and continue beyond physics into metaphysics and an inquiry of causes, which requires considering not only material and efficient causes, but also the more ultimate, final, and formal causes. By the end of physics, as many of you well know, and I'm only just now learning, Aristotle logically deduces the unmoved first mover, which launches him into metaphysics and the consideration of being an ultimate cause. For holomorphic composites to exist as the potency of prime matter actualized by the form according to its nature, he deduces there must be a being who is pure act, unity, immaterial, and intelligent. Thus, natural philosophy opens up to natural theology, which leads us to Aquinas' theology of creation, just to tie it in here. Aristotle does not name the necessary being as the principle of teleology, since for him nature suffices for directing things to their end. Aquinas, having the benefit of divine revelation, built on Aristotle's arguments in his famous 5 ways for the proof of the existence of God, the proof from motion, causality, contingency of the world, the grades of perfection, and finality. Aquinas names God as the first mover and first efficient cause for the first 2 ways. He names God as the necessary being and all the other divine attributes in the 3rd and 4th ways. Aquinas follows Aristotle in the 5th way argument from finality in that there is inherent design in nature. But Aquinas departs from Aristotle here in the 2nd part of the 5th way. He concludes that God is the intelligent being, the creator, who directs all things to their end. In a neo-scholastic essay on Aquinas' 5th way, philosopher Edward Feser explains a subtle but critical distinction. Aristotle regards God as the cause of things, moving in such a way that they realize their ends, while Aquinas regards God as the cause of things having those ends in the first place. Everything is either the creator or creation. Heisenberg did not want to invoke spirituality, but a fully integrated view of reality needs this trilogy of science, philosophy, and theology properly restored. Understood in the fuller physical and metaphysical philosophy in the light of revelation, science can be then understood as the study of the handiwork of God. So the solution, it's enough to show that if quantum mechanics can be taken as evidence of ontological cause, like I covered at the beginning, inherent in the being of the atom and innate forms in nature, so strong it compelled scientists for this paradigm change to quantum physics. And if prime matter is energy, or if something more fundamental is someday discovered that instead turns out to be prime matter, quantum mechanics still points to the need for an indefinite corporeal substratum for composites to exist. And if form is upheld as an immaterial cause that necessitates the existence of a being we call God, then we can draw a more complete hylomorphic line from Aristotle's philosophy of nature to quantum mechanics, and then we can go on to Aquinas' theology of creation. Why bother with all of this? Because it should all fit together. I want things to make sense when I look out at the world. That's why I'm studying philosophy and theology and science. Truth cannot contradict truth. We want to know more about the fundamental structure of matter. Whatever exists in nature is matter, form, composite. We're going to call it creation. We shouldn't be afraid to go beyond physics to God. I mean, that is simple for us in this room, but it's something we need to preach in the rest of scientific progress in the fields out there. This doesn't mean that metaphysics is impervious to new theories. Metaphysics also needs to learn from what physics discovers to better understand being and reality. And because science is the study of the handiwork of God. That's how we look out at the world as Catholics. At the very end, Heisenberg proposes in Philosophy and Physics. He says it's not a theological discourse. In a last surviving letter from Heisenberg to Einstein, written a few months before they were to meet in Brussels, they were arguing about God does not play dice, and Heisenberg wouldn't back off the causality he saw even in quantum mechanics. But he told Einstein, we can console ourselves that the dear Lord God would know the position of the particles, and thus he could let the causality principle continue to have validity. Perhaps Heisenberg was speaking poetically, but this statement from the founder of quantum mechanics indicates that he knew there is something more. Because God is still there. In returning to the first steps, like Jaki tells us to, we see that God is still there, as he was in the beginning, and is now and ever shall be, even in the uncertainty of quantum mechanics.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trasancos. Our next talk will be given by Dr. Samantha Mathias, Searching for Truth in Determinism, a call for compassion, mercy, and love. Dr. Mathias earns her Ph.D. from Rutgers University. She is assistant professor of psychology at Felician. Her research focuses on self-transcendent emotions, moral beauty, and academic flourishing. Her research is published in the journals Cerebral Cortex and Frontiers in Psychology. Much of her scholarship is inspired by her experience as a Salesian lay missionary in Bolivia and living in Catholic communities in Philadelphia. Welcome, Dr. Mathias.
Hello. I'll admit that a lot of this is also directly taken from my paper. You've likely heard recent news stories about the effects of childhood trauma, poverty, just pull this a little closer, poverty, bullying, and more on the developing child. With greater advances in neuroscience, the immense influence of environmental factors on human behavior is becoming ever more apparent. Some neuroscientists, such as Stanford professor Robert Sapolsky, take such evidence to negate free will. Our choices, Sapolsky asserts, are completely determined by our environment, neurobiology, and the interaction between the two. While we can't deny the immense effects of the environment and biology on human behavior, an argument using such evidence to deny free will may be flawed, contradicting Father Stanley Jaki's delineation of science and religion. Moreover, such evidence may support Catholic teachings on compassion, mercy, and love. Here's an outline of my talk. In part one, I'll share evidence of the influence of the environment and biology and the interaction of the two on human behavior. In part two, I'll share a critical analysis of determinism. And in part three, we'll take a look at whether we can find some measurable purpose in the neuroscientific evidence described in Part 1. In line with Sapolsky's argument, genes indeed directly impact human behavior. They do so, for example, by specifying the synthesis of neurotransmitters and hormones, as well as receptors or the proteins to which those neurotransmitters and hormones bind and thus exert their action. Genes also directly specify the enzymes involved in the action of the neurotransmitter or hormone. Some examples of these neurotransmitters and hormones are serotonin, involved in mood, anxiety, and aggression; oxytocin, involved in generosity, trust, and attachment; and dopamine, involved in motivation, pleasure, and learning. Overall, genetic polymorphisms lead to physiological differences that account for a great deal of variation in traits including anger, self-control, attachment, and addictive behavior. This is not to mention the interaction of genes and the environment. Studies show that depending on what allele or form of a gene someone has, they may react differently to their environment. For example, Ellie and colleagues showed that individuals with 2 short alleles of the 5-HTT-LPR gene were more susceptible to adversity versus those with the long allele. These individuals, but not those with the long alleles, had a higher risk for depression and suicidality if they had experienced adversity, shown on the graph as environmental risk. This difference is due to reduced expression of a molecule that transports serotonin out of the synapse, or the junction between 2 neurons, thereby terminating its action. Also fascinating are findings that not only does one's environment impact their brain and behavior, but it can also impact the next generation's brain and behavior. For example, when a mother rat provides offspring with substantial licking, grooming, and arched back nursing, her offspring have a higher expression of the glucocorticoid receptor gene, and thus higher levels of this receptor. This in turn increases the sensitivity of the negative feedback loop, shown here, for the stress response, resulting in a more regulated response to future stressors. Specifically, the abundance of glucocorticoid receptors signals to the hypothalamus to stop producing the stress hormone. These rats showed less fear in response to stressors throughout their lives. Importantly, this change in the levels of glucocorticoid receptors, a change in gene expression, was passed on to the next generation. Environmental influences on human behavior are also well established. Prenatal exposure to toxins such as air pollution, hormones such as the stress hormone, cortisol, and viruses all affect fetal development. For example, an individual has a higher likelihood of developing schizophrenia if their biological mother had influenza during the pregnancy. Infant, childhood, adolescent, and adult experiences, as well as one's current physiological state, whether we're hungry, tired, or we just experienced a negative social interaction, also affect one's neurobiology and behavior. The environment even directly induces physical alterations in brain matter that elicit, for example, personality changes, such as in the case of Phineas Gage. When a railroad spike speared through Phineas's prefrontal cortex, he underwent a personality change from responsible to impulsive and with poor emotion regulation, characteristics often perceived as lacking virtue or even sinful. Interestingly, adversity has been shown to have similar physiological effects. For example, children exposed to adversity have reduced activity in the prefrontal cortex, as well as reduced regulatory influence from the prefrontal cortex to subcortical regions involved in the emotional response. In addition to external influences, our choices also influence our behavior and brain function. For example, engaging in mindfulness practices in which one focuses on present sensations or a particular object reduces depression, anxiety, and addiction symptoms, improves attention, and increases feelings of compassion towards others. It also increases brain activity in prefrontal regions involved in cognitive control and self-regulation. And doing so over time results in lasting changes in brain organization. Such changes correspond to increased self-control and regulation. Along with the benefits of meditation, other practices elicit neural changes as well. I'm sorry these are not cited, but there's tons and tons of research on each of these. So expressing gratitude, disclosing emotions, exercising, choosing a nutrient-dense diet, appreciating beauty, taking deep breaths, and spending time in nature have all been shown to alter neural activity and subsequent behavior. Other studies in the subdiscipline of biofeedback demonstrate modulation of one's own physiological activity, including heart rate, breathing, and brain activity, with effects such as alleviation of depression symptoms and improved attention. For example, the subgenual cingulate cortex, shown here in red, is overactive typically in individuals with depression. So Hamilton and colleagues asked participants to upregulate their emotions when they saw this decreased cue. As you see here, neural activity in the subgenual cingulate cortex decreased as participants upregulated their emotions, effectively reducing depressive symptoms. Our choices affect not only our own brain activity, but that of others as well. For example, excuse me, acting as a secure base from which your child can explore the world increases the likelihood with which they will develop a secure attachment, which is linked to the ability to maintain healthy, stable relationships throughout their life. Sorry. Listening empathetically to someone is likely to foster feelings of being empathized with, which is linked to more positive and less negative emotions and recruitment of frontoparietal brain regions. Additionally, acting with virtue may provide others with experiences of moral beauty, shown to elicit elevation, an emotion in which one feels inspired to become a better person. The mechanisms of such influence provide further evidence of the physiological effects of the environment. Here you see the growth of dendrites, the part of the neuron that receives messages from other neurons, as the child develops from a neonate to 6 to 24 months. Such growth is directly dependent upon the environment. When a child is not exposed to, for example, language, he or she may never fully develop language capacity due to lack of environmental input, which prevented dendritic growth and fostered synaptic pruning, the loss of connections between neurons. Here you see an artist's portrayal of a neuron, for example, trying to connect with other neurons. Here you see the mechanisms underlying long-term potentiation, or the process by which the synapse between two neurons becomes strengthened. It is directly influenced by the environment and our own choices. Hypothetically, when we choose to have compassion towards a stranger, our stranger compassion synapses become stronger, with AMPA receptors, a type of glutamate receptor, actually moving to the membrane of the postsynaptic, or in this case, the compassion neuron. This would, again, hypothetically, make the compassion neuron more likely to fire in response to the next stranger. We have all this measurable evidence about the immense effects of the environment and biology on human behavior. In a few minutes, I'll talk about what we can learn from this evidence. But first, I'll discuss the concerns with concluding that there is no free will from such evidence. First, Father Jaki advocates for the relationship between science and religion, but he also warns that scientists should stay within the boundaries of science, refraining from extracting unmeasurable purpose and meaning from quantities. He writes, if scientists want to grasp the purpose of anything, they sin against the logic of science if they try to fathom purpose through science, unless they find a way to measure purpose. The question of free will is not something for science to handle. There are no quantitative units in which to measure free will. In his book Determined, Sapolsky admits that free will is not consistently nor operationally defined. It's defined, for example, sometimes as agency, decision-making, and sometimes as self-control. Self-control is influenced by the amount of stress one has experienced and is currently experiencing. Moreover, engaging in certain practices, such as meditation, as described previously, are shown to increase self-control. If free will was synonymous with self-control, then individuals would differ on the degree to which they had free will, and certain life factors and practices would impact the amount of free will each person has. Overall, Sapolsky doesn't equate free will with self-control. In fact, he doesn't argue against self-control, emotion regulation, decision-making, agency, or altering one's own physiology, all processes that are behaviorally and neuroscientifically measurable. Sapolsky even admits that one's beliefs, as well as knowledge, or what he calls new data points, alter one's brain activity and subsequent choices. So how does Sapolsky define free will? He writes that free will would be demonstrated by a neuron whose generation of a behavior is independent of the sum of its biological past. In other words, any degree of influence of the environment or genetics, for Sapolsky, negates free will. So free will, he seems to believe, is the lack of influence of the environment and genetics on neural activity and thus behavior. Let's zone in on Sapolsky's conclusion about free will in light of Father Jaki's assertions. Father Jaki clarified that we can draw scientific conclusions about what is known, but not about what is not known. The concern here is that while behavioral and neuroscientific methods can be used to measure the influence of genetics, epigenetics, prenatal environment, childhood, and more on neural activity, we cannot currently measure independent, uninfluenced neural activity. Not only is this independent neural activity unmeasurable, but it's also unknown, and thus we cannot draw conclusions about it. In Jaki's perspective, we cannot draw conclusions about free will from deterministic neuroscientific evidence, but we may be able to draw conclusions about measurable purpose. Inarguably, one's neurobiology and behavior physically alter their brain circuitry, directly impact their thoughts, decisions, and even the degree to which they exert self-control. Dendritic growth, synaptic pruning, and long-term potentiation are some mechanisms of such influence. What is the purpose of all of this? First, such evidence demonstrates that immense suffering can be consequential to factors beyond one's control, including one's own neurobiology, as well as prenatal and postnatal environment. As such, we can understand others' suffering even when they commit egregious acts, with some forms of suffering even increasing the likelihood with which someone will engage in antisocial and criminal behavior. This understanding may also evoke an emotional response, care and concern to others' suffering, in line with Paul's letter to the Ephesians, and be kind to one another, compassionate. When we alter the environment, for example, by listening empathetically to others or providing for their needs, we can alleviate their suffering. These actions impact others' brain activity and structure, and thus influence their choices. In doing so, we use our freedom to apply our intelligence towards alleviating suffering. Moreover, evidence points to another purpose: mercy and forgiveness. We realize that self-control is vulnerable to one's past and current experiences. Genetics plays a role. Past adversity physiologically alters the prefrontal cortex and thus self-regulatory behavior. We all experience the conflict between the desire to do good and the self-control required to make those choices. This is in line with Paul's letter to the Romans. For I do not do the good I want, but I do the evil I do not want, due to the sin that dwells in me. This understanding of the inherent vulnerability of the human person calls for forgiveness and lack of judgment. Such is in line with the Lord's mercy. Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. It supports the words of Matthew, stop judging, remove the splinter from your brother's eye. Remove the beam from your eye first, then you will see clearly to remove the splinter from your brother's eye. Interestingly, even after we remove the beam from our own eye, we are not asked to judge, but rather to help our neighbor see clearly. Neuroscientific evidence suggests that we can do so, for example, by offering a listening ear, providing for needs, sharing knowledge, or what Sapolsky calls new data points, and more. And finally, evidence here points to the call to love, for we indeed constitute some of our neighbor's environment, and even gene expression in the case of epigenetics. We influence our neighbor's brain activity and thus behavior, affect, and cognition. Such evidence supports Pope Francis's assertion that our concern for the environment needs to be joined to a sincere love for our fellow human beings and an unwavering commitment to resolving the problems of society. When we do so, we're sure to elicit neurobiological changes amongst our fellow human beings, strengthening their cognitive control, providing new data points for moral decision-making or reasoning, from Father Laracy's talk where we see the connection between knowledge and reasoning, and buffering against the deleterious effects of stress on the brain. Overall, neuroscientific evidence, albeit used in deterministic arguments, strikingly supports the call we hear in Colossians. Put on heartfelt compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience, bearing with one another and forgiving one another. If one has a grievance against one another, as the Lord has forgiven you, you must also do. And over all these put on love, which is the bond of perfection. Neuroscientific evidence also points to our radical interconnectedness. It demonstrates that our choices affect changes in gene expression, which are passed on to children and grandchildren. Our choices affect the social environment and availability of resources for others, leading them to abundance or deprivation of stimuli, maybe food, money, healthcare, social support, or beauty, which satisfy basic needs. For example, when we keep our treasure for ourselves, we may be allowing alterations in brain activity amongst those deprived of basic necessities, thereby impacting their behavior. Yet when we act virtuously, we may elicit feelings of elevation in others, inspiring them to act morally. Here we find quantitative support for the Catechism. God wills the interdependence of creatures. No creature is self-sufficient. Creatures exist only in dependence on each other, to complete each other and in service of each other. Overall, with such evidence, we see that we are truly one body, with the parts of the body dependent upon each other. Father Jaki also asks whether science can give meaning to suffering. All in all, evidence here demonstrates that one's suffering can be heightened or alleviated by the actions of others. One's brain activity and developmental trajectory can be altered by the choices of another. With this, I propose that scientific evidence gives meaning to suffering by pointing to our call to love. Sapolsky, I think, may agree. Indeed, being is synonymous with the true, the good, and the beautiful, all of which are best summed up in the word love. In conclusion, in light of Father Stanley Jaki, we see that we cannot conclude that there is no free will from neuroscientific evidence. Free will is not clearly defined, nor can it be measured. We also cannot measure uninfluenced neural activity. And the extent of uninfluenced neural activity is not known, and thus we cannot draw conclusions about it. But Father Jaki also suggests that we can find measurable purpose in quantities. Here we demonstrate that we can find purpose in neuroscientific deterministic evidence. Such evidence supports our call to be compassionate, merciful, and to love others. These measurable quantities demonstrate our radical interconnectedness. We are one body. In fulfilling this call to be compassionate, merciful, and loving, we may find that we can help determine the health of the body of Christ. When we do so, we come to know God, who is love writ large, as Father Jaki writes. And with this, maybe we, together with determinists, may come to know the truth that will truly set us free. Thank you.
I feel like your paper shows very fruitfully that measurable quantitative analysis can, maybe not directly as if we could read meaning straight out of quantities, but can contribute to our understanding of meaning and of richer things that go beyond quantities. I just thought maybe you could talk about that a second.
Yeah, so I think Father Jaki, he does kind of warn against extracting too much purpose from scientific quantities. In this case, I did kind of think about that, and mercy, forgiveness, and love, those are things that scientifically we can actually measure. So obviously we can't, measure them directly, and we can't measure them with precision, but there are ways to measure them. So in that sense, these are concepts that are more measurable, at least, versus the concept of free will, which at this point we just don't have an operational definition, so we just can't measure it at all. It's a good point. Thank you. Right.
And now we'll have our last paper of the morning session. This is a co-authored piece entitled The Papers of Stanley Jaki, an Introduction. The authors are Dr. Sara Podictera, Ph.D. from Columbia University and Assistant Dean for Special Collections at Seton Hall University Libraries. Her co-authors are Jacqueline Depp, Master of Informatics from Rutgers, Technical Services Archivist at Seton Hall, and Ryan Fino, MBA, who is the Technology Engineer for the library. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and thanks for putting this together and for such a great morning. I've learned a lot from all the papers already this morning. So I'll start by just with an overview of a bit of Father Jaki's biography, although this will be familiar to many of you, with particular reference to the materials that we have in the archives that reflect these parts of his life. So Father Stanley Jaki is remembered as a transformative thinker in the history of science. His writings explore the boundary between science and religion, portraying them as reinforcing each other rather than being at odds. Hired by Seton Hall University in 1965, he remained at the university for 40 years, helping to shape the religious and scientific understanding of multiple generations. Ultimately, his work led to him achieving the rank of Distinguished Professor of Physics, which I learned today is a greater role than that of full professor. He also served as a visiting professor and lecturer at universities around the globe, giving invited lectures including the Gifford Lectures at the University of Edinburgh, winning the Templeton Prize in 1987, and being appointed an honorary member of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences by Pope John Paul II in 2009. Even while building a global reputation, Jaki maintained close relationships with New Jersey intellectuals such as R.H. Dick, Eugene Wigner, and James I. McCord, highlights of which you'll see in my colleague's presentation in a few minutes. His papers provide a new window into the New Jersey-based circle of physicists that changed the course of the mid-20th century, their relationships with one another, and the institutions that sustain their work. Just an overview of the talk. First, I'll discuss at a very high level the collection, its contents, and then go into discussing our approach to processing it, some of the challenges posed by this collection in particular, and then my colleague, the Technical Services Archivist Jacqueline Deppy, will look at some of the highlights of the collection, including images of some of the key pieces in the collection. So we surveyed this collection at a high level in preparation both for processing it and for this presentation to share it with you all. It's just a high-level overview. There's certainly many surprises, but here's our impressions of it so far. So this collection was deposited in the Monsignor William Noe Field Archives and Special Collections Center in 2011, following Father Jaki's death in 2009. So far, the papers have unfortunately remained unprocessed and therefore have been unavailable to researchers. But this current project in the archive seeks to change that. This paper will introduce Jaki's collection, the process of organizing and preserving the contents, and some highlights of the collection that have been discovered so far. This collection consists primarily of Father Jaki's research notes, compiled from a wide range of sources from libraries around the world. It also includes his personal correspondence with his family in Hungary and his colleagues in the United States. Correspondence regarding his travels, talks, and publications provide the raw materials for perhaps an expanded biography. The correspondence with his brothers, both priests in the same Hungarian order as himself, may be of particular value, as the brothers discuss church matters in addition to family matters, providing insight into Hungarian Catholic life in that period. Draft manuscripts and proofs also comprise part of the collection. These demonstrate that Jaki was closely involved in the publication of his books, determining details like fonts and pagination, as well as the intellectual content. This collection represents a particularly rich repository of data on the religious philosopher Pierre Duhem, whose work was an inspiration for several books of Jaki's, and includes primarily reproductions that he used in his writing, but also some original pieces of Duhem's writings, which were likely purchased by Jaki, who accumulated an impressive scholarly collection during his lifetime, much of which he donated to Welsh Library. To make this collection available for scholars, the materials will be surveyed to create a list of the contents. In the course of the survey, the archivist will seek to discover the original order of the materials, that is, the way Jaki himself organized his papers. This organizational system in itself provides insight into the way Jaki's mind worked. Retaining original order is a core principle of archival practice. Following this principle, the Duhem materials likely will be kept separate from the general research materials, just as Jaki himself maintained them, reflecting his own approach. Happenstantial misplacements, however, will be rectified in order to enable efficient research. So if something was primarily in alphabetical order, but we find something in T and the B, we will fix that so that people can be sure to find what they're looking for. Materials will be described in terms of the individuals involved for correspondence and photographs, and by topic, where this information is unavailable, and date. Unless there is a compelling reason to decide on another organizational system, materials are generally organized chronologically. After the materials are surveyed and initially described, the archivist will decide on a collection-level arrangement that will enable researchers to quickly grasp the scope and nature of the collection. For the personal papers of researchers such as Jaki, materials are typically organized by type. Groupings or series are created of like materials. Correspondence will likely constitute one such grouping, research materials another, and manuscripts a third. Creating such an arrangement is a key part of the activity of processing a collection, and as much as an art as it is a science, reflecting the archivist's experience and knowledge of the research process, as well as their sensitivity to the uniqueness of the individual collection that they are working with. This process is enriched by collaboration, so the processing archivist will seek the advice of peers and supervisors when making such a consequential, fundamental decision. After an arrangement is decided upon, the materials must be physically rearranged, and this is where we also rehouse the materials in archival enclosures to protect them for generations to come. Materials are removed from the acidic paper and deteriorating plastic binders in which they are typically stored during their active life and placed into chemically neutral archival folders, like this one that I borrowed, so that it will slow down the acidification of the paper and preserve it for future generations. Photographs, which represent a unique danger due to the chemical compounds present, also have a fragility of their own due to the vulnerability to damage from handling, will be placed in polypropylene transparent sleeves. These sleeves will protect surrounding paper from the chemicals in the photo and also protect the photo itself, allowing it to be seen and handled without removing it from its sleeve. In the case of reproductions of materials published elsewhere, the archivist will create a complete list of citations of all the articles and book chapters present. That way, the extensive catalog of Jaki's research interests will be available for researchers to discover without needing to keep boxes of photocopied materials that are widely available in libraries. One of the biggest challenges to processing this collection fully will be preserving and describing the digital files from Dr. Jaki's 2 laptop computers that are found in this collection. Despite the common misperception that digital files are more reliable than paper documents, in fact, they are more fragile. This is because older files, particularly those created before the widespread availability of cloud storage, are dependent on a particular software and hardware environment to be interpretable, whereas paper is immediately comprehensible without special equipment. The field of digital preservation has emerged to take on the challenge of ensuring that information produced in digital form today will be available to future generations. One step Seton Hall has taken is to implement the digital preservation system Preservica, which can accept files in a wide variety of formats, capture the technical metadata of the files down to how many pixels are in an image, and then create an access copy of the file in a modern format that can be opened, interpreted, and downloaded so that it can operate in modern systems. This both preserves and documents the original file format for historians who may need access to those details, while rendering the content so that the general public and researchers may still have access to the knowledge contained within. In the case of the Jaki computers, we do not want to risk changing any data about the files by attempting to operate the laptop themselves. For one thing, they are Dr. Jaki's personal computers that he needs to log on to access, and we, of course, don't have his password. Even if we were able to bypass security through Seton Hall's IT department, it would require logging in as an administrator, which would give us access to Dr. Jaki's files through a file structure. We would not be seeing the computer the way he saw it, gathering important details about how he organized his files. In addition, we would be risking changing important data by accessing it this way. Anytime a file is opened, the metadata on the file is changed, particularly the key data point of last modified, the date that the file was last touched. If we were to begin opening files to see what they contained, they would update to today's date, and the key information of what documents Dr. Jaki was working on and in what order would be irretrievably lost. To prevent losing this key information, we'll remove the hard drives from the laptop and connect them to the archive's digital preservation computer. This computer is particularly safe from information compromise because it has been set to never overwrite information automatically, unlike a normal computer, which regularly updates information. In addition, it has had the wireless card physically disconnected and the network adapters disabled, preventing any information transfer from sources outside the computer itself. We've installed a program on this machine called BitCurator. BitCurator is a tool that was developed by law enforcement to access the contents of computers without changing any details and while recording all information it finds. It can even find hidden and deleted files and surface records of which files were changed and deleted at which times. Now this program is used extensively within the digital preservation community to gather information to preserve human knowledge rather than to prosecute crimes. In order to preserve the knowledge of which files Dr. Jaki was working on at which times, we'll connect the hard drives to the bit curator machine and take what is known as a disk image. This is essentially an overview of the contents of the computer, listing which files are located, where, and the key information about the files. We have regularly done this procedure for unidentified legacy disks that we find in the archives, but you may have a few unidentified hard disks lying around your own offices. We have done this process to retrieve that information without potentially changing it so that we can capture anything that needs to be kept. One important advantage of this process is that we can take what's known as the checksum of each file. Checksum is a sum derived from the bits that comprise a file that is unique to the state of that file. So it'll be different if anything in the file is changed. So if a Word document is altered in any way, the checksum will be different after that. This is useful to have for files that you're going to move so that you can compare the file's checksum after the move to the checksum before the move to ensure that nothing in the moving process changed anything. All right. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague to talk about some highlights from the collection.
So as Sarah mentioned, before we wrap up, we want to share some highlights of the collection that were found when the processing plan was developed. With about 70 linear feet of material, there are some hidden gems that have been discovered in this collection. Some of the most intriguing parts of this collection are the boxes of correspondence containing both the letters Father Jaki composed and the ones he received back. Having both the initial letter and the response allows researchers to have a more complete picture of the conversations, and in some cases, the relationship Father Jaki had with his correspondents. However, there is a set of exceptions that lacks Father Jaki's initial letters. This set is some of the earliest that comes from his time as a doctoral student at Fordham University, where he studied under Victor Hess. The letters describe details of both their lives, from Father Jaki's laryngitis due to a tonsillectomy in 1953 to Hess's travels and the article they co-authored together, a study of the distribution of radon, thoron, and their decay products above and below ground. In one letter, Hess talks about Jaki's calculation during the study that was performed, asking, "Did you ever measure this outside deposit and compare the amount with the inside deposit?" Additionally, this folder of correspondence contains printed articles from Hess, which contain Jaki's annotations of underlines, brackets, exclamation points, and even question marks in the margins beside the text. It's clear that the two physicists maintained a lively intellectual connection that transcended their original relationship. Other correspondence that contains discussions with publishers, praise from admirers, planning for lecture tours across the globe, and requests from scholars who asked for copies of his works. Notable names which Father Jaki includes in his autobiography, A Mind's Matter, an intellectual autobiography, are Robert Oppenheimer, who he dined with on occasion at the Oppenheimer home in Princeton, New Jersey, Herbert Feigl, Austrian-American philosopher, Eugene Wigner, theoretical physicist and Nobel Prize winner, and John C. Eccles, Australian neurophysiologist, philosopher, and Nobel Prize winner, who was impressed by Father Jaki's work, Brain, Mind, and Computers. It's quite clear that Father Jaki sent letters to numerous people over the course of his life, with several responding back. These letters are primarily in English, however, there are those that are in French, Spanish, and German, which make it difficult to understand the nature and relationship Father Jaki had with those correspondents. Whether they discussed research, lectures, or visits. This is the case for the oldest correspondence that comes from this collection. It comes from around the mid-late 1940s into the 50s. And these letters are all written in Hungarian, with some that are known to have come from his oldest brother, Zeno, and his youngest brother, Theodos, and all of which have been kept separate from later letters. Besides the known letters from his brothers. Other materials that are of a personal nature contain slides showing Father Jaki's return to Grea, Hungary around 1964 and then again in 1989. These slides capture the members of his family in different places, such as one that looks to be taken from a trip the family took to a lakeside town. Among slides of Father Jaki's mother, sister, and brothers, there are ones that capture the grave of his sister, who died when she was only 15. But it's not just his correspondence that sheds light into this scholar's life, but also the copious and meticulously kept and detailed research notes he maintained as part of his process. Viewing the note-taking system, which doubled like a card catalog, will allow scholars to understand the texts he consulted and notes he recorded when writing manuscripts and lectures. Father Jaki even maintained files in preparation for his lectures. These files mainly contain letters about his scheduled lectures, clippings pertaining to the content he was lecturing about, and handwritten notes. Among his manuscript and lecture notes are drafts of his sermons, both given and those that never were. Father Jaki was a scholar of science and religion, studying past physicists and interacting with those of his own time. One such physicist was Pierre Duhem. Within Jaki's collection are correspondence to various libraries and museums to track down letters Duhem had written as research for his book on the French physicist. Amazingly, his collection even contains an original letter from Pierre Duhem dated the 21st of September 1913, as well as autographed publications which are attached to an inscription that is addressed to another French physicist, Émile Huguet. Much like researchers will be able to understand who Father Jaki was as a person and a scholar from his archival records, they will also be able to see him through the selection of books that came from his library. Many of these books match up with Father Jaki's research interests and contain more annotations and declarations within the margins of the book where Jaki agreed or disagreed with a text. A vehement no was found within the margins of infallibility in the Church, an Anglican Catholic dialogue, specifically in Chapter 4, Infallibility, What Newman Taught in Manning's Church by C.S.D, in connection to the following statement. After these quotations, it is not surprising to find that Newman always thought that the definition of papal infallibility was a mistake, just as he always thought the way in which it was passed was a scandal. The no was found right next to mistake, which has been underlined, as was the word definition. It's not just scholars interested in Jaki that will benefit from analyzing these materials. Scholars whose interests lie in the history of the book and how readers interacted with their books can gain insight into annotations and marginalia of an active and incisive mind. The Archives plans to undertake this processing project in the fall of 2024, and if all goes according to plan, the collection should be open to researchers and scholars by the end of 2025.
Thank you so very much for this wonderful presentation. Do we have any questions? This is fascinating, actually. It's the first time that I'm hearing about this collection, and this is a to be continued. I really want to talk to you, Sarah. And okay, so no questions? So there is a book sale there. There are Father Jaki's books and also other books. I saw Chesterton, for example. So have a look if you are interested on those books. And then we have Mass at 12. You saw Father Laracy, going there. We have a student, Gloria. You can see Gloria there. So there is a student that is going to accompany you to go to the chapel. And then after chapel, we are going to have lunch here. Okay? So go and stretch your legs, and I will be here to wait for you guys, okay?
Good afternoon, everyone. We're beginning now the afternoon session of the Jaki Conference. So it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Jeffrey Morrow, Professor of Theology in Immaculate Conception Seminary School of Theology. Dr. Morrow received his Ph.D. at the University of Dayton. He's the co-editor of the Verbum Domini book series from Catholic University Press, and an author of 10 books and many academic articles. We also welcome Dr. Biff Rocha, Ph.D. from the University of Dayton, who's an independent scholar, working primarily in the area of the history of catechesis and Catholicism in the U.S. He's a member of the American Academy of Catholic Theology, the American Catholic Historical Association, and the American Society of Church History. Their lecture will be 19th Century American Catholic Approaches to Darwinian Evolution.
Good afternoon. In 1859, Charles Darwin published The Origin of the Species, which marked a watershed event in the history of the study of nature. For many, it threw into question the traditional belief in Western cultures about God and humanity. The effects and influences of his books were monumentous. Descent of Man followed in 1871, which for many further challenged the notion of the divine creation of humanity. Darwin's theories went against earlier theological arguments for the divine designer, like those of Paley, against whose work his own method fashioned a naturalistic response. Ernest Mayr candidly explained natural selection, quote, permits the explanation of adaptation, the design of the natural theologian, by natural means. Just about every intellectual of the time had to engage with Darwin in some form or another, and that was no less true of Catholics. In the United States, Catholic intellectuals had to decide how to evaluate Darwin's works. Many Catholics sensed Darwin's account was a modern challenge to the church, and thus they took a variety of positions on his evolutionary theory. Some rejected it outright, and others embraced some form of evolution, and some aspects of Darwin's proposed primary evolution mechanism, natural selection, had tried to be adopted and adjust their understanding to the history of biology and theology in its light. Indeed, evolution was a topic which was near and dear to Father Jaki's own words here at Seton Hall University. His own works here at Seton Hall University. In this paper, we hope to examine two significant figures within the 19th century controversy, Father John Zahm and Father Januarius di Concilio. Zahm was a representative of Catholic intellectuals who were intent on incorporating the biological evolution, but at the same time, Zahm distanced himself from Darwin on quite a few points. Di Concilio was often viewed in the camp of the opponents of evolution, but could more accurately be read as cautious about the most recent, at that time, evolutionary approaches, rather than holding to a position of outright rejection. Zahm and Di Concilio's positions were much closer than has often been understood, although in the end, Zahm thought biological evolution of the species was far more probable, and Di Concilio found it highly improbable. In this paper, we'll hope to examine their work and discuss their approaches.
Historians often referred to the exchange between Americanist pre-scientist Father John Zahm of the Congregation of the Holy Cross and the magisterium of the Catholic Church as the Zahm Affair, which they saw as a symbol of late 19th and early 20th century Catholic struggles with modernity. Zahm especially embodied an attitude of societal progress, which was adhered to by some within the Catholic hierarchy in the U.S. But Catholics who opposed Zahm linked his advocacy of evolution and modern science to the uncritical acceptance of American values which they believed were promoted by certain liberal members of the clergy and hierarchy. Zahm may serve as an impressive example of the way some Catholic intellectuals sought to relate the Catholic faith to American culture of the 19th century. While the publication of Darwin's Origin of Species provoked an assortment of responses among U.S. Catholics, it seems that most clergy respondents opposed evolution in any form. Zahm was caught in the middle of the intellectual current, polarized by the question of the proper relationship Catholics ought to have toward the modern world. In 1896, Zahm published 3 important books pertaining to evolution and Catholicism: Scientific Theory and Catholic Doctrine, Science and the Church, and his much larger and better known Evolution and Dogma. Zahm had already established himself as a leading Catholic scientist with his prior publications, a number of which were translated into French, Italian, and Spanish, and based on which Pope Leo XIII had awarded Zam an honorary doctoral degree in 1895. Zam never became one of Darwin's ardent defenders, though he did adopt and modify some of Darwin's views. But he maintained a serious critique of Darwin's discussions of natural selection in particular, and of the other evolutionary theories. By the time he wrote Evolution and Dogma, he would be in the camp of theistic evolutionists who advocated for the probability of evolution, even as they parted in many respects from Darwin. In Evolution and Dogma, Zam sought to interpret the Church Fathers in such a way as to view them as in conformity with evolutionary thinking. Ultimately, Evolution and Dogma would end up causing controversy as it was investigated by the Sacred Congregation of the Index of Prohibited Books. Zam was not alone in his method. A similar approach was taken by St. George Jackson Mivart, who wrote On the Genesis of Species in 1871 and Contemporary Evolution in 1876. Mivart criticized Darwin's theory of natural selection while offering an evolutionary theory which claimed that the human soul was uniquely created by God. Peter Bowler labeled Mivart Darwin's most active scientific critic and one of his most persistent critics. Mivart was such a serious critic that Darwin added an entire chapter to the 6th edition of his Origins in response to him. Mivart set the direction for those scholars who would later claim to adhere to some sort of theistic evolution. And significantly, his books dealing with evolution were never censored, nor did they ever spark any controversy with the magisterium. Indeed, Mivart was perhaps the main inspiration for Zam. Zam could be said to have modified and expanded Mivart. Zam was just one of many American priest scientists who were responding to the modern ethos by doing work which sought to accommodate the Catholic faith to contemporary scientific theories. He was deeply committed to the scientific tradition. Scott Appleby maintained that Zam was one of the earliest American priest scientists who had a complete conversion to the general theory of evolution. Zam felt the need to help the church modernize and address the demands of the age. He thus came to be associated publicly more and more with what Pope Leo XIII censored as Americanism and what Pope St. Pius X would later condemn as modernism in his 1907 Pascendi Dominici Gregis. Between 1883 and 1890, Zam published 4 articles which he later incorporated into his book, Catholic Science and Catholic Scientists. In these early works, Zam did not present concrete examples of how any specific scientific discoveries and theories related to established Catholic doctrine. In the first 2 of these articles, he argued for a balanced relationship between the Catholic Church and the newly developing natural sciences. He presented an ensemble of Catholic scientists to highlight the many ways in which the Church had cultivated scientific investigations. In the following 2 articles, Zam argued that there was no contradiction between Catholic doctrine and true science. He maintained that true science followed the laws of induction in its pursuit of principles which attempted to bring together facts and theory. While observation of the facts should serve as a limitation for science, it was further guarded by principles which were supplemented by the truths of revelation. Any apparent contradictions between the Catholic faith and the discoveries of sciences were most likely due to an overstepping on the part of the natural science from making scientific claims to presenting philosophical and religious claims. The period between 1893 and 1896 was a time of productivity and rising popularity for Zam. He became increasingly convinced of the notion of biological evolution over a period of time. Prior to 1893, Zam denied that any form of biological evolution had occurred. His academic formation in science emphasized experimentation in the mode of Francis Bacon, which he saw at the time as a weak point in the arguments of proponents of evolution. It was only in 1883 that Zam began publicly to engage the debate over evolution and its relationship to Christianity. His initial staunch opposition to evolution seemed to have been heavily influenced by the attacks against evolution from the famous Catholic convert Orestes Brownson, who was a fierce critic of evolution, Darwin, and Mivart. Zam, however, remained more open to Mivart's work than did Brownson. And because of his understanding of the natural sciences and developments in science, as well as scientific observation and experimentation, Zam implicitly remained potentially more open to evolution than Brownson had. A change seemed to have taken place in Zam's thought by the summer of 1893, when he began lecturing on evolution. These lectures formed the core of his Bible, Science, and Faith, as well as what would become Evolution and Dogma. Zam's participation in the 1894 International Congress in Brussels, when he presented a paper on evolution, was an important experience for him in developing his thought. Despite his adherence to evolution in general, he never became an ardent adherent of natural selection, only granting it some minor role. But he was far from Darwin's notion of natural selection as the main mechanism of evolution. Zam wrote of the plural theories of evolutionary thought: Darwinian, Neo-Darwinian, Lamarckian, Neo-Lamarckian, etc. He made it clear, however, that he had problems with all of the then current proposed theories of evolution. Zam followed Mivart throughout much of Evolution and Dogma. Early on, Zam pointed out that theories of evolution predated Darwin. In his attempt to show how a theory of evolution could cohere with the Catholic faith, Zam articulated his own phrasing of the notion that truth cannot contradict truth. In order to alleviate the most common doubts, Zam frequently wrote about the relationship between science and the Catholic faith, asserting that there should be no contradiction between revealed truth and scientific truth. His reason for this claim was that with proper limitations, truth of one sphere could not contradict truth of another sphere. Zam wrote, quote, "The truths of faith and the truths of science belong to different categories indeed, but notwithstanding this fact, they can never come into conflict," end quote. Later in Evolution and Dogma, he explained, quote, "Science will never be able to contradict aught that God has revealed, for it is not possible that the divine works and the divine words should ever be in any relation to each other, but one of the most perfect harmony," end quote. In fact, Zam stressed that this was at the heart of his book. "My sole ardent desire has been to show that there is nothing in true science, nothing in any of the theories duly accredited by science and warranted by the facts of nature, nothing in evolution, when properly understood, which is contrary to Scripture or Catholic teaching." In the end, after examining various lines of evidence in favor of biological evolution, Zam thought some form of evolution was, in his words, in the highest degree probable, despite his dissatisfaction with any of the available theories at his time. It has become commonplace to pit theistic evolutionists against Darwin on theological grounds, but Zam did not fit into such a context. Zam's problems with Darwin were more than philosophical or theological and fit within the broader late 19th century dissatisfaction with Darwinian natural selection as evolution's main mechanism, which was then prevalent even among secular evolutionists. Bowler explained that Darwin's work was really, quote, "a catalyst that helped bring about the transition to an evolutionary viewpoint within an essentially non-Darwinian conceptual framework," end quote. Zam himself made a related point when he observed that, quote, "the publication of The Origin of Species was the signal for a revolution in science, such as the world had never before witnessed," end quote. One of Zam's major problems with the gradualism of Darwin's theory of natural selection, however, was a weak point Darwin himself had been particularly concerned with, namely the absence of transitional forms in the fossil record, and in particular in the fossils from the Cambrian period. Zam was keenly aware of the power of public opinion. He utilized newspaper outlets and attempted to keep the topic of evolution foremost in people's minds. John Slattery remarked that the wide reach and popular press coverage at Zam's Catholic summer school lectures in 1893 set off a domino effect on the rest of the decade. The principal technique Zam used for reconciling Catholic doctrine and evolution was, following the work of Mivart, his reinterpretation of God's use of secondary causes in creation using St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas. Zam was clear to distinguish St. Augustine's views and St. Thomas's from contemporary theistic evolution. He simply saw theirs as compatible with, and in some ways precursors to, modern theistic evolution. Zam claimed that the evolution of a species was compatible with creation by God, but one must view the process of evolution as a secondary cause set in place by God. Zam did not commit to the idea that humans likewise evolved. Instead, Zam defended the hypothesis, like Mivart's, that there was nothing contrary to viewing the human body as having evolved. He explained that on the one hand, no positive evidence has been adduced to support the simian origins of man, and there is little, if any, reason to believe that such evidence will be forthcoming. It's a direct quotation. At the same time, Zam mentioned that, quote, analogy and scientific consistency, we are told, require us to admit that man's bodily frame has been subject to the same law of evolution, if an evolution there has been, as has obtained for the inferior animals, end quote. His conclusion was that there was nothing contrary to the Catholic faith in a notion like Mivart's that humanity evolved from prior biological ancestors, or in Zam's words, in the, quote, derivative origin of Adam's body, end quote. Like Mivart, Zam was adamant that the human soul was specially created by God. Zam articulated a new theistic version of evolution in his book Evolution and Dogma, wherein he accommodated many aspects of different theories of evolution and shared much in common with Mivart. His book sparked controversy immediately. The Sacred Congregation for the Index of Prohibited Books censored Evolution and Dogma, but never published the censor formally, although they did notify Zam of their decision. After the controversy over Evolution and Dogma, however, Zam no longer published works dealing with evolution, thus effectively removing Zam's voice from the conversation which continued long after he passed.
Our final figure is Father Januarius di Concilio, originally from Naples, Italy, and was first and foremost a pastor rather than a professional scientist. After his ordination, he was sent to Newark, New Jersey, where he was incarnated in 1860. That same year, Bishop James Roosevelt Bailey, the first bishop of Newark, assigned Di Concilio to be the first pastor of St. Michael's Parish in Jersey City. Di Concilio's pastoral influence extended far beyond the parish of St. Michael, which he helped physically build with his own hands. Di Concilio attended the Third Plenary Council of Baltimore. Shavazio remarked that it was a Baltimore council that Di Concilio distinguished himself as a Catholic theologian and scholar, where he was appointed to the subcommittee that oversaw the creation of a new national catechism. Di Concilio was asked to compose the first draft. He worked frantically and composed the schemata in a mere 7 days. Only a handful of editorial changes were made on Di Concilio's draft when it was then published as the Baltimore Catechism. Di Concilio's pastoral and scholarly influence became widely recognized. In February of 1886, Pope Leo XIII named him a Monsignor. During his lifetime, Di Concilio authored several books and frequently wrote articles for the New York Freeman's Journal, among other publications. His intellectual contributions have largely been overlooked since he was far more known for his pastoral work. Di Concilio's seminary training occurred just prior to the Neo-Thomistic revival with Leo XIII's 1879 Aeterni Patris, but it was firmly within the Neapolitan Thomistic associated with Di Concilio's professor, Cajetan Sanseverino. This Thomism helped him from the intellectual background from Leo's work, where Thomism functioned as an aid in combating the intellectual challenges of modernity, and was, in O'Connell's words, part of the quiet revolution that had already begun in Italy. Reginald Garrigou-Lagrange identified Sanseverino as one of the leading Thomists behind Leo XIII's Thomistic revival, and Di Concilio also became one of the first professors of theology at Seton Hall and at Immaculate Conception Seminary, where he taught logic, metaphysics, and the same subjects which were his mentor Sanseverino's. Formed in this intellectual context, Di Concilio engaged in the 19th century evolutionary theories to help a more popular audience navigate what he saw as widespread confusion. De Concilio's writings on evolution served as an example of how he approached the new modern sciences in general. De Concilio wrote Harmony Between Science and Revelation in 1889. He later wrote a two-part response to Zahm's book in the March editions of the New York Freeman's Journal. De Concilio is familiar with and supportive of the new sciences in the 19th century and offered an alternative approach to outright rejection on one hand or immediate adoption on the other. He used his Catholic faith as a filter to screen out what could be useful and true from the work of the new scientists, which he thought would be helpful for future evaluations of scientific inquiry. Although no one mistake De Concilio for an Americanist, he held positions that would make the so-called conservatives feel uneasy, including his arguments for the likelihood of intelligent extraterrestrial life in outer space. One of the suggestions De Concilio made in Harmony Between Science and Revelation was to distinguish between the various forms of evolution, something we've already discussed. Zahm would emphasize that as well, and there were different evolutionary theories being offered by different scientists. Pope St. John Paul II distinguished this in his 1996 address to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences when he wrote, quote, "Rather than the theory of evolution, we should speak of several theories of evolution," end quote. To make the evolutionary debate accessible to his lay Catholic audience, De Concilio adopted a very original style. He wrote a fictional trilogue between a venerable old doctor, Dr. Armstrong, his niece Adele, and an aspiring young physician, George. De Concilio fills his book with direct quotations from primary texts, including religious and scientific works. His characters then are having tea in the library, and they would reach for a book from Spencer, Kepler, Darwin. They jump from Latin books to French journals, all the while translating into English for his audience. Although Harmony Between Science and Revelation was the type of book that your average reader could comfortably pick up, it was not simply a watered-down discussion. De Concilio examines evolution from a variety of different angles, including geology, embryology, paleontology, biology, as well as Catholic theology. De Concilio's method relies heavily upon primary sources. His argumentation displays a great familiarity with his contemporary evolutionists as well as other scientists, both ancient and modern. Knowing that the up-to-date scientific books were not accessible to everybody, De Concilio also informed his readers by using popular sources such as Encyclopedia Britannica. He first used scientific principles, acknowledged the authority, and then the logic to evaluate each claim. Then he brought up any additional support from history, religion, or theology. An analysis of De Concilio's newspaper article reveals he uses a very similar method of investigation. Like Zahm, De Concilio articulated his own version of the notion that truth cannot contradict truth. Through the character of George in Harmony Between Science and Revelation, George explains to Adele and the doctor, quote, "fully convinced that no conflict or opposition exists or can exist between the results of science and revelation," end quote. As De Concilio, through the doctor, explained, quote, "science and revelation are two distinct ways which God Almighty has adopted to teach and instruct man," end quote. De Concilio then had the doctor explain further that the new scientific discovery might appear to contradict the truth of faith, but this is only an appearance. Quote, "if the universe is really a manifestation of God in his creatures, and if religion really be a manifestation of God which he himself makes to man in a personal communion, how in the name of common sense can any real discovery of science be in conflict with the truth of religion?" De Concilio accepted the possibility of some form of evolution, emphasized embracing one form did not necessarily mean embracing all forms. Likewise, rejecting one or more than one did not require the rejection of all forms of evolution. In the voice of the doctor, De Concilio mentioned that the church has not condemned all forms of evolution. De Concilio seemed to have no problem with what would later be called microevolution, which allows for any amount of evolution development within the species. Like Zahm and Darwin himself, De Concilio interpreted the Cambrian fossil explosion as posing a problem for Darwin's gradualist approach, though De Concilio thought this was a broader problem for evolutionary theories beyond just Darwin's gradualism, whereas Zahm saw it only as a problem for natural selection. One of the main figures De Concilio engaged with was Mivart, whom De Concilio called an eminent Catholic scientist. In fact, De Concilio devotes 2 entire chapters to engaging Mivart's evolutionary theory. Unlike Zahm, however, for whom Mivart was inspirational, De Concilio did not think Mivart's views were an acceptable position. DiConcilio especially had a problem with the way Mivart used Augustine and Thomas Aquinas, and he proceeded to cite directly from their text in Latin with English translations in order to contest Mivart. In the end, DiConcilio came to the position that was much more speculative in the development of new species via a biological evolutionary process, much closer to that of Orestes Bronson's, whom he cited, and whom was an important inspiration for Zom's initial opposition to evolution. By March of 1896, DiConcilio responded to Zom's popular claims in Evolution and Dogma, published earlier that year, with a two-part article series from the New York Freeman's Journal. In the first part, DiConcilio examined Zom's theistic evolution from the standpoint of science. Beyond the scarcity of evidence for the claims Zom was making, DiConcilio argued for a lack of clarity in Zom's definition and in his use of sources. According to DiConcilio, one particular distinction that Zom did not clarify was his distinction between body and soul, which DiConcilio was happy to accept, but which he pointed out was not a foregone conclusion distinction in scientific literature, and thus he maintained that Zom should have been more careful in explaining and defending his definitions. DiConcilio's concern with Zom here were similar to those for which contemporary non-theistic scholars and scientists criticized theistic evolution like Mivart, namely for the inclusion of the supernatural in their evolutionary theories. His second article followed Zom's claims that Catholics may freely and in good faith adopt a theory of evolution. Although he had some concerns over Zom's arguments, DiConcilio recognized that there were multiple theories of evolution even in his day and advocated for the need to investigate the findings further. In conclusion, among the various receptions of evolutionary theory among Catholic intellectuals in the United States at the end of the 19th century, there were voices like Zom and DiConcilio who, although differing in their interpretations as they were circumspect in the discussions. Zom had moved from a position of suspicion regarding evolution to later deciding that some form of biological evolution was most probably how God created Earth's tremendous biodiversity. DiConcilio, on the other hand, urged for caution and continued study before embracing or rejecting any evolutionary theories completely. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take a question. We have a minute, and I'm the next presenter, so we can take a question if there's any questions. And I can, if you want to think about it, we can do it after the next one. Yes, please.
DiConcilio's microevolution, we can look at that towards like provable, like by human interference with surrounding environment, like animal husbandry and corn. So like we get small seeds, maize to the modern sweet corn, or from wolves to chihuahuas. So at least that point, that is microevolution considering the amount of time span it took, unless I misunderstood, and if so, I'm sorry.
I think you're right. He had no problem with microevolution.
Yeah, I caught the term, and I was listening when you spoke it.
Yes.
I've never heard it before, so that's why I wasn't sure. But
okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm up next, so you get to put up with me again.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna go if that's okay. All right, great. In his Gifford lectures, The Road of Science and the Ways of to God, Father Stanley Jaki writes, quote, "A perusal of Galileo's dialogue should make it clear, except to close-minded humans, that the creative science of Galileo was anchored in his belief in the full rationality of the universe as the product of the fully rational creator, whose finest product was the human mind, which shared in the rationality of the creator," end quote. Galileo and Father Jaki both consider the Catholic faith important, and both are interested in science and astronomy. What I hope to do in this paper is explore the intersection of Galileo's scientific work, which lies outside of my competence, with his more amateur but quite sophisticated theological work, namely his biblical hermeneutic, or proposed method of biblical interpretation. In order to do so, I focus on his famous 1615 letter to the Grand Duchess Christina, which we read here at Seton Hall University as part of a required sophomore core curriculum course, Christianity and Culture in Dialogue, and which is arguably Galileo's most important work pertaining to biblical exegesis. I begin with a brief discussion of the Galileo affair, after which I turn to a detailed look at Galileo's discussion of biblical hermeneutics in his letter. Whereas some scholars view Galileo as wholly breaking with traditional Catholic biblical interpretation, and others see him as firmly within that prior tradition, I think that Galileo is doing something new in his exegesis, but that this is unintentional. I argue that in his letter, Galileo attempts to ground Copernicanism in traditional Catholic biblical interpretation of the sort that flourished after the Council of Trent, but that he unintentionally changes it in such a way to include speculative sciences and not just demonstrative sciences. My main argument is that whereas scholars often see Galileo as eschewing recourse to the literal sense of Scripture, he employs a different language for the sorts of literalistic interpretations that do not accord with Copernicanism, which he treats as demonstrated science. Instead, he thinks Copernicanism fits the literal sense better, and that the readings of Scripture which appear to contradict Copernicanism are being misinterpreted literalistically. In 1999, Thomas Lessel published a little-known article entitled "The Galileo Legend as Scientific Folklore." Perhaps what remains most important about Lessel's article is his examination of 40 textbook accounts of the Galileo affair that get even the non-controversial aspects of the history wrong, from fabricated stories of Galileo's wallowing in prison to his imagined execution. What Lessel accomplishes is a persuasive account of the work the so-called Galileo legend does in modernity. Indeed, by and large, the entire Galileo affair has been deeply polarized. The story has been used time and again to demarcate the lines between rational scientific inquiry and irrational faith commitments. We would do well to remember the often forgotten fact that by the time of the official Inquisition's hearings in 1633, when he was vehemently suspected of heresy, Galileo was officially recognized as a member of the Catholic clergy. There were a variety, even though he was never a deacon, priest, or bishop. In the 17th century, there were a variety of minor clerical orders, and Pope Urban VIII bestowed on Galileo not one, but 2 canons, an ecclesiastical title that provided Galileo with an annual salary, but with no real responsibilities other than receiving a tonsure, the shaving of his head representing his new clerical state. The drama begins long before his 1633 trial. Galileo advances Copernicus's heliocentric theory, and it is in fact the controversy surrounding Galileo in the early part of the 1600s that bring Copernicus's work under suspicion. Copernicus's work survives 70 years without incident. But once the impassioned Galileo begins being denounced, the Inquisition examines Copernicus's book, which it censors in 1616, the year after Galileo's letter. The version the Inquisition allows published leaves Copernicus's heliocentrism, scientific findings, and mathematics untouched. It removes the language of certitude. All the concerned parties basically agree, as William Carroll points out, quote, that Copernican theory was fine and safe as hypothetical knowledge, end quote. Galileo's main opponents who denounce him to the Inquisition are his academic rivals, Aristotelian philosophers who are bothered by Galileo's Copernicanism. In response to this controversy, in which he has placed himself firmly in the middle, Galileo writes his letter to the Grand Duchess. In 1616, Cardinal Bellarmine meets with Galileo and urges caution, arguing that prudence dictates that Galileo refrain from treating Copernicanism as if it were a demonstrated truth, and instead think in terms of it as hypothetical. Years later, when his friend and patron, Cardinal Maffeo Barberini becomes Pope in 1623, taking the name Urban VIII, Galileo probably thinks he might get a better hearing, or more specifically, that Copernicanism might get a better hearing than it had in 1616. Galileo's publication of his dialogue concerning the two chief world systems, which includes his robust defense of Copernicanism, lands him before the Inquisition, since he had promised not to write about this again publicly. We should keep in mind the context of the recent Protestant Reformation. Mauro Pesci reminds us, quote, "It seems to me to be of extraordinary importance to note the fact that the Catholic Church confronted in the second decade of the 17th century the new science with the same hermeneutical tools that it had developed to face the Protestant Reformation, which exploded about a century earlier," end quote. A large portion of the problem is the question of scientific demonstration. Galileo, Bellarmine, and the other theologians of the Inquisition share an Aristotelian notion of science. As much as Galileo opposes Aristotelianism and Aristotelian philosophers, he shares the Aristotelian notion of what is demonstrated. Throughout his letter, he speaks about necessary demonstrations, demonstrative science, demonstrated truth, and that which is truly demonstrated. Such Aristotelian notions of demonstration amount to certain logical proofs, like calculating the third angle of a triangle when you already know the other two. In modern times, much of what we consider science is more experimental and is what Aristotelians understand as speculative science, and thus more hypothetical. It is worth bearing in mind that such a scientific demonstration of the sort Galileo seeks does not appear until the famous 1851 pendulum experiment of Léon Foucault. Bellarmine is open to the Copernican interpretation if it can be demonstrated in this way. It seems fundamentally that the theologians of the Inquisition see themselves as defending logic and reason, the understanding of which they derive primarily from Aristotle and St. Thomas Aquinas. In the end, Galileo never sees the inside of a prison, nor is there any evidence that he undergoes physical torture. He is found guilty of vehement suspicion of heresy, but not of formal heresy. The result is that he is placed under house arrest in his luxurious villa. It is especially in his letter to the Grand Duchess that Galileo lays out principles of interpretation for natural matters in the Bible. And it is there that we find his biblical hermeneutic. Galileo makes quite clear that he views the Bible as ultimately about salvation and not primarily about natural phenomena. In his hermeneutic, he relies upon the work of significant contemporaries like Benito Pereira, who are important sources for his theological interlocutors on the Inquisition. Most importantly, however, is his frequent use of and extensive quotations in Latin from the Church Fathers, especially St. Augustine. Some scholars argue that Galileo wants to silence Scripture so that it only speaks on matters pertaining to salvation and not on nature or the physical world at all. As Pesci writes, quote, "The Galilean thesis affirms that the Bible does not have a scientific purpose," end quote. The later Pesci admits, quote, "Galileo also keeps open the possibility of giving a concordist reading of some passages of the Bible to show how the latter could be reconciled with Copernicanism, perhaps better than with the Ptolemaic system," end quote. It should be clear, however, that Galileo allows the Bible to speak on scientific physical matters of nature, which his examples of exegesis from Joshua and the Psalms show. That seems to be the brunt of his argument there. An important but often overlooked hermeneutical starting point for Galileo is that there are no errors in the Bible. He writes in his letter, quote, "Scripture can never lie or err," end quote. He likewise explains, "It is most pious to say and most prudent to take for granted that Holy Scripture can never lie as long as its true meaning has been grasped," end quote. In this context, Galileo articulates his notion of accommodation, wherein Scripture adapts itself to the mind and comprehensive abilities of its common readers. he explicitly affirms that he feels, quote, reverence for these authorities, Scripture, sacred theologians, and councils, and hold them supreme, end quote. A large part of Galileo's argument about the truths of Scripture and nature cohering has to do with Galileo's use of the traditional medieval Catholic notion that God is the author both of the book of Scripture and the book of nature. In Galileo's words, quote, sacred Scripture and nature proceed equally from the divine word, end quote. Thus, Galileo likewise argues that the truths of Scripture cannot contradict the truths of nature, since in his words, quote, two truths cannot contradict one another, end quote. Some scholars argue that Galileo means something different than the traditional Catholic understanding of truth not being able to contradict truth, and that he was using this as a sort of Trojan horse to sneak in modern speculative science. This is not clear, at least not from his letter to Christina. But if this is the case, if Galileo is engaging in religious dissembling, then we might situate him within the Latin Averroist tradition. In this paper, I assume that Galileo is not a Latin Averroist, but this question merits further exploration, namely whether Galileo is aware of what he is doing. What is the degree to which the Latin Averroist tradition, in particular the notion of two truths, influences Galileo? Latin Averroism was quite prominent in the University of Padua, where Galileo taught, as well as Pisa, where he studied under prominent Latin Averroists. But more than his use of the language concerning two truths, which he affirms are not in conflict, Galileo's comments concerning the true meaning of Scripture as only available to the wise seems more in line with the Latin Averroist tradition. So the influence here of Latin Averroism is at least possible. There are several places where Galileo's 1615 letter represents a subtle change from what he writes earlier in 1613 in his letter to Castelli. In some instances, the phrasing is basically identical, but he changes a word or two. These subtle changes show Galileo allowing Scripture to speak more to natural matters than his prior language allows, as when he places Scripture in last place for examining nature in 1613. But in 1615, he simply cautions against starting from Scripture as the first place to learn about nature. He likewise changes the phrasing on the matter of the Bible's purpose. Before, in 1613, he writes that its sole purpose has to do with salvation, whereas in his letter to the Grand Duchess Christina, he changes the word to principally. These are subtle but significant changes. Carroll makes the important observation that, quote, there is something more in Galileo's arguments, more than the traditional affirmation that God is the author of the book of nature and the book of Scripture, and that the truths of nature and the truths of Scripture cannot really be in conflict. In the letter to the Grand Duchess, there was an additional argument, not well developed in his earlier letters on the subject, an argument which concerns the role of science in discovering the true sense of those scriptural texts which address scientific questions, end quote. Franco Motta likewise mentions that, quote, at this point, the hierarchy of the two truths through which the divine work is manifested, nature and Scripture, is inverted. If traditionally it was the latter that provided the clear image of earthly reality to which profane sciences necessarily had to conform, now only in the artificial space guaranteed by the scientific method is it possible to escape the conflict of interpretations that make the biblical dictation unreliable, end quote. Alfredo da Monte argues that this is what makes Galileo's interpretive method so unique. Quote, given this premise, Galileo goes on to found an original scriptural hermeneutic. When the Bible speaks of natural phenomena, it must be interpreted according to what experience and a rigorous scientific demonstration suggest, end quote. What Galileo argues, however, is not that different from what the theologians of the Inquisition, including Bellarmine, hold, except that they are disinclined to go against sensible observation for natural and physical phenomena and the tradition of interpreting nature, not just Scripture, without Aristotelian demonstration. Galileo appears to be trying to be consistent with the Council of Trent and with traditional Catholic exegesis. Thus, it does not appear that Galileo is consciously trying to do anything novel in biblical interpretation. Hence, his frequent citation of prominent Catholic exegetes, especially St. Augustine, but also St. Jerome and others. It is in the question of the senses of Scripture that I think most scholars seem to be misinterpreting Galileo. I think Carroll is correct to distinguish most of what Galileo describes in his letter as different from the traditional notion of the literal sense, sensus literalis in Latin. Most scholars seem to take all of the passages Galileo cites regarding how to read Scripture as equivalent to the literal sense. The literal sense, however, is a technical term in the history of biblical interpretation. As John Boyle explains, quote, "The scholastics are generally agreed upon what the literal sense of Scripture is, the thing signified by the words. In this, Scripture is like any other literary work. Words signify things. They may signify directly or through metaphor or any number of other literary figures or devices. All of this is a matter of the literal sense," end quote. Most of the time, what Galileo challenges is not the literal sense so much as misinterpreting the literal sense, at least as he understands it. That is, what Galileo challenges in this regard is what we might call an overly literalistic interpretation, which does not necessarily conform to the literal sense. A metaphor should be read metaphorically, according to the literal sense. I grant that Galileo could be clearer here by explicitly challenging such readings as misinterpretations according to the literal sense. But what is a literal sense in these instances is precisely what is under debate. English translations seem to obscure Galileo's subtle use of language by translating the rare times Galileo uses literal sense in Italian senso literale in the exact same way as the other phrases he employs to distinguish what he discusses from the literal sense. They all translate it as literal meaning. Misunderstanding Galileo's words on this point lead to misunderstanding his argument. So, for example, in his letter, Galileo demurs against reading the text simply according to the pure signification of the words. But in English, we find this translated as literal meaning of the words. That English translation is not a bad translation of the Italian per se, but I am being overly strict in my awkward translation to underscore the subtle differences in the phrases Galileo employs. Italian significato can certainly be translated as meaning, and it probably is better to do so than the awkward signification. But later when Galileo employs the word senso, which can also mean meaning, I believe he is using it in the technical sense of sense, as in the classic senses of Scripture. So I take puro significato to be different from Galileo's later use of senso literale, whereas too many English translators and even Italian scholars like Pesce see them as synonymous. Elsewhere in his letter, Galileo writes of the naked grammatical sound. He more than once references the naked signification of the words, the pure verbal sense, and later the pure signification. Galileo only uses the actual technical term literal sense near the end, where he believes the Copernican theory might accord with the literal sense, which English translations like Finocchiaro translate as literal meaning, the same as they translate all of the earlier phrases Galileo employs. Galileo affirms that such a Copernican reading was a, quote, sense all the more accommodated to the letter, end quote. In the end, this is not all that different from Bellarmine, at least as regards the literal sense. The key for Galileo is using science to interpret the parts of Scripture that pertain to the physical realm and to nature. This is where the questions really arise for the theologians of the Inquisition. Galileo seems to mean by science, scienza, an Aristotelian demonstration. If this is the case, then his biblical hermeneutic is not that different from traditional Catholic exegesis of his day. Consider Galileo's language. He uses both clear experience as well as necessary demonstrations and sensory experience. When Galileo challenges his critics, he writes, quote, "They want to extend, not to say abuse, Scripture's authority, so that even for purely natural conclusions, which are not de fide, one must totally abandon sense and demonstrative reasons in favor of any scriptural passage whose apparent words may contain different indications," end quote. He writes further that if his doctrine was demonstrated, it could not contradict the scriptures, perfectly understood, end quote. Galileo is concerned about what to do when we encounter problems in nature, what he calls natural problems. This is where he maintains, in light of the demand properly to interpret the Bible, that what occurs in nature, quote, "which is placed before our eyes by sensory experience or proved by necessary demonstrations, should not be called into question, let alone condemned, on account of scriptural passages whose words appear to have a different meaning," end quote. He thus concludes, quote, "After becoming certain of some natural conclusions, we should use these as very accommodating aids to the true exposition of the scriptures," end quote. Galileo states that his concern is for demonstrative science, and yet that is precisely what is under debate. Copernicanism is not among demonstrative sciences in the 17th century. The one thing that is clear is that Galileo's exegesis is an apologetic to defend Copernicanism to the magisterium. In concluding, I wish to point out an area that merits further investigation, namely the methodological significance of Galileo's argument for modern biblical interpretation. This is my first scholarly foray into Galileo's work. Much of my own scholarship deals with later 17th century biblical interpreters, especially the influential Isaac Laperere, Thomas Hobbes, Baruch Spinoza, and Father Richard Simon. Within this history of the development of modern biblical criticism, at least two of these figures may have been influenced by Galileo: Hobbes, who visits with Galileo, and Spinoza. Galileo's influence on Hobbes seems likely, but the specific influence is not clear, particularly in his biblical interpretation. Likewise, it is unclear how familiar Spinoza is with Galileo, since he never cites Galileo, nor are any of Galileo's works preserved in his library. And yet, some scholars argue that Galileo's influence is discernible in Spinoza. As I have argued elsewhere, Spinoza attempts to bring Francis Bacon's method of studying nature into modern biblical studies, whereas Galileo urges the interpretation of natural phenomena in Scripture to be done in light of scientific inquiry. Spinoza wants to create a method of interpretation of the Bible patterned on the methods of the natural sciences, like Bacon's method. Unlike Galileo, Spinoza is explicitly trying to develop a new biblical hermeneutic. It is worthwhile exploring further the relationship between Galileo and what comes later in the decades after him in the realm of biblical hermeneutics. As we have seen, scholars typically understand many of Galileo's statements in his letter as pertaining to the literal sense of Scripture, and thus his arguing against recourse to the literal sense, at least in some of these passages. My argument has been that instead, Galileo makes a distinction between the literal sense and overly literalistic interpretations. Galileo is not trying to be an innovative biblical interpreter. Instead, he attempts to defend Copernican theory with traditional Catholic biblical interpretive principles. What he does that is novel, however inadvertent it might be, is use the speculative sciences, which he treats as if they were demonstrative, as the lens through which to interpret natural and physical matters detailed in Scripture. Thank you. So I think we have a few minutes for questions on either of those papers. Please, Jordan.
Any thoughts about the shift from St. Thomas? So St. Thomas articulates conviction very frequently in his works that there can be no incompatibility between what we learn through reason, and Thomas also emphasizes that all of our knowledge comes through the senses. How do you see Galileo as in continuity, and what differences do you see from Thomas?
Sure thing, that's a great question. I think he's trying to be in continuity with Thomas. I think that's what he's trying to do is, and so I think he's actually, when he uses the term literal sense, I think he basically means it the way, when he actually uses the actual term, the way that Thomas is trying to use it. I think he's using these traditional sources, especially Augustine and Jerome, as a way of kind of not just placating the Inquisition, but saying that, this stuff, we don't have to be afraid of these sciences, we can use them. So I think he's trying to be in continuity. I don't think it's as discontinuous, except for the fact that he is talking about Copernicanism as if it were clearly, right, observable, even though we can't observe, the Earth moving, right, or the stationary aspect of the sun. But he's treating them as if they're demonstrative. That would be a difference, I think. Other questions? Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That was a great follow-up to a lecture we had last week by Dr. Kenneth Howell on Galileo's Science and Scripture. Thank you, Dr. Morrow. Our next talk will be on the research of Father Paul Haffner. Father Haffner greeted us from Rome virtually at the start of our day. His work will be presented by one of his doctoral students, Father Robert Nicoletti, who is working on his Ph.D. in philosophy at the Pontifical University of St. Thomas in Rome. Father Haffner is well known here at Seton Hall, having, I think, taught for 10 years online for Catholic Studies, a course on the popes and science. Father Haffner studied physics at Oxford University and earned his doctorate at the Gregorian, writing on Father Stanley Jaki. And so we're pleased that Father Nicoletti could come and join us from Rome to speak about Father Haffner's research, and I think maybe a little of his own research as well, if time permits. Thank you.
Title of Father Haffner's article: Has Stanley Jaki underestimated the Byzantine influence on the rise of science? An interesting and important question in the great scientific development over the past century concerns how it all came about in the first place. It is true that one discovery builds upon another. For example, the invention of computers is inconceivable without the prior discovery of electricity. Many scholars would say that the early moves in the development of modern science go all the way back to the Middle Ages. Father Stanley Jaki of the Benedictine order discovered this fundamental historical paradigm of the history of science, namely that the Middle Ages represent the very cradle of science. This is in sharp contrast to the backdrop of Enlightenment ideology and propaganda that the Middle Ages were devoid of technological progress, and more specifically, that in Eastern Roman Empire, superstition and mysticism ruled and was devoid of invention. Though this was true in some cases, superstition is still part of our world today, as in science and progress. In fact, science and progress were more than alive in the Middle Ages, and even before that, in the Eastern Roman Empire. In justifying his thesis that Christianity played a fundamental role, Jaki focused his attention on an Alexandrian philosopher, John Philoponus, the author of most fascinating reflections on the cosmos. Philoponus de Opificio Mundi, written about after his conversion to Christianity, deals in an elaborate manner with the biblical account of creation. Here he counted Theodore of Maspuestas view that the heavenly bodies were moved by angels, implying instead that they were given a certain kinetic force by God, as were other moving bodies. Philoponus agreed with Aristotle on much of his view of the physical world. Quote, "But wherever Aristotelian physics and cosmology seem to encroach on the Creator's prerogatives or on man's proper relation to his Creator, Philoponus instinctively parted ways with Aristotle." Unquote. Hence, Philoponus rejected the divinity of celestial matter and eternal motion as parts of a pantheistic world picture. Jaki regards Philoponus as a forerunner of Buridan and Oresme, and thence of Galileo and Newton, in their view of inertial motion. Philoponus stated in his commentary on Aristotle's physics that projectiles move through the air, quote, "not because the air keeps closing in behind them, but because they were imparted a certain quantity of motion," unquote. Philoponus is a clear example of one of whom Christian belief in God, the Creator, beneficially influenced his view of the scientific interpretation of the created world. The patristic period was very rich in its interpretation of the scriptural idea of creation. However, Jaki points out that later ages, quote, "under the impact of the Reformation, came heavily under the sway of biblical fundamentalism, a far cry from the way in which Augustine of Hippo, Gregory of Nyssa, Basil the Great, to mention only a few, interpreted the biblical notion of creation," unquote. Jaki also makes much of St. Athanasius, who proposed that the created world can only be understood through the God-given gift of reason, properly ordered. He who created the cosmos in logos, reason, himself, according to St. Athanasius of Alexandria, lived 296 to 373, the order of the cosmos is a motive of credibility for Christ and his church. Quote, "For if the movement of the universe is irrational, and the world rolled on its random, indeterminate fashion, one would be justified in disbelieving what we Christians say. But if the world is founded on reason, wisdom, and science, and is filled with orderly beauty, then it must owe its origin and order to none other than the Word of God," unquote. Jaki shows that with a remarkable novel analysis of Athanasius' anti-Arian writings, that the doctrine of a fully divine logos indeed implied that his creative work was the, quote, "the paragon of logic and order," unquote. The rationality of the cosmos is thus rooted in belief in the strict divinity of the logos. Therefore, having cited Philoponus and Athanasius, the Alexandrian philosopher and theologian, respectively, as important for the rise of science, it is perhaps surprising that Jaki doesn't value Byzantine science to a greater degree. In fact, he detailed the difference between East and West as follows, quote, "Byzantium largely skirted the issue by withdrawing its orthodoxy into a lofty supernaturalism steeped in Neoplatonism. In such a framework, there was no room either for science or for natural theology," unquote. D.C. Allison also, along with Rafi, holds that Christianity constituted a necessary basis for science and regards the absence of science from Eastern Christendom as implying that the basis was not sufficient. G.S. Hendry further elaborates on this fact, noting that, quote, "the cosmic dimension of theism has been more consistently kept in view in the theology of the Eastern Church than in the Western churches. However, such a cosmic dimension in Eastern theology was lacking in that rational consideration of the consequences of belief in God the Creator, which was far more developed in the West. there was no real equivalent in the East of the Western flowering of scholastic philosophy. In addition to the necessary condition of Christian theism for the rise of science, other related factors are required, such as an intellectual and cultural climate in which the consequences of Christian faith can take root over a period of time." Unquote. Recent research has shed new light on the importance of Byzantine science. Quote, "Taking into account the new data on the influence and reshaping of the multiple discourses of the Byzantine thought, mainly theological and philosophical, concerning the interaction of faith and secular knowledge during its long history, modern research has enabled correct reinterpretations, critical reassessments, and more realistic evaluations of the Byzantine worldview and its position in the history of thought in the Middle Ages. Forming the link between late antiquity and the new worldview of Christian revelation, Byzantium is no longer considered only the guardian and transmitter of the textual heritage of Hellenism. It is seen as an active filter, a denominator of dynamic feedback between East and West as well." Unquote. This new picture is now illustrated with a number of examples that offer an indication as to why the seemingly backward and stagnant era was the predecessor to the most advanced and forward-thinking society in history. First, I shall consider scientific theory. As we have seen above, Aristotle in his Physics had proposed that objects which weighed more fell faster and vice versa. This theory was finally discredited by Galileo. However, Galileo was not the first to question this theory. John Philoponus, a teacher, philosopher, and Christian theologian from Alexandria, thought Aristotle's theory was mistaken. In his commentary on Aristotle's Physics, he wrote, "This is a complete error, as we can see through observation better through any abstract proof. If you drop two bodies of vastly different weight from the same height, you will see that the difference in the time that it takes for them to fall is not at all proportional to their difference in weight. It is, in fact, a small difference." Later, the great John of Damascus, in his exposition of the Orthodox faith, explained in detail how an eclipse occurs despite the moon being much smaller than the sun. Simeon Seth, in the 11th century, in his Summary of Physics, gave a number of explanations for the Earth being a sphere. One such proof being that some stars in the north cannot be seen in the south, and vice versa. Were the Earth not spherical, all the stars would always be visible regardless of where you were. The Byzantines also excelled in chronometry. Portable sundials survived, such as the one from Aphrodisias in Asia Minor. It has the ability for the user to adjust the time to work in different latitudes, including Rome, Constantinople, and Bordeaux. Another portable sundial synchronized the time with the day of the week and the month and the phase of the moon, as well as latitude realignment. It was about 30 centimeters in diameter and 0.5 centimeters thick. One Byzantine astronomer who predicted eclipses together with their year, date, time of day or night, and its extent was Nikophoros Gregoras, who was at the same time a theologian and historian during the late Byzantine period in the Pelagian Renaissance. However, because of opposing the prevailing theology of the time, Gregoras was put under house arrest, where he worked on more astronomical theories, creating many books as well, including some histories of the Palaeologos imperial family. One of the things Gregoras is best known for was when he found an accurate way to calculate the date of Easter in 1324. in which he realized that the Julian calendar miscounted the length of the year by a small fraction of a day. Once he saw this mistake and fixed the calendar, he explained his findings to the Emperor Andronicus II, who saw that Gregorius was right, but decided to not push through with changing the calendar, for it might create a split in the Eastern churches, in which it later did with the Russian Church. The calendar system Gregorius discovered was not implemented until 1582, when Pope Gregory XIII implemented the new calendar system using the one of Gregorius, but only with a few changes. The calendar system is the Gregorian calendar, which we use today, which would have been called the Gregorian calendar if it weren't implemented by the Pope in 1582. A remarkable military invention was Greek fire by Telemachus of Heliopolis in the 7th century. Greek fire, which was a large flamethrower placed on ships, first used in protecting their capital, Constantinople, from an Arab siege. The liquid fire from the flamethrower was made up of a chemical compound of flammable resins, sulfur, and naphtha, which came possibly from naphtha wells in Crimea. The formula for Greek fire is a mystery and has remained a Byzantine state secret. This weapon could only be operated by a secret branch of the army. In the book of De Ceremoniis of Emperor Constantine VII, Porphyrogenetos, 913 to 959, he explains to his son, later Emperor Romanus II, 959 to 963, that Greek fire is something the Byzantines should keep to themselves and not share to other nations, because these other nations may copy their invention. The weapon was operated by nations by heavy air pressure pumped into a heated, sealed container to ignite the compound, enabling it to release a large blast of fire to burn down ships and scare the enemy away. Although Greek fire was hard to operate, as it was slow and went to its own direction. Greek fire was also used in defending the Bosphorus from Viking attacks and against the Normans in Dyrrhachion from 1107 to 1108, as mentioned by the historian Anna Komnene. Some ships used the Greek fire by making it come out of the mouths of animal sculptures such as lions. However, Greek fire was not only used in ships but on land, as well as it was recorded that some Byzantine soldiers used it against the Turks besieging the island city of Manzikert in Asia Minor against the Turks besieging in 1054. Another version of Greek fire was the portable Kyriosiphon, said to be invented by Emperor Leo VI the Wise, 886 to 912, which was used by soldiers when besieging cities. This kind of crude grenade to set fire to siege weapons was mentioned by the Emperor Maurice in his Strategion. A slight alteration to the custom of riding a horse may have dramatically changed the way wars were fought. Humans rode bareback or mounted horses with a simple blanket after the first domesticated animals, thousands of years before the dawn of agriculture. The fierce Avar tribe may have brought stirrups to the West when it arrived in Byzantium in the 6th century AD. The Byzantine Empire soon adopted the stirrup, and later the Franks embraced it as well. This important innovation allowed the rider immensely greater control in horsemanship. Rider and animal became almost extensions of each other. A small invention the Byzantines made in time of war were ship mills. first made in 536 when the Goths had besieged Rome and the Byzantine army of Emperor Justinian I under the general Belisarius. This was their mission to reconquer Italy. The Goths had previously destroyed the Roman aqueducts to cut the food supply for the population of Rome, and when the army of Belisarius reached Rome, they too needed food supply. Belisarius thought of a smart solution by finding the part of the Tiber River where the current was at its strongest, and there he stretched 2 ropes, putting the ships between them with wheels attached on their sides. In this way, the grain was milled due to the strong current of the water, and the population of Rome was fed. When the Goths learned of this, they responded by tossing debris downriver to jam the mills. But Belisarius countered it by hanging chains down the bridges to catch the debris and pull it up. Among the more trivial but interesting Byzantine inventions were the mechanisms of the throne room, or magna aura, of the imperial palace. The mechanisms included hydraulics behind the 2 golden lion sculptures flanking the throne, in which its sounds and movements were operated by water pumps. Inside and beside the throne, there was a golden tree with mechanical birds. The hydraulics were not operated within the statues themselves, but from curtains behind them and pipes connected to the lions' statues. The mechanisms of the throne room were recorded by Liutprand, Bishop of Cremona, during his visit in 949, during the reign of Constantine VII. Here he mentions that the lions moved their tails and made sounds, the birds warbled at the bronze tree, and when he bowed down, he saw the throne elevated to the ceiling on it while the emperor was seated on it. Liutprand, however, says that he was not afraid because he had been told all that the imperial throne room had in advance. Like the Romans before them, the Byzantines also built aqueducts to supply water for their capital, Constantinople. The capital, however, was far from a large fresh water source, which was in Thrace. So they had to build 3 large aqueducts spanning 592 kilometers long, which was even longer than the lengths of Rome's 11 aqueducts combined, which was a total of 520 kilometers. The water brought in from the aqueducts was stored in hundreds of cisterns located around Constantinople, and the notable ones can still be seen today, including the open-air Aetius cistern that covered Philoxenus cistern, which was 224 columns, and of course the most famous one being the Basilica cistern across the Hagia Sophia, which can hold up to 80,000 cubic meters and has 336 columns. The large water supply in the cisterns coming in from the aqueducts was able to sustain the population of Constantinople, especially during times of siege, when the enemy cut the water supply. Aside from providing a sustainable amount of water supply for the population, the cisterns also provided enough water for the many fountains in the city. The Basilica cistern was abandoned and was covered up after the fall of Constantinople to the Ottomans in 1453, but was rediscovered in the 1540s by the French scientist Pierre Gilles, who, sent on a mission by King Francis I of France to find ancient manuscripts. When Gilles went to the basement of a house, he found an opening leading to some water and took a small boat across the abandoned cistern. On a more romantic level, the Byzantines introduced a couple of new inventions in the West, one of them being the fork, which came into Western Europe when Western princes married Byzantine princesses, thus introducing a new method for eating. Apart from the fork, it is also believed that the Byzantines introduced the musical organ to the medieval West. Unlike the medieval West, the Byzantines did not use organs in churches, but for shows at the hippodrome, for court receptions in the imperial palace, and even with soldiers during battle, and for emperors touring the provinces. The organ was introduced to the West in 757, when Emperor Constantine V sent one as a gift to Pepin, the king of the Franks. This organ was named Big Mouth with a Loud Voice. The Byzantines were certainly pioneers in the development of the hydraulic organ. Constant and acute concerns with security, physical, material, and spiritual, were as pressing a part of daily life in medieval Byzantium as they are in our own culture. Indeed, high illiteracy, poor communications, primitive locking technology, and the uncertainty of central authority and government institutions engendered among the Byzantines a whole spectrum of security needs and responses, for which no precise counterparts exist in our own age. Yet, perhaps because of its very pervasiveness, all its inherent subjectivity, the concept of security has not been traced extensively through the material culture of Byzantium. Three distinct types of objects designed and employed expressly for the maintenance of everyday security show well-developed technology during the period: locks and keys, sealing and stamping implements, and official weights. By medieval standards, the practice of medicine existed in a high level of expertise. Hospitals were to be found not only in Constantinople, but in the provinces. Byzantine medicine had professional specializations, including obstetrics and gynecology, ophthalmology, dermatology, and dentistry. Thanks to Byzantine pharmacy, many diseases received sophisticated treatments, and the medical tracts of Alexander of Charles and Paul of Aegina show the variety of drugs prescribed for ailments of the chest, heart, digestive system, and other organs. Byzantine surgery was also highly advanced. Listing of surgical instruments suggested specialized expertise, perhaps derived from the known instances of dissections and autopsies performed by Byzantine physicians and surgeons. The Vita Theophanes Confessoris by Nikephoros Scarophylax, written in the 10th century, mentions a fascinating surgical operation undergone by Saint Theophanes for his kidney stones. The physicians passed instruments up Theophanes' urinary tract, ground down the stones inside the bladder, and then allowed the fragments to pass out of the body with his own urine. Following the iconoclastic crisis and the Seventh Ecumenical Synod in 787, when a learned body of clergy of the Church assumed its leadership, medicine and the medical profession gained more respectability. The climate was prepared for the great scholar and patriarch Photius of Constantinople. He summarized several medical authors such as Dioscorides, Galen, and Aetius of Amida. Per Photius, medicine is an episteme, to be used by all, including the poor and destitute. Medical opinion deserved respect, and people should never go against the dictates of nature. When physicians perform a surgery, they do not do it because of the ill intention, but out of mercy, to heal the sick from suffering. Basil's and Photius' views in medicine and the medical profession became catalysts for later generations. For Ioannis Mavropoulos, the 11th century intellectual and metropolitan of Eukatia, it is natural for a sick person to seek for a physician for his treatment. And Theophylactos, the 12th century archbishop of Crida, calls medicine a philanthropic science, episteme, and the physician an artist. He acknowledges the therapeutic importance of medicine, but also the need for religious faith and hope. The physician makes the diagnosis of an illness and provides advice, but the source of therapy is God, the source of all creation. Hospitals, nosocomeia, clinics, iatreia, and temples, asclepia, dedicated to medical treatment existed in the ancient Greek world, and under the names hospitals, hospitalia, in the Roman world. Byzantium built upon its Greco-Roman inheritance, but under the influence of Christianity, it went further than its predecessors. As in Greek and Roman antiquity, where the buildings adjacent to the temples of Asclepios or Asclepius, the god of healing, became an early type of hospital, hospitals in Byzantium were erected next to churches and monasteries. To conclude, modern science is the product of a long and successful transformation in Europe over 4 centuries from the time of Galileo. It has given our society a method of studying nature and a new vision of the relationship between man and his universe. In other words, modernity. The explanation of natural phenomena in mechanical, physical, and chemical terms, and their mathematical representation are the foundations of the, quote, modernity, unquote, which contributed to the birth in the 18th century of the industrial age. The assumption with such an explanation is that the facts one wishes to explain are first transposed in the form of an abstract model, the elements of which can be defined by their mutual relations, and, for some of them, by a relationship protocol with experimentation. Since the Galilean Revolution, science is characterized by the combination of 3 requirements. Number 1, science is, quote, reality, whichever interpretation philosophers confer on the term. Science seeks a, quote, an explanation, unquote, the insertion of reality, which it describes in an abstract system of concepts overflowing with singular facts brought about by experimentation. And 3, science complies with criteria of, quote, validity, unquote, which are explicitly formulated and consensual. With the Byzantine scientific beginnings, while the Byzantine scientific beginnings did not uniformly fulfill these criteria in a consistent manner, it did so in a way which forged the path for medieval science in the East and West. For example, Saints Basil of Caesarea, Saint Gregory of Nyssa, 2 4th century Cappadocian saints, with their ways of tackling the natural philosophy of their age, paved the way for contemporary science-engaged theology. A fundamental figure in understanding Eastern Christianity and its impact upon science is Saint Basil of Caesarea, and his explanation of the book of Genesis called the Hexameron, written in 378. It, historically, is a text most read by the Eastern churches about the creation. His descriptions of nature show detailed knowledge. Take the bee, for example. Stop. Okay. Just go to the last sentence, maybe. Okay. It seems somehow that the floating error. Well, he just keeps giving examples of more and more. I think so.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Father Nicoletti. Our next speaker will be Father João Paulo Santiago of the community of St. John, native of Brazil. Father is pursuing a master's in systematic theology from Immaculate Conception Seminary School of Theology. His research focuses on the meaning of Christian suffering in Thomas Aquinas. Father also works in our campus ministry staff at the university, and we're very grateful for his talk, which is entitled Theology as a Science and the Dialogue with Other Sciences from a Thomistic Perspective.
I'd like to begin by sharing two things. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to all the organizers of this event, but especially to Father Laracy, who has supported me throughout my 2 years of studies at Immaculate Conception Seminary School of Theology, while I pursue my master's degree in my systematic theology. He encouraged and helped me to write and present the fruits of my research. Thank you very much, Father. Secondly, I'd like to explain why, for me, it was even more necessary to write and read my presentation. I figured out that this was the best way for a non-English native speaker to speak with accuracy. Additionally, I have to acknowledge that I feel a little bit nervous by the fact that I'm speaking at the same Congress with other scholars who have studied for several years and deserved high academic titles while I am only a MA student. The title of my article is Theology as Science and the Dialogue with Other Sciences from a Thomistic Perspective. As an introduction, I pointed out the fact that while in the 13th century, Aquinas began his Summa by saying that Sacra Doctrina is science, and therefore theology is science as well, as I will explain. In 2015, 59% of Americans said that science and religion conflict, according to the Pew Research Center. Is it still possible to hold that Sacra Doctrina and consequently theology is science? The goal of my article was to provide some reflections on theology as a science and suggest how a dialogue with other sciences could still be possible. I wanted to show how a Thomistic understanding of theology as a science provides a solid foundation for such a dialogue. As you can see in the slides, I will begin my presentation by exposing the concept of Sacra Doctrina in Aquinas. Since I ally with notable Thomists such as Congar, Doyle, and Weishaupt, who believe that Sacra Doctrina and theology are distinct concepts, I will explain then what theology is. Third, I will show how Aquinas conceives Sacra Doctrina and therefore theology as science. And finally, explain the relationship between theology and the other sciences from a Thomistic point of view. I will finally conclude by drawing some consequences from this study for both believers and non-believers. That's why I believe this study is important not only within a small circle of admirers of Aquinas, but it lays the foundations for further theological reflection. Aquinas never defined Sacra Doctrina. Commentators have questioned if Sacra Doctrina is the equivalent of theology in Aquinas. In the first prologue of the Summa, Aquinas gives some indications of what he means by Sacra Doctrina. For him, a master of Catholic truth must teach whatever belongs to the Christian religion. At the end of his prologue, he says that he wants to try to set forth whatever is included in the sacred doctrine. Which doctrine? the same as whatever belongs to Christian revelation. Therefore, Sacra Doctrina can be defined as the entirety of the revelation, what is revealed from God to the believer and that he must assert as the truth. The expression entirety of revelation comes from a French scholar called Henri Donneau, and many other scholars could agree with such a definition, such as Congar, Patford, and Davies. Such an understanding is confirmed in the prologue of the second question, when Aquinas asserts that his writings are to expound the science, namely the Sacra Doctrina. In other words, Aquinas writes about the Sacra Doctrina, but not the Sacra Doctrina itself. When St. Thomas Aquinas begins to analyze the nature of this doctrine, he chooses to approach the question from the perspective of necessity, focusing on the final cause. God does not reveal himself without a reason. Aquinas asserts that this revelation was necessary for the salvation of mankind for two reasons. First, because in order to act, man needs to know his end. Now, such an end, salvation, exceeds human reason. Therefore, this doctrine needed to be revealed so man can, quote, be led by the hand toward that contemplation, end of quote, of God's essence. Second, even if some truths could be contemplated by natural reason, they are often difficult to discover and only a few would know it. Thus, to make salvation available for everyone, Sacra Doctrina is necessary. This point is crucial for our purpose, as I maintain that theology qualifies as a science inasmuch as it reflects on and is part of the Sacra Doctrina. In other words, there is a distinction between the rational study of the revelation, namely theology, and the sacred doctrine itself, the entirety of the revelation. Otherwise, only those who study theology would have access to salvation, thus creating a sort of Gnostic religion. Could one say that theology, the academic or scholastic effort to understand God's revelation, is necessary for salvation? It would be difficult to maintain such a position when an important number of Catholic saints were not theologians in the academic sense. However, if Sacra Doctrina is the broad entirety of revelation, what is theology? Similarly to Sacra Doctrina, there is a challenge in defining what theology means in Aquinas. The French scholar Albert Patford stated that nowhere in Aquinas' work can be found a fully developed exposition of what he has extensively practiced. When you look at the first question of the Summa, the term theologia appears only twice. First, in Article 1, ad secundum, where Aquinas compares theology belonging to sacred doctrine to theology as part of philosophy, what probably today would call natural theology. Second, in Article 7, sed contra, where he defines theology simply based on its etymology as treating of God, and seems not to make a clear distinction between theologia and Sacra Doctrina. One conclusion is that Aquinas' usage of theologia cannot be confined solely to the academic context or regarded merely as a study conducted by professionals in the field. Yves Congar seemed to have the best explanation of what theology means in Thomistic thought. He says that theology, quote, for Aquinas, is the rational construction of Christian doctrine. In other two excerpts, he says that theology, as understood and practiced by St. Thomas, appears to us as a reflection upon the revealed given in a rational and scientific manner, aiming to provide the believing mind with a certain understanding of this given. Congar thinks that, quote, theology emerges as an endeavor on the part of the rational believer to reconsider reality as God conceives it, not solely at the level of mere faith adherence, but rather at the level of discursive and rational knowledge, utilizing its resources and pathways. End of quote. As we can see, Congar highlights that theology is a rational construction of the Christian doctrine, namely Sacra Doctrina. Congar means that theology is the ability to grasp the divine revelation with our human concepts, which is possible because of the fact that God spoke to us in human language. This rational endeavor is based on the revealed given, the Sacra Doctrina as the entirety of revelation. Thus, theology is not an irrational discourse, but instead a rational effort to understand what is revealed by God. The rational and scientific nature of theology presupposes faith in the revelation from God, since the Sacra Doctrina proceeds from the principles of faith and not from any pure human creation. It's a rational systematization and understanding of what God has revealed. In a nutshell, theology is the rational and scientific construction of divine teaching, namely Sacra Doctrina. Before moving to the next point, it is important to emphasize that faith, as a precondition for theology, is not an objection to its rational dimension. Aquinas makes a clear distinction between articles of faith and the preambles of these articles. Articles of faith are received through revelation and cannot be proven by pure natural reason, such as the belief in the Trinity or the divinity of Christ. Nevertheless, these articles are not irrational. One of the motivations of theology is to expose the possibility of those articles to be true, even though they remain directly in their source inaccessible to human reason. The preambles of faith are those truths that are revealed but can be discovered by human knowledge, such as God's existence and the soul's existence. Highlighting the compatibility of sacred doctrine and theology and reason is crucial to perceiving theology as the scientific effort to understand divine revelation. Now that the concepts of Sacra Doctrina, the entirety of revelation, and theology, the rational study of such a doctrine, have been explained, distinguished, and established as related to each other, one can better understand how Sacra Doctrina can be considered a science. From an Aristotelian Thomistic point of view, science is any type of knowledge that can manifest causal relationships. Indeed, Aquinas follows Aristotle and defines sciences as the knowledge of the thing through its cause. That's why Sacra Doctrina and consequently theology can be considered science. For Aquinas, sacred doctrine is a science, quote, because it proceeds from principles established by the light of a higher science, namely the science of God and the blessed, end of quote. It's a science because it proceeds from a cause, which is the knowledge of God, and the blessed saints in heaven who contemplate God. Now, if sacred doctrine is science, so is theology, the rational understanding of divine revelation. In other words, theology is science as it reflects on the science of God and the blessed heaven in heaven that is revealed to us. Obviously, today's concept of science differs from Aquinas. The problem is that even modern philosophers of science have felt challenged in defining what science is. To give one example, in her article, Religion and Science, Ellen de Cruz states that, quote, science and religion defy definition, end of quote. I do not entirely agree with her, but it is interesting to note people's difficulty when they need to give definitions. Moreover, the variety of sciences show the complexity of the challenges. How could one formulate a unique definition of a concept that can comprise several fields, from hard and formal sciences to social and religious sciences? I will use a broader definition of science formulated by Iver Congar, who said that, quote, science is any discipline that can justify its own object and method, leading to certainties of a certain type that are all communicable to other minds. Thus, history and sociology, for example, will be considered as sciences, end of quote. The merit of such a broad definition is that theology and any other science can fit into it. In this sense, Sacra Doctrina is science. It has its own object and method and reaches a type of certainty based on divine revelation that can be communicable to other minds. This certainty is not measurable, at least not in the same way that hard sciences are. It presupposes faith, but it remains rational and coherent. It comes from a place of trust in someone, God, who has a higher knowledge that man could not reach without having it revealed to him. This is how Aquinas answered one of the objections. The principles of any science are either in themselves self-evident or reducible to the conclusions of a higher science, and such, as we have said, are the principles of sacred doctrine, end of quote. If we perceive this knowledge with uncertainty, it's because of the high level of light that it entails, the most perfect one, the divine revelation itself, compared to our natural knowledge, which is at a lower level. For Aquinas, Sacra Doctrina is the highest science. To prove his point, he first argues that this doctrine is at the same time speculative, the doctrine of the Trinity, of the Incarnation, and practical, the practical teachings of moral life. From the speculative side, sacred doctrine is nobler than any other science because of its certitude, since it's revealed directly by God, who cannot be wrong, and because of its subject matter, things that are sublime and transcend human reason. From the practical side, this doctrine is nobler than any other science as well, since it directs us towards our ultimate end, eternal beatitude. Aquinas uses the traditional expression ancilla, handmade, to explain how other sciences are related to Sacra Doctrina. In other words, the other sciences are servants of such a doctrine, helping the believer to have a better understanding of divine revelation. This does not mean that these other sciences do not have their autonomy. Since Aquinas, sciences, especially the hard sciences, have made progress, and today we have come to a better understanding of their own methods. Any science, including philosophy, must be autonomous and have clear boundaries. This is a crucial condition for a healthy dialogue. Aquinas' conception of other sciences being handmaids of theology is still valid as long as one understands that sacred doctrine is the highest science and dialogue with them, but does not undermine their autonomy. Rather, any truth leads necessarily to the one and only truth, God Himself. It's worth noticing that Pope John Paul II preferred to avoid using the expression handmaid. In Fides et Ratio, paragraph 77, he said, quote, "The term handmaid can scarcely be used today, given the principle of autonomy to which you have referred, but it has served throughout history to indicate the necessity of the link between the two sciences, namely theology and philosophy, and the impossibility of their separation." End of quote. A clear distinction among sciences is made by the formal object of study. Aquinas asserts that if you consider in faith the formal aspect of the object, it is nothing else than the first truth. In other words, Sacra Doctrina has God Himself, the first truth, as its formal object. The principle behind the theology is faith in God, who reveals the truth about Himself. Now, contemporary hard sciences can only speak about what's measurable and consequently what's material. The fundamental question of God's existence, for example, is beyond the scope of hard sciences, since the very concept of God is that He is immaterial and not measurable. For Aquinas, it is a preamble of faith that can be discovered by natural reason, but through a philosophical method. Contemporary hard sciences cannot prove nor disprove God's existence, yet they can help to add some elements to the question. This is the intention of Pope Francis in his recent apostolic letter Ad Theologiam Promovendam. The Holy Father asked theologians to be attentive to the transdisciplinarity of theology. The Thomistic perspective of theology as a science gives us the foundations for a better understanding of how faith and the other sciences can enter into dialogue. Theology emerges as a rational grasp of God's revelation, a scientific reflection upon revealed truths aiming to provide a rational understanding of divine knowledge. While Aquinas emphasizes the nobility of Sacra Doctrina as the highest science, this study pointed out that the autonomy and the boundaries of each science must be respected, developing a nuanced understanding of their roles. This short analysis shows us how theology and other sciences can coexist and interact with one another in the search for truth. This conclusion is especially fitting in the context of this Congress. Jaki was a prolific writer who dedicated himself to understanding how theology and hard sciences should dialogue. He was an admirer of Aquinas and knew that Aquinas would agree with his way of referring to religion as a two-way street. Whatever moves along that street is a move from God to man and a move from man to God. Two key points could be particularly helpful for believers. First, such an understanding of theology as a science helps them understand the certitude of their faith. theology provides a rational understanding of God's revelation who cannot be wrong. The science of God and the blessed is the most sublime knowledge that invites our intelligence to make an act of trust. Second, faith cannot lead to a fundamentalism that would present hard sciences as an evil to be eradicated. If it ever happens that faith in hard sciences would seem to contradict, it is because there is either a mistake made somewhere or a methodological confusion in the research. True scientific research should not prevent the theologian from fully living out his faith. This study creates possibility for a better understanding of the interaction between Catholic theology and sciences for non-believers as well. The respect for autonomy and the boundaries of every field, as Catholic theology professes, helps those who do not have faith to avoid any kind of scientism, which is the tendency to interpret reality exclusively through the lens of hard sciences. Since God is necessarily beyond any material measure, the perspective of scientism denies God's existence and blocks any possibility of dialogue between faith and the hard sciences. However, if the formal objects and methods of every field are respected, non-believers will be able to respect the theological point of view. Even more, they will be able to attest to the rational nature of theology, which is based on divine revelation, but structured around a rational basis. Thank you. You don't need to, but more than welcome if you have, of course. That's it. Thank you.
It's my pleasure now to welcome Dr. Alexei Svetlik. And his colleague and co-author, Dr. Borov, could not join us. He was struck with the flu, but I think he's joining us virtually. They are both physicists. Dr. Borov is senior scientist at Fermi National Laboratory, focused on beam physics and author of over 200 scientific articles. Dr. Svetlik is a senior scientist at Brookhaven National Laboratory and author of, again, over 200 scientific articles and 5 books. They will be presenting research on the Pythagorean argument of the grand design. Welcome.
First of all, I'm very grateful to the organizers of this conference for this opportunity to present our ideas. I'm deeply honored to be here on this conference. And the main topic of my report is this argument for the intelligent design, but this intelligent design we are arguing about should be distinguished from the intelligent design in biology, because it is an argument for the intelligent design of the entire universe. And in our argument, this argument is based solely on the existing and recognized science. It does not require any new scientific achievements. It's based solely on the mainstream science. And here there are several publications related to the subject, and I can also recommend several books which are on which our ideas are based, especially this book by the late American-Israeli philosopher Mark Steiner, The Applicability of Mathematics as a Philosophical Problem, the book by Kitty Ferguson, The Fire in the Equations, and the book of American Catholic physicist Stephen Barr, Modern Physics and Ancient Faith. The argument we present is based on the very sophisticated general character of the laws of physics. As you know, the concept of laws of nature is absolutely fundamental for science. Whatever scientists can say and speculate, the entire practice of natural sciences is based on this conviction of existence of laws of nature. The present knowledge of these laws, of course, is incomplete, but nevertheless, it is vast, and it goes well beyond our immediate surroundings. We are capable to study distant planets and planetary bodies, and even stars and galaxies which are as distant from us as several billion years old. And therefore, it is quite natural for us to discuss and think about the common general character of the laws of physics. And when we look at these laws as a whole, we see that they satisfy two completely different demands. And this is the central point of our arguments, actually. This conflict inside of the laws of physics, this tension between different demands, which is obvious for our very existence, has been brilliantly resolved. And what are these demands? From one side, the laws of nature are complex enough to support life in all its richness. And this richness is truly enormous. Well, in our body, for instance, there are millions, probably tens of millions proteins of different types, which perform various functions. And all this richness of life is supported and guaranteed by the laws of physics. But at the same time, the laws are sufficiently simple for us to discover them. Well, in contemporary physics, chemistry, and biology, we deal with things which we cannot even imagine. Well, the entire physics of microscopic world, the quantum mechanics and quantum field theory deal with entities which defy imagination. Nevertheless, these entities, the laws which govern these entities have been somehow guessed and discovered. So this means this conflict between complexity and simplicity is somehow resolved, and so the laws belong to a narrow minimax of complexity, which makes the universe cognitively matched, or we call it Pythagorean. And we suggest that this can be explained only by intelligent design. And this is the objective part of our argumentation, and the subjective part is based on the reflection on the worldview that lead to the physical discoveries. In order to exist, science needs motivation, because historically the scientific activities have been related from a great deal of sacrifice from the side of scientists. Science as a successful occupation requires a total dedication, and therefore it requires a kind of a faith in its value. So, and this discoverability of the laws of nature is much stronger argument than the well-known anthropic principle. The anthropic principle, which is probably known for many of you, just argues that the laws of nature are unique because they are friendly for life. But the careful consideration of these laws reveals that it is more than that. They are friendly not just to life or even intelligent life. They're friendly for their discoverability. So let's what I mean by the simplicity of fundamental laws. It can come to many people as a surprise that the laws of nature, in some sense, simple. But here there are several fundamental formulae, for example, the Maxwell equations, which describe the enormous area of electromagnetic radiation, which includes radio, light, infrared radiation, ultraviolet, X-rays, etc. And look, it just 4 lines. You don't even need to understand the precise meaning of the symbols. Just look how short they are. And actually they can be even written in 2 lines. Or the equation which is behind practically entire chemistry. This chemistry which fools our body with tens of millions of different proteins. And actually the idea, it is more than an idea, practical calculations of the chemistry is based on this Schrödinger equation. Here it is written for the simplest atom of the atom of hydrogen. Look, it's just 1 line, and actually, if you wonder about the entire chemistry, the many-body Schrödinger equation would just occupy 1/3 of a page, and from 1/3 of a page, well, it describes in principle all this. Well, the entire chemistry, basically. You can wonder, of course, how these equations have been first guessed, and these guesses were carefully checked against experiments, against our experience and against our technology. Well, all this is not just our achievement. Well, the universe sort of makes a step towards us. We are helped in the discovery of these equations, of this mathematics. We have been helped by the entire structure of the universe, and first of all, by the fact of universality of the physical laws. Well, we have very good reason to believe that the same laws of physics which act on the Earth act everywhere in the universe, up to the most distant corners of it. The evidence for this came from our time machines. Interestingly enough, we do have time machine, which is called telescope, because due to the fact that the speed of light is finite, the further we look into the universe, the more distant part we see. And the contemporary telescopes are capable to see objects as distant in the past as 13 billion years ago. And telescopes look for light, and light can be analyzed by spectral analysis, and the spectral analysis from the most distant stars reveals the same spectral lines as spectral lines of elements in the Earth. And this tells us that the physics in the distant part was the same as now. Without this universality of physical laws, any knowledge of the knowledge of universe as a whole would not be possible. As I said, we know a lot about grand structure of the universe, but we also know a lot about microscopic objects. And it can be expressed in numbers. The span of physics, our knowledge of the fabric of the universe, comprises today about 45 orders of magnitude. So the size of the visible universe is 10 to the power 26 meters, and the scale of the Higgs boson, the smallest particle observed, is 10 to the minus 19 meters. So 45 and the high accuracy of knowledge of laws approaches 12 decimal digits. So this truly cosmic numbers tells that humanity reaches the scale of the universe, and this is not banal or accidental. As I said, it is not entirely our achievement. It is a miracle that we achieved much more than could be expected from satisfaction of our everyday needs. So very, very important fact that the discoverability of the universe far exceeds our everyday necessities, even the most sophisticated ones. So, what are properties of the fundamental laws which help us to discover them? As I said, they're expressed by short formulas. Not all laws are expressed by short formulas, but as the most fundamental ones are. So they're reasonable and elegant. So they obey and possess symmetries and invariances, expected and unexpected. And it is these symmetries and invariances greatly help to discover them. And again, curiously enough, the aesthetic features the aesthetic considerations, the considerations of a kind of a special intellectual beauty has helped enormously to discover physical laws. I would like to attract your attention to the one philosophical work of the philosopher Mark Steiner, who one of the very rare philosophers who perfectly understood this feature of mathematics and physics. And another, I would say, philosopher of science is a Nobel laureate Roger Penrose, who wrote several books on the philosophy of physics and mathematics. So, as I said, universality is the most important feature of physical laws. And actually, you may say on the basis of this universality that the laws of physics are transcendent to matter, because it is a dynamics of material entities which is governed by the laws of physics. If we know these laws, we can predict what will happen. To predict which does not exist in the moment. Therefore, you can naturally think that the laws are not in time and not in space. Because they govern everything which is in space and time, and even the properties of space and time. Because the laws of general relativity, for instance, they govern the dynamics of geometry of space-time. Therefore, they cannot be in space-time itself. Very precise, ordered by discoverability. The simpler laws were discovered first, and the more complicated followed. Well, of course, our knowledge of laws of physics is always approximate. Therefore, we should not confuse the formulae in our textbooks with the laws as they really exist. Therefore, as I said, the existence of laws of physics is a scientific assumption. It is a part of the scientific creed, a phase, and the ones which are in our textbooks, they reflect our contemporary approximate knowledge. Also, of course, this concept of simplicity should be tempered by the acknowledgement that the laws, as simple they are, have been historically barely discoverable. We are really always at the edge. discovery of laws requires from scientists an utmost effort, but it is still possible, but barely. We are kind of hanging on the skin of our teeth, as was put by Freeman Dyson. Now, anthropic character of the laws. Well, if we look at the process of cosmogenesis, of the kind of an evolution of the universe, we see a very interesting thing. The young universe contains only simplest of structures. After the Big Bang, we find only a soup of elementary particles. No complex structures existed. But these complex structures emerge with time. And every step of complexification and diversification requires a very fine balance of forces of nature. But every step of this complexification is necessary to build the complexity of our bodies. We need various elements, virtually the entire periodic tables, but these elements did not exist at the beginning of the universe. They were formed in the process. They have been formed at later stages. We need molecules, so this various atoms could be brought together into complex structures, and we even need very complicated molecules, as for example DNA and RNA. Yes, I think I'm running out of time. We need balance of these physical laws, and this is the friendliness for life or anthropic feature. The character of physical laws, they're not only fine-tuned for life, they're discoverable structures. The laws combine in themselves a sufficient complexity to allow the tuning for life, rich life up to intelligent beings with sufficient simplicity and aesthetic attractiveness, elegance to make them discoverable by intelligent beings. We call this discoverability principle, and well,
thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Antonio Colombo. Antonio was an IT specialist for all of his professional life. He has a Master of Science degree from the Politecnico di Milano. He met Father Jaki in 1999, and from 2000 to 2009, when Father Jaki died, he collaborated closely with him, proofreading his works in English and translating some of those English works into Italian. He's also, Mr. Colombo is also a member of the ecclesial movement Communion and Liberation. His talk is entitled Stanley Jaki, A Life Devoted to the Relationship Between Science and Faith. Thank you, Antonio.
Hello. Here you can see on the right Father Jaki, and on the left a kind of recapitulation of the matter. Question mark on the background, over it an image of the world got by the Cobb research universe, and then you have a series of crosses where our galaxy would be in the image that stand for religion and the Christian religion. The quote you see here may be useful to understand the path in life taken by Father Jaki. The circumstances in which God makes us pass are an essential, not a secondary, factor of our vocation, of the mission to which He calls us. Of course, this is just an echo of the statement of Jesus you see below it. Father Jaki was born in Győr, Hungary, on August 17, 1924, so almost exactly 100 years before today. Before entering the seminary, he had carried out various activities, including rowing and acting in an amateur theater group. As a Boy Scout, he achieved the highest rank. He became an Eagle Scout. He entered the novitiate at the Benedictine Abbey in Pannonhalma in 1942. Pannonhalma is the most important Hungarian abbey. All the three brothers in his family, which you see on the image, followed the same vocation. They became all Benedictine monks. The brothers attended a Benedictine high school in their hometown of Győr. Father Jaki says he felt that his vocation was the priesthood even from the age of about 7 years old. As a seminarian, Father Jaki was sent to Rome in 1947 to complete his studies at the Pontifical Ateneo Sant'Anselmo. He was ordained a priest in 1948 in Assisi. Here you see the papal blessing sent for the occasion. In December 1950, Father Jaki was granted a doctorate in theology. His thesis, written in French, was titled New Trends in Ecclesiology. It was published in 1957. A review of the book was made at the time by the future Cardinal Ratzinger, who many years later said to Father Jaki, "Oh, Father Jaki, your tendencies, which I was most pleased to review, occupies a place of honor in my library." The book shows the origin of the then current trends in ecclesiology, from the Council of Trento up to the first half of the 20th century, dealing also with the Protestant and Orthodox authors. It was reprinted in 1963 during the Second Vatican Council. Of this book, we only quote the final statement which is a statement of St. Augustine, which says, "Old then, most beloved, old then, all in one mind, to God the Father and the Church our Mother." This kind of was a program of life for Father Jaki. After finishing his studies, Father Jaki did not return to Hungary due to the political situation there, in particular to the persecution against religion carried on by the local communist regime. Because his thesis had been written in French, he expected to be sent to France. Instead, he was directed to go to the United States and arrived in New York on December 21st, 1950. A week later, he arrived at the seminary of St. Vincent in Latrobe, Pennsylvania, and 6 months later began what was expected to be a teaching career. He taught systematic theology at the seminary and French at the adjoining college. In the courses at the seminary, he drew out the omnipotence of God and His creation. These theological themes have a vast ramification affecting both philosophy and science. Father Jaki wrote in his autobiography, "I have always been very pleased to read books and learn." This is why, between 1951 and 1954, while he was already teaching, he decided to further his grasp of physics and attended courses in mathematics and physics, obtaining a Bachelor of Science degree in physics in 1954. However, on December 9, 1953, his teaching career was interrupted. The decisive factor was an extremely trivial event, the removal of his tonsils. While this is usually a routine operation, few days after surgery, Father Jaki hemorrhaged in 2 spots and remained almost voiceless for the next 10 years. What little voice he had was insufficient for teaching, but it did not prevent him from continuing his studies and obtaining a Ph.D. in physics at the Fordham University in 1957. Among his teachers was the 1936 Nobel Prize recipient in physics, Victor S. Father Jaki's thesis was written under the direction of Victor S. and appeared in an important magazine, the Journal of Geophysical Research. The title of the thesis seems rather abstruse. You can see it on the slide. But radon is the second cause of lung cancer after smoke. So it had an relevance for medicine. In the same year, after getting his PhD, Father Jaki was ordered to move to Portola Valley in California, where with 6 other Hungarian Benedictines was founded the Woodside Priory School, which exists today. Since the voice of Father Jaki was still absent, Father Jaki took care of the administrative part of the school, but continued his studies on the history of science. In 1960, also due to health reasons, Father Jaki moved back to the East Coast. At Princeton University, between 1961 and 1963, he worked as a visiting fellow on the History of Science project. And it was there that he undertook the research to write his first important work, which is titled The Relevance of Physics. Father Jaki recalls, its idea flashed to my mind as I walked down from the step of the then Princeton post office, no longer post office, on Palmer Square. The thesis he wrote for the Ph.D. was based on experiment and convinced Father Jaki that exact science has to do with measurement and prediction. Accordingly, his definition of exact science became the quantitative study of the quantitative aspect of things in motion. A similar definition can be found in Eddington, who states the cleavage between the scientific and the extra-scientific domain of experience is, I believe, not a cleavage between the concrete and the transcendental, but a cleavage between the metrical and the non-metrical. That is, what can be measured, what cannot be measured. In practical terms, this means that the competence of physics is limited to the measurable properties of everything. And in this sense, science applies to everything, but only to the measurable side of everything. For example, the creation of the universe cannot be an object of science, but can only be dealt with by philosophy and religion, since with science we can get as close as we like to the moment of the Big Bang, so-called, but we cannot tell anything about what caused it. In 1965, before the publication of The Relevance of Physics, the Dean of Seton Hall University offered Father Jaki a post as university professor, with an obligation to hold a weekly seminar, which he could manage even almost voiceless, and with an unwritten obligation to continue writing. Father Jaki defined his job as being damnatus ad litteras, that is, condemned to write, an expression that came from Latin, damnatus ad metalla, condemned to go to the mine. With the permission of his superiors, Father Jaki continued to live near Princeton, commuting every week to Seton Hall, and he stayed in Princeton mostly to avail himself of the ancient book available at the Princeton libraries. The cover of The Relevance of Physics, book came out in 1966, has this question. These are the methods of physics relevant for other areas of human concern? And the answer for Father Jaki is negative. That is, Father Jaki joked that the title should have been The Irrelevance of Physics. The books start from an examination of the three models of interpretation of the universe: the organismic one of the ancient Greek Aristotle, the mechanistic one of Newton, and the contemporary one based on mathematics, as we have just heard from the previous orator. And then in the book, the relationship of physics with biology, metaphysics, ethics, and theology are examined. As a kind of continuation to the book The Relevance of Physics, Father Jaki wrote Brain, Mind and Computer. For that book, he received the Lecomte de Nuit Prize in 1970. Father Jaki then started with astronomy, wrote 3 books on the history of astronomy, dealing respectively with Olber's paradox, with the Milky Way, and with the formation of planets. In the first decade of the 20th century, the French scientist and historian Pierre Duhem, already named by someone else before me, traced back the origin of modern mechanics to the 14th century University of Sorbonne in Paris, specifically to the work of John Buridan, in which one can find the first formulation of the principle of inertia, that is the first of Newton's laws of motion. Duhem's main historical work are his 10-volume Le Système du Monde. Father Jaki's book Science and Creation deals with the reason for the stillbirths of science in each of all the main ancient culture, and to its only birth in medieval Christian Europe. I will only mention here that all ancient culture had a cyclical view of time that can be expressed with the idea of the great year. It is as we have a recursion of spring every year, so there is a universe recursion every great year. The only difference about this great year was the number of years it took to make a great year. As a matter of fact, this cyclical view of time turns out to be science unfriendly. And only the Judeo-Christian culture has a linear view of time. Time starts with the creation of God. In the book The Savior of Science, Father Jaki deals with the question, did Christian belief have a part in the birth of science? If this is true, then Father Jaki argues that it is appropriate to ask, is Jesus truly also the Savior of science? The book shows how both Judaism and Islam failed to favor the birth of science, even though they had for 5 centuries the monopoly of Aristotle's book. Christian faith worship Christ, the only begotten Son of the Father, in whom everything had been created. Therefore, the universe was simply a creature, not an organism, against the recurring temptation of pantheism. And the universe had to be rational, as an expression of a benevolent God. In the words of Father Jaki, if the Logos was fully divine, its creative work, that is the universe, had to be a paragon of logic and order. In this sense, Jesus, seen as a guarantee of the rationality of the universe, is the savior of science. Nobel, the originator of the Nobel Prizes, was not particularly religious, so there is no Nobel Prize for religion. To fill this gap, John Marks Templeton established an award in 1972 that bears this name for progress in religion. Father Jaki received the award in 1987. You can see at the moment after the after he got the award. The motivation reads, "It is, above all, for his immense contribution to bridging the gap between science and religion, and is making room in the midst of most advanced modern science for deep and genuine faith that he received the Templeton Prize." In 1990, Father Jaki was invited to join the Pontifical Academy of Science as an honorary member, that is, as a member not directly involved in scientific research. All the talks of Father Jaki have been published in the volume you see there, Lecture in the Vatican Garden. Father Jaki did also some work as a translator. Translated 3 philosophical works: the early work of Kant, Universal Natural History and Theory of the Heavens, Giordano Bruno's The Ash Wednesday Supper, and Lambert's Cosmological Letters. He did so to demonstrate how ideas a priori could easily bring an author far from truth. Just as an example, the image of the universe that emerges from Lambert's speculation, even if contains a number of very interesting ideas, overstates the role of comets and abuses, as Kant does, of the then common conviction that all planets and comets were inhabited. Father Jaki wrote also a number of books as a theologian. We can recall the one defending the papacy, the ones about the Bible. And it is not shown here, but it is a book expressly dedicated to the first chapter of Genesis, with the history of the exegesis of that chapter. Father Jaki founded a non-profit publishing house, Real View Book, which started publishing works no longer in print, but could be of interest for Catholics, like Newman's Difficulties of Anglicans, and then published a number of books written by Father Jaki himself. After Father Jaki's death, Real View Book completed the publication of works he had left ready for print and continues to reprint his books as needed. The number of items in Father Jaki publication list is well over 700, and the soul of Real View Book you can see in the corner, and also in the corner of this room, is Dennis Musk. Father Jaki also wrote several 32-page booklets, which are short versions of longer works or monographies which require just few pages. For example, Christ and Science, which is in the middle of the first row of books, is a short version of The Savior of Science. A series of short books, about 80 pages each, deals with the basic topics of theology. They constitute a short compendium of apologetics. Father Jaki had in plan a book on the subject, Apologetics in an Age of Science, but he died before writing it. Father Jaki paid particular attention to convert, because they often demonstrate in their new faith a livelier intellectual acumen and apologetic than cradle Catholics. One of Father Jaki's favorite authors was in fact a convert, Gilbert Keith Chesterton. Father Jaki dedicated several articles to him and one book, Chesterton, a Seer of Science, that is a visionary regarding science. Let us remember that Chesterton was anything but tender with the scientism of his own era. Father Jaki's research on the conversion of Sigrid Undset was a particularly laborious undertaking, which required trips to Norway and also required the translation for the first time of some of Undset text from Norwegian into English. Father Jaki also visited the place where Sigrid Undset lived while researching this book. The photo on the right has been taken by him and is the tomb of Sigrid Undset. But the convert with whom Father Jaki spent the most time is Saint John Henry Newman. Father Jaki dedicated several books and dozens of articles and conferences to Newman, and he also had some of Newman's works reprinted. One of his concerns was not to let Newman be transformed into the precursor of an ecumenism very popular after the Second Vatican Council, which tended to minimize the doctrinal difference with the Protestant. Perhaps Father Jaki's most significant work on the subject is the book Newman to Converts, an Existential Ecclesiology. In this book, Father Jaki traces the events that led to the conversion of about 20 people from Anglicanism to Catholicism, deriving the material from the 30 volume of Newman Letter and Diaries, and from documentation of the time he consulted in Newman Library. The advice that Newman gave to all these people can be summed up in one of the sentences at the beginning of the book. You see it. Not many days go by without my receiving letters from strangers, young and old, men and women, regarding the Catholic religion. I reply to them that it is the one and only true and certain religion. Among Father Jaki's interventions, there are articles for magazine on conference at the university. Many of these texts have been collected in book form, with the first essay giving the book its title, followed by and other essays. You can see here almost all of them. Now, to go back to the beginning, regarding Father Jaki and his vocation, since he was a child, he wanted to become a priest, and this undoubtedly happened. Without the persecution carried out by communists in Hungary, he would never have been sent to America. Without the consequence of a banal removal of his tonsil, he would never have gone from teaching to a career as a writer. Many other events in his life as a writer, and maybe in our own life, depended on seeming random or providential encounters. A couple of quotes Father Jaki liked, you can see on the slide. And there is an informal group of friends of Father Jaki called the Stanley Brigade. To join it, one can write an email to stanleybrigade@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonio. It's now my pleasure to welcome Dr. Braden Mohuk, who received his Ph.D. from Graduate Theological Union. He is the director of the Center for Theology and Natural Science at GTU and the Iain Barbour Chair of Theology, Science, Ethics, and Technology. Dr. Mohuk is also a fellow of the International Society for Science and Religion and a program director for 2 CTNS grants. He will be speaking to us today on evolution, teleology, and purpose, supernatural ends of being. Thank you.
Thank you for the welcome and the chance to opportunity to be here and talk. The paper is a little too long to read, so I think I will try and go through the slides, which are also too thorough, and read from the paper on occasion when I feel necessary. So, to give you an overview of the paper, I thought it was a little esoteric to begin with, to look at how biologists and philosophers talk about purpose and teleology within the discussion of evolution. But given that Oxford last week shut down Nick Bostrom's Future of Humanity Institute, looking at transhumanism at the end may make it even more esoteric. So we're going to look at some ways in which some people have talked about teleology, purpose, or telos in biology and evolution. And then we'll look at Father Jaki's critique of Darwinism and the importance of purpose in biology and evolution. And then Father Jaki, I think, asks an intriguing question of how do you get a being like a human that is a planner and has purpose out of a purposeless system? And I think that inadvertently, even though Dawkins doesn't necessarily attribute this to Father Jaki, I think he does try and give an answer to that question. And I want to use that as a springboard then to talk about the concept of survival of the fittest and its incorporation into the evolutionary theory, as well as social Darwinism, the relationship there, and bringing that into the discussion of transhumanism, and then ultimately trying to parse out whether there are any differences between the natural and supernatural end of humans, transhumans, or posthumans. And I'll get into those definitions in a little bit. So, at least from the time of Aristotle, there's been talk about purpose, teleology, telos in nature. And I was a double major in genetics and religion in college, and that was not the case, at least the way they taught us. We were taught that evolution has no purpose. Mutations are completely random. Natural selection isn't operating towards any particular goal. There's just survival within a given environment at a time, and all that is subject to change. And even then, as a scholar in science and religion, I was trying to prove that I understood the science, that I was down with the science, that I would also say then that biology doesn't have a teleology. But as much as we want to keep saying no, when you actually read the philosophers and even some of the scientists, that language keeps popping up. And so it's a question of what do we actually mean by teleology? What are people actually talking about when they talk about purpose? And there are some distinctions in that. So, as you'll see, there are scientists and philosophers that both continue to use purpose and teleology within the discussion, but they don't always necessarily mean the same thing. However, Aristotle, modern science, maybe some conflicts there. One being that he had a cosmology that had Earth as finite, unique, and eternal. Well, we don't necessarily see that in cosmology or physics that way. Also, his biology had a finite number of species and that they existed eternally. Well, that sure is a pickle for evolution and for teleology. If species can change over time, what do we make of that? So science has tried to reject teleology, at least that's what scientists try to tell us, and often with limited success. So Marjorie Green argues that there are two clarifications about the way that Aristotle talks about teleology that helps why science might have had a problem with it and why it's maybe not as big of a problem as some of the scientists want to say. So the first of these is that for Aristotle, telos did not refer to a purpose or a plan. What Aristotle was describing was a series of natural events that would occur unless something interrupted that process. So if we talk about a fertilized robin egg that will lead to the hatching of a baby robin, that's the telos of the egg. Or if we talk about an acorn and the telos of the purpose of that becoming an oak tree, it's sort of descriptive of what nature is, or what Ernst Baer might say the program, sort of the blueprint but without agency. And again, Aristotle didn't say that there was agency or an external purpose that was pulling this to happen. Green argues that this actually came from the Judeo-Christian tradition, and that it's that conflation with Aristotle and religious language that is the problem for biology. Likewise, the second argument is that Aristotle didn't understand everything in the world as progressing towards a single cosmic telos. Why would he? If the species were separate and static, humans have a purpose, dogs have a purpose. Am I an excellent dog? Am I an excellent cat? So you don't see that kind of understanding that you might in Teilhard or in Werner, where there's this pulling towards being able to communicate with God or reaching the omega point. Again, the argument is that this is a cosmic version of telos that has been put on Aristotle's work by a Christian perspective. So, some scientists might say that Aristotle's understanding of telos might have some resonance with embryology or ontogenesis, the individual development of how something internally comes about within a being. But if you look at phylogeny or evolution, that's going to fall apart again, in part because of the evolution of species and not having static species. Survival or adaptation in that kind of world would be the only kind of telos, and that wouldn't be specific to ants or to orangutans. It would be universal telos, which is not the kind of telos that Aristotle talked about. Marjorie Green here says that, quote, it has been repeatedly claimed that both the Darwinian evolutionary theory rejects any cosmic teleology, cosmic telos, and that it retains the concept of telos in some more acceptably scientific sense. Indeed, it has even been argued that it is precisely by virtue of its teleological structure that evolutionary theory, and only evolutionary theory, rescues biology from reduction to physics. So here she's making the argument that if biology didn't have some kind of telos, we would say that, well, biology is constrained by physics, or by chemistry, and chemistry is constrained by physics, and if there is no sense of teleology in any sense, we can sort of collapse those distinctions, or some would make that argument. So let's look at a scientist's perspective on this. Ernst Mayr, and he says that refutation of a finalistic interpretation of evolution or as nature as a whole, however, did not eliminate teleology as a problem in philosophy, end quote. So even if we're going to rule out the sense of a cosmic telos, we still have to talk about teleology in the sense of biology. Mayr argued, and I think that Father Jaki would agree, that deist understandings of evolution would have the telos of a cosmic goal. And I think that you can make the same argument for a theistic evolution that is making a theological argument and not a scientific argument. And that for Father Jaki, the Christian understanding of purpose comes from Moses' last instructions that's built upon the eschatological view of the prophets. And we see here in that point that the Creator is now even more powerful because the Creator can now make a new heaven and a new earth. And the new creation supports a belief in eternal reward for those who obey and a punishment for those who do not. And that becomes central to the text in the New Testament. And with that, you also have the personal appearance of God in the visible form that puts an even sharper eternal perspective, the purpose which free humans are meant to implement. And that purpose is a supernatural and eternal sharing of God's life. So I think we could summarily sort of say that Father Jaki would agree with Aquinas here in the beatific vision as being the supernatural end of humanity, and therefore the telos of humans, and perhaps ultimately evolution as a whole. But Mayer says that there is another way in which telos is used in the conversation of biology, and that is as an endpoint to the termination of an end-directed process, end quote. He says that teleology is really too strong of a term to use for that. It's assuming too much when we talk about purpose, that everything in the physical world is capable of changing, but these changes are subject to natural laws. So he calls this a telematic process and argues that even Aristotle would talk about the difference between what he calls telematic processes and teleological processes. And again, he talks about a program as being telematic in that sense, and that it is a blueprint for something, but it is not agency that's bringing that about. It's built into the program itself. Teleonomic processes, on the other hand, are one that owes its goal-directedness to the operation of a program. The term teleonomic thus implies goal direction of a process or activity. But if we don't have cosmic teleology, Mayer does say, well, how do we ask the question of, or how do we explain this seemingly upward trend in organic evolution? And again, seemingly upward trend, he's trying to couch that to say, well, I don't actually believe that there's progress in evolution, but it sure looks like it. And how do we describe that if we take cosmic teleology out of the discussion? And I think that, at first, when people were talking about evolutionary theory, they probably thought that there was some sort of teleology to that. If we look at Lamarckian understandings of evolution, you acquired this over time, and you built on what was there before. But Mayer argues that ultimately Darwinian evolution refutes the idea of a cosmic teleology completely. I'm going to skip forward to Francisco Ayala then, who was a former Dominican priest who turned geneticist, sort of maybe a Spanish origin, similar person to Father Jaki or to Iain Barbour, as we heard earlier this morning. Another recipient of the Templeton Prize, was instrumental in setting up the Dialogue on Science and Ethics and Religion, the AAAS. And he says that it's not survival, but adaptability that's central to evolution, and that organisms adapt to their environment, and that parts of organisms are adapted to particular functions, like a hand grasps or the eye sees. And now that'll get him in trouble when he talks about intelligent, or tries to argue against intelligent design, but he at least brings it up. And he says, quote, that one of Darwin's greatest accomplishments was to bring the theological aspects of nature into the realm of science. He substituted a scientific teleology for a theological one. The teleology of nature could now be explained, at least in principle, as a result of the natural laws manifested in natural processes, without recourse to an external creator or to spiritual or non-material forces. At that point, biology came into maturity as a science, end quote. So he says that modern science struggles with the idea of teleology, but it doesn't have to. And that part of that reason, he says, is that teleology is equated, quote, with the belief that future events are active agents in their own realization, end quote. But that doesn't have to be the way that we define teleology. It's just the way that people or scientists try to at times. And he argues that teleology can be important for biology, and there are sort of three areas in which he thinks it's appropriate to discuss that. The first is when humans or other animals anticipate a goal consciously. The second is within self-regulating systems. An example he gives is body temperature maintenance within mammals. And then the third is, again, this sense of things being designed for a purpose, bodily structures designed for a purpose. Michael Roos, who's a philosopher of biology, looked at what Ayala was saying and said, I agree with this in most part, but there are a few things that I see differently. Roos adds a second category of human teleology. It's not just consciously anticipating a goal, but we also give teleology to objects or to artifacts. And he said, but overall, though, when we talk about design or purpose in evolution, it's better to think of teleology as a metaphor or analogy, Because ultimately, if we look at something like an adapted structure that Ayala talks about, we're really sort of thinking that metaphorically as an artifact that we are giving some teleology to. So, Suntius argues that the founding fathers of the modern theory of evolution tried to get rid of teleology. It's interesting because in that list, they include Huxley, Mayer, Dobzhansky, who was Ayala's mentor, and others. And we've already heard several of these people still talk about teleology in some sense in biology. But the argument that Suntius is making here is that the reason they reject this is because they don't see a single path towards improvement or progress within the fossil record. So there's no cosmic telos, again, that we keep coming back to. And that the idea of chance seems to contradict telos or purpose. Monod even said that chance is so important that it's the source of all novelty within evolution. But again, we get a challenge to the notion that this is how teleology has to be defined, or that a cosmic telos is the only way to think about it. And chance doesn't have to contradict the idea of telos either, and I think they make a great metaphor here that when we play games, there's a clear instance of what the telos is of the game, to win. There's a win condition. But within games, there is sufficiently enough space for chance, whether it's the turning of a card or the rolling of a die, so that there doesn't have to be an inherent conflict between chance and telos. So, Father Jaki criticized Darwinism for being reductive and removing discussions of purpose and telos from nature. And in Angels, Apes, and Men, Jaki argued that Darwinism cannot address Huxley's question of whether the fittest survive or the most ethical. Quote, because the only answer, the recognition of a spiritual order in man who is more than mere matter, cannot come within their ken, a ken constructed to the specifics of strict materialism, end quote. As a materialist position, Jaki said that the allegiance demanded by Darwinism was simple allegiance to the absence of all norms. It beckoned toward unfathomable worlds in which one was no more than flotsam hurled round and round by the blindest of blind fates. And I think that's the stark story that biology or biologists want to say, that evolution is completely random. But again, that's not what we keep seeing when we go into the text. Father Jaki raises several issues with Darwinism that I think remain relevant today. And so in the final section of this paper, I will look at transhumanism and what I would say is their understanding of telos. But I think that Father Jaki would be confused by the transhumanists. He would agree that there is some sort of purpose, but would not agree with everything that they say and would dismiss a lot of what they say. But I think that as a movement, transhumanism raises important questions for Christian anthropology. And the one that I try to address today, or at least take first steps, is are there distinctions between the natural and supernatural ends of humans, transhumans, and posthumans? Father Jaki says the modern synthesis for evolution did not take any steps forward in terms of talking about purpose compared to the orthodox theory of evolution. And that, quoting John Dewey, the origin of species forswears inquiry about absolute origins and absolute finalities. And this is the problem because, like Ayala, Father Jaki believes purpose is inherently important for biology. If evolution has no sense of purpose at all, the question becomes, quote, how can a process void of plan, how a process void of plan can issue a being, man, whose very nature is to plan, which is always a pursuit of purpose, much less willing to fathom the question, if there was no absolute finality or purpose, in what sense could purpose be spoken of with a reliable meaning? And again, this is my own position. I don't think Dawkins would never say this, but I think that he's trying to answer a question like this in chapter 11 of The Selfish Gene. Dawkins says that the language he used about the selfish gene was because he wanted to encompass as much of species that had gone through evolution as possible, and that it would take something distinct about a species to accept it from the control of the selfish gene? Well, it turns out he says that humans are unique and are able to overcome the selfish gene. He says we're not the only species with culture, but it's within our own species that it's really shown what cultural evolution can do. And even Dawkins, the language that he uses in this chapter, he refers to progress, both in biological and cultural evolution. Modern science, he says, is not just newer, it is a better understanding of the world compared to older science. And that cultural evolution may look like genetic evolution, but they are unrelated. But that being said, he says, quote, that as in genetic evolution, though, the change may be progressive. For somebody who seems to say that their life has no purpose, I was really shocked to see these words of Dawkins. Again, the college student in me saying, wait, Richard Dawkins is saying that there's progress in evolution? Dawkins even goes on to say that Sir Karl Popper also highlighted the analogy between scientific progress and genetic evolution by natural selection. So the evolution of life, Dawkins argues, centers around the survival of replicating entities. For culture, that's a meme. And I would say that, even though he doesn't build a case on altruism, he does think that he wants to believe humans are able to overcome their selfish nature. I would say that his answer then to Father Yaki's question is that self-consciousness, creativity, and conscious foresight are necessary characteristics in order to overcome the purposelessness that we might find in evolution. And we find that this optimism gets radically expanded in transhumanism. And off a little aside here, I would say that I think teleology and purpose seem to be a meme in our understanding of biology that just doesn't go away. It seems to be pretty darn sturdy, environmentally or evolutionarily speaking. Okay, I'm going to jump ahead then. So the focus of transhumanist thought is on reshaping human nature, and that progress occurs for transhumanists when more people become more able to shape themselves, their lives, the ways that they relate to others in accordance with their own deepest values. So they're not necessarily there's one way to do it. They want to seek pharmaceutical enhancement, cybernetic implants, gene editing, you name it. They want to use technology to improve the human condition, to take control of human evolution, and possibly even create one or more post-human species. Now, not everybody wants to move on from Homo sapiens sapien to something else. And so those people who want to introduce new traits or enhance existing traits might be transhuman or transhumanists, and that's sort of the midpoint between unmodified humans and completely new species that used to be human. And so the post-human would be possible future beings whose basic capacities so radically exceed those of present humans that they're no longer ambiguously human by our current standards. And we might say, well, what does that look like in a world where we might have unmodified humans, transhumans, and post-humans? Sorry, I'm jumping ahead a lot here, but I'm going to skip over the survival of the fittest part, other than to say that there's a conversation between survival of the fittest, social Darwinism, and eugenics that I think has to be brought up when we're talking about transhumanism, because even though they argue that autonomy is necessary and needs to be upheld as a value, if you have beings that are more intelligent and stronger than other beings, I think there's going to be a power dynamic that is always going to say, we know better. You now need to change, even though before we said you didn't need to go through enhancement. The point that I want to get to here at the end is that for transhumanists, this is the world that counts. Materialists, there is no supernatural end for them, or at least they believe that there's no supernatural end. But for theists, we want to say that there is something, communion with God. And so would humans, transhumans, and posthumans have the same supernatural ends or not? And I would argue that humans and transhumans still share a common telos, even though their virtues may not be identical, because there are abilities that may be new traits that are existed, or if we no longer have to worry about biological death because we can upload our consciousness into a new body, does courage really make sense as a virtue when life is a video game and you can just fall off the cliff and try again and not lose anything? Humans today are still considered humans from the same humans as 300,000 years ago. And most of that change has happened culturally or technologically. So how do we really get to a point where we have a new species? And I think a new way of living in the world, and I look maybe to bipedalism in the past, is maybe sufficiently different. So what would that look like in the future? And I think in the future it could be something like mind uploading. If our consciousness exists out of a biological body and only in the internet, that is a substantially different way of existing in the world than modern humans. And so would a disembodied consciousness have the same supernatural end? I mean, my gut answer is yes, because it's a social rational animal that's capable of relating to God and being in relationship with God. But if it's actively suppressing the future through radical life extension or choosing not to die, does the supernatural end exist if we completely put it off forever? And so I really struggle with where that change happens. How do we get from the transhuman to the posthuman? And ultimately, what would that supernatural end look like? What would it take for the supernatural end for species to be different? And so that's really where I'm going to leave it, because the paper is really speculative at that end there. So thank you very much. Sure.
I have a question. I really thank you for that excellent presentation. I really like how you framed it, beginning with teleology, because I think that's very helpful to think about transhumanism, to think about technological questions, ethical questions that come up. I couldn't help, my mind went into science fiction too.
Absolutely.
The Terminator or the Star Trek Borg or these other transhumanist, post-human entities. And it's good that we're thinking through these issues philosophically, theologically, ethically now as technologies like AI develop. Are there other people doing similar work asking these fundamental questions?
There are, yeah. Ted Peters and Brian Greene put out an edited volume with Arvin Gao called Religious Transhumanism and Its Critics. And I have a chapter in there. There's a number of scholars. Transhumanism has been getting a lot of attention, although that may be waning now that Bostrom has resigned. But there are people looking at the question. I think it's important, although a lot of the work has shifted to AI now. But even Neuralink's first human trial, there have been videos of him online showing how he's able to move a mouse cursor and play chess and do things with his implant. So I think that the technology is moving fast, that we need to be able to catch up in our ethical analysis.
A kind of general question I've been thinking about a bit, and I wonder if you could just comment on it. It seems like a lot of transhumanist kind of, prospectuses, if you will, have this kind of characteristically kind of modern flair of assuming progress as these various developments come. But, it seems like if you even think about sort of some of the consequences of a lot of current technology, especially like with younger people, et cetera, it seems like maybe some of these things are leading actually to a kind of human devolution, as it were, rather than like various forms of progress that they might be thinking of. Have you thought about that kind of dimension? Because again, like even thinking about here something like what would the finality of a transhuman be? What about sort of the flip side, the kind of pessimistic side of that coin, and does that have any implications for what you're working on here?
Yeah, they're absolutely technologists and futurists who are completely optimistic and see that science is going to be able to solve every problem that we have. That's definitely built into the philosophy, to the point where even Bostrom acknowledges that it meets sort of theological definitions of looking at the world, and for some people that it's a philosophy, but it can also be seen in religious tones. Yeah, I think we're seeing it with artificial intelligence. The idea is it's going to help us solve the environmental crisis, where meanwhile, data centers use more carbon emissions than commercial flights do now, and that, are we ultimately going to dig ourselves a hole that we can't get out of, even though we think we're going to be able to with technology? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now it's my pleasure to invite Father Brian Musas to the podium to present his paper, AI, International Relations and Catholicism. Father Musas earned his Ph.D. at the University of Texas at Austin. He's assistant professor of diplomacy and international relations at Seton Hall. His research interests include international security, defense systems, and ethics. He serves as an international peace and security expert for the Permanent Observer Mission of the Holy See to the United Nations, and is actively involved in many campus organizations. Thank you, Father Musas.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to say a few words about my paper, AI, International Relations and Catholicism, Human Security, Francis's Laudato Si, and Jaki's Brain, Mind, and Computers. So, to begin, across the globe, the significance of artificial intelligence, AI, is undeniable. It's shaping various aspects of modern life. And so my paper treats a number of definitions of AI in order to illustrate its multifaceted nature. But the principal focus of this study is the intersection of AI with insights provided, believe it or not, with Pope Francis's environmental and climate encyclical, Laudato Si, and Father Jaki's book, Brain, Mind, and Computers. And in order to facilitate this exploration, I'm taking advantage of a paradigm called human security, which is becoming more and more prevalent in international relations. And I'm using human security's three core ideas of freedom, freedom from want, freedom from fear, and freedom to flourish, to identify challenges that AI might pose to each of those things, and then leveraging the insights in Laudato Si, which have already been applied to climate and the environment, to AI, to see how things play out. And the idea here is that Jaki provides work which can answer a call that Francis puts forward. And the meeting point for the two thinkers is Catholic anthropology. And where Catholicism and international relations meet are at the human person through the paradigm of human security, or in the case of AI's challenges, possible human insecurity. And so we're going to take a look using those questions at work, religion, and social responsibility. We're going to think about how to react to and manage risk. And we're going to understand how Jaki can provide an answer to Francis's call for an adequate anthropology. Now, Pope Francis, of course, is aware that the influence of AI is increasing. He does acknowledge that there is no single definition of artificial intelligence in the world of science and technology. That's actually a quotation from the Pope this New Year's Day in his World's Day of Peace address, AI, or Artificial Intelligence and Peace. And so he's aware that states and international organizations are facing challenges with respect to law about AI, but there are also functional areas and issue areas that need to be considered. Functional areas including technical, anthropological, educational, social, and political questions, and issue areas that include conflict resolution, surveillance, privacy, cybersecurity, autonomous weapons, and many other fields. And yet, we have to come back to the recognition that there is no agreed upon definition for AI. So let me give you a few. I'm going to look at some sort of commonplace definitions that you can find in dictionaries, but also an example from a legal context and a pair derived from a scientific technical context. There will not be a quiz at the end of the period, but I want to give you a sense of what the spread looks like. So Merriam-Webster defines artificial intelligence as, quote, the capability of computer systems or algorithms to imitate intelligent human behavior. The Oxford English Dictionary gives us a slightly different one, defining AI as the capacity of computers or other machines to exhibit or simulate intelligent behavior, and of course also the field that deals with this. And it has further definitions dealing specifically with software and intelligence, machine learning, extrapolating from large collections of data, and so forth. But also very recently, even more recently than the Pope's AI comments that I already mentioned, if we go to the European Parliament, they passed an Artificial Intelligence Act on March 13th, not that long ago. And that act defines AI as a machine-based system designed to operate with varying levels of autonomy that may exhibit adaptiveness after deployment, and that for explicit or implicit objectives infers from the input it receives how to generate outputs such as predictions, content, recommendations, or decisions that can influence physical or virtual environments. So you can see how we're going from the commonplace into the legal field. Now they're worrying a little bit about what the outcomes of these things are going to be. In a scientific context, John McCarthy is one of the founders of AI, or at least generally considered such, and he defines it as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It is related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable. And finally, Russell and Norvig define AI simply as the study of agents that receive precepts from the environment and perform actions. So we've got a whole pile of definitions now. They reflect the broad scope of AI, and it's important to notice that they encompass different subfields, and so you may get different definitions of AI that are context dependent in the sense that there could be different goals for the systems that are under development, or different levels of autonomy or intelligence that are expected from different AI products. And so as a result, there are going to be nuances due to these different scopes, fields, and contexts. So now let's think about human security. This is basically a school of thought, or actually in many ways several schools of thought, that have arisen in contrast to traditional security, which has been focused on the security of nation states. And human security is actually meant to be people-centered. We're looking at individuals and how they are secured from various threats, which may be conflict, it may be poverty, it may be disease, it may be environmental degradation. And so the idea is to address needs, whether they be nutritional, health, personal, environmental, communal, while at the same time recognizing that people have dignity. And so that dignity needs to be respected. Their freedom needs to be enabled, and their survival thus assured by addressing the root causes of insecurity that threaten people, and by making sure that these solutions are available on a sustainable basis. And of course, part of the background is, hey, let's all get together and cooperate, even though we are different countries, to enhance human well-being together, because ultimately, shouldn't these states be at the service of people? Now, human security is often cast in terms of three freedoms, and people will sometimes emphasize one to the exclusion of others. Others will treat them as layers. But these three freedoms are, as I like to call them, freedom from want, freedom from fear, and freedom to flourish. Some people will say freedom from indignity in order to keep the freedom from parallelism, but I prefer freedom to, because it's more optimistic, hopeful, has an abundance mindset, and quite frankly, the first two, freedom from want and freedom from fear, were present from the beginning of the development of this paradigm. Freedom to flourish came about a little bit later, historically in the discourse. Now we can use Laudato Si to identify some threats to these freedoms, and I've picked one from each. But why am I picking Laudato Si? Well, because of what Francis is doing. He is writing about an existential threat. And yes, there are some experts who have concluded that AI may be an existential threat, so maybe there's some cross-pollination that can happen here. And sure enough, Pope Francis says, the church must protect mankind from self-destruction. Okay. There is a danger of a technocratic paradigm. In fact, going beyond the quotation of his predecessor, Benedict XVI, about self-destruction, the current Pope says that there's a lot in climate change to be concerned about because of the concentration of power in the hands of the few, and what some of these individuals and companies can create is, in fact, a technocratic paradigm, which, and here's a quote, life gradually becomes a surrender to situations conditioned by technology, itself viewed as the principal key to the meaning of existence. Ooh, I can already hear echoes in some of the previous papers that we've heard presented today. But because technologically conditioned situations are developing more and more rapidly, Pope Francis has coined a word, rapidification. And while he coins this in the context of climate and the environment, it certainly applies to AI. Moreover, the Pope notes that there are countercultural costs. It has become, and this is a quote, countercultural to choose a lifestyle whose goals are even partly independent of technology, of its costs, and its power to globalize and make us all the same. Recognizing that all of these things apply to AI, we can now delve into possible questions concerning our three freedoms. So, for freedom of want, let's take a look at AI and work. Some of you may have heard of Sam Altman, who is the CEO of OpenAI, which is the company behind ChatGPT and DALL-E, which respectively are a chatbot and a text-to-image model. Actually, they're both families of models. He wants to develop an artificial general intelligence, or AGI, which is superior to what he calls normal people. You may have heard of Elon Musk, who in this case matters to us as a co-founder of OpenAI. He foresees a world in which human work is eliminated. How about Google co-founder Larry Page? Now, this is interesting to me because Musk was alarmed by Page's lack of concern towards AI's potential to destroy humanity. Musk is one of those people who sees an existential threat. But Page dismissed Musk as a speciesist, a person who favors humans over the digital life forms of the future. Speciesism, that's a bad thing. How dare you think that human beings are unique and special? Well, what does Laudato Si have to help us with this? You know, there's an entire section there about the need to protect employment. I think we can import that from climate concerns to AI. Laudato Si warns against technocracy, which sees no special value in human beings. And there needs to be a defense against this, an adequate anthropology that honors humanity's unique capacities of will, of knowledge, will, freedom, and responsibility. And remember, this is coming from Laudato Si. This is several years before ChatGPT made people aware of the scope and possibilities of AI. So the fact that we're finding this kind of anticipation shows us that we are definitely dealing with evergreen principles, which will allow us to deal with AI even if legal frameworks can't keep up. And part of the reason for that is we have Father Stanley Jaki, and I'm going to focus on brain, mind, and computers here, because he's basically got 5 points that he himself distills down in the 3rd edition, which has the extra 5th chapter. The idea that the chief creators of modern computers didn't, and in fact refused to see them as thinking machines. That brain research has not only failed to reduce thought to gray matter, it's even failed to reduce memory to physiology. The efforts to quantize or physicalize psychology have been successful only insofar as the psyche has been ignored. Reductionist philosophers of the mind have ignored an awful lot of stuff that's even essential to understanding the scientific mind, which presumably they would be interested in. And there's also the tendency to reduce the human intellect and emotion to, the brain's machinery, which then leads us to denigrate thought, put it down, and we've got to forestall this, according to Jaki, by rethinking what the mind does when it knows. So in other words, we need to take advantage of the fact that Jaki has this wonderful historical overview of cognitive science. He has dealt with the philosophical foundations that are in play. It's literally A to Z, from Ada Lovelace to Zeno the Stoic. But he's interdisciplinary. And so this allows him to provide us with grist for the mill to explore and articulate how the mind and the brain are special, and how his work becomes a source for the adequate anthropology that Francis is calling for as a defense. Moving back to Laudato Si, we take the second freedom, freedom from fear, and take a look at AI and religion. Going back to Altman, he refers to AI as a magic intelligence in the sky. Elon Musk has referred to a digital god. And believe it or not, former Google engineer in the mid-teens, Anthony Lewandowski, back in the mid-teens, created a brand new religion called Wave of the Future for those who are interested in the worship of a godhead based on AI. Even the former chief business officer at Google X, Mo Gaudat, has been warning that AI is something that needs to be appealed to rather than controlled. And of course, from Laudato Si, we can understand that treating AI as a deity is dangerous, but even Laudato Si, in its separate context, is able to point out that surrounded with technology, it tends towards a lordship overall. And we can even see that in what some of these AI magnates are proposing and identifying. How about freedom to flourish? Well, internet pioneer and financier Mark Andreessen put out a techno-optimist manifesto a few years ago in which he identified concepts like responsibility, safety, and ethics as enemies. Altman's mentor, Peter Thiel, has said that democracy and freedom are actually not compatible and that he would like a world, and this is a quote, in which great men are free to work their will on society, unrestrained by government regulation or, his words, not mine, redistributionist economics. Fortunately, Laudato Si is already concerned about these kinds of things. Pope Francis calls our attention to today's poor, whose life on earth is brief and who cannot keep on waiting, and is concerned about these people who are making these claims and expressing these sorts of desires precisely because they are far removed from the poor and who have really the influence and money to do something about their ideas. And it seems in some sense, especially if you look at some of Thiel's quotations, that they consider themselves what Laudato Si would call more than human, as if born with greater rights. How do we react? Is there an overreaction? Well, you know what? Gregory Hinton, who is often called the godfather of AI, has said there's no chance of us retaining control. If the AI decides to take over, it will be hopeless. Gaudat, again we refer to him, says because of AI's threat, if you don't have kids yet, don't have any. Altman and Ilya Sutskever, who is OpenAI's chief scientist and a protege of Hinton, have both proposed that AI needs an international regulatory body, and Elon Musk says the apocalypse could come at any moment. Isn't it interesting that we can line up quotations from Laudato Si addressing each of these things? The risk is growing that man will not use his power as he should. What kind of world do we want to leave to the children now growing up? We need stronger and more efficiently organized international institutions, and doomsday predictions can no longer be met with irony or disdain. In terms of managing risk, you may have heard of a fellow named Mark Zuckerberg, who is associated, of course, with Facebook. He wasn't saying this about AI. He was saying about technology in general, you need to move fast and break things. That's his dictum. Yikes. But also there's something to be considered in terms of ChatGPT. It's a product in many ways of theft and exploitation. It was trained on vast amounts of copyrighted material. No permission was sought, no compensation has been offered. Moreover, there have been reports about the Kenyan workers and the conditions and exploitations that they endured. And also there's the question of, well, who owns who? It's kind of an incestuous trail of investment, right? Microsoft has invested in OpenAI, and of course, many depend on LinkedIn, which is owned by Microsoft. Many depend on Facebook and Google. Pope Francis tweets. There's a lot going on here. But one of the things is that Laudato Si calls to attention the fact that, all of these specialists, that's great, but they haven't got a big picture, and that's something we need to think about. We need to think about employers who do things in certain regions that they would never do in developed countries or in the first world. And finally, there is an alliance between the economy and technology that ends up sidelining anything unrelated to immediate interests. What might those be? Money and power. What sort of action can we take? Laudato Si calls for a scientific and social debate treating technology and ethics. There should be public pressure to force decisive political action, and there should be global regulatory norms to impose obligations to prevent unacceptable actions. Again, it seems like we can take what Laudato Si says about a different sphere and apply it to AI. But this is also tricky. Boycotting certain products is easier said than done, precisely because of that chain of investments and how deeply they have penetrated into our lives. How many people at Seton Hall were using Microsoft products to type their documents or check their email today? And so there are going to be various degrees of entanglement, some more remote, some more proximate. Even questions of investing with a conscience lead to possibly forking in different directions. Maybe you divest from irresponsible companies. Maybe you remain invested so that you can press for change. But either way, Laudato Si recognizes a need for a sense of social responsibility on the part of consumers. And so, human security has given us a structure to explore AI using Francis's Laudato Si and Father Jaki's Brain, Mind, and Computers. The encyclical was originally intended to address climate and the environment, but we can apply it to AI issues using human security's three notions of freedom. We have an adequate anthropology as the connection between Francis and Jaki. Francis calls for it. Jaki can help us provide it, because the two authors give us complementary frameworks stressing human dignity, moral reasoning, and societal well-being as technology advances. And so there is this wonderful interrelationship and back and forth illumination of Jaki's focus on the limitations of AI and the uniqueness of the human person, with Francis's call for responsible innovation with justice and solidarity. And so their common insights give us reason to consider the implications of AI on humanity beyond simple technological advancement. And in the few minutes left, I am happy to field questions. If you don't have questions, I have questions for you. So the floor is yours. We're right at 5:30? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Father Musas. And now we'll have our final presentation of the conference by Dr. Jordan Miller. Dr. Miller earned his Ph.D. from Fordham University. He is a core fellow at Seton Hall and a systematic theologian. He's also taught at Fordham, at St. Peter's University, and the Pontifical John Paul II Institute for Studies on Marriage and Family at Catholic University of America. Dr. Miller's talk is entitled, All Things Were Made Through: Some Thoughts About the Teaching of St. Thomas Aquinas on the relationship between matter and God. Thank you, Dr. Miller.
First of all, I want to start by thanking Father Laracy for organizing the conference and thanking the program committee for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this wonderful conference today. I've enjoyed so much the papers that we've heard all day. I'd also like to thank Father Zachary indirectly because he was the only other person in the conference who didn't have slides. So I'm glad not to be odd man out. So thanks to Father Zach for that. Hopefully we can get by without the slides. So the paper, as you can see, is titled All Things Were Made Through Him. Some thoughts about the teaching of St. Thomas Aquinas on the relationship between matter and God. So as the title suggests, the question here is, what is the relationship between matter and God, or materiality and God? The structure of the paper, okay, will be as follows. The paper is, I've made it too long to read, so I'm going to try to summarize it, hopefully not too extemporaneously. But the structure of the paper will be first to pose the question in a couple of different ways, okay? Then to look at basically what I consider to be the sort of the main and obvious objection to the thesis that's going to be proposed. To propose that there is kind of I guess you might say sort of a counter-objection or an alternate objection. Then to look very briefly at scriptural foundations of what St. Thomas ultimately has to say, since we're taking St. Thomas as a guide in this question. Then to sort of a brief, not a tangent exactly, but sort of an aside on a major potential problem, which is the question of Aristotle's account of the physical world relative to the modern account of physics, if we're going to take St. Thomas as a guide. Finally, the main section on St. Thomas himself, and then to try and draw some conclusions. Okay, so first of all, it seems to me that there's a few different ways that we could pose this question about matter and God that I'm trying to ask here. One way to pose it might be to say, whether in creating material beings out of nothing, is God producing something that is utterly different from what he is, something totally unlike himself? Another way to pose it would be to sort of invert that first formulation. Whether a material being has similarity to God, not in spite of its materiality, but somehow because of its materiality. A third way to formulate it would be whether in creating matter, God is imparting something of his own, giving something of himself. Now, coming to the objection part of our presentation, it seems to me that the most obvious, the immediate obvious objection to any of these formulations, particularly the third one, would be that it doesn't sound like the Catholic faith at all. Right, that it sounds like some brand of some repackaged pantheism, right? Perhaps not too far off from Marduk slaying Tiamat and dividing up her body to make the continents of the world, right? But it seems to ignore the whole point of the ancient Hebrew and Christian doctrine of creation out of nothing, that God creates the universe out of nothing. It therefore also seems to confuse God with the universe, to even suggest that God imparts matter out of himself, or somehow gives matter out of himself. It seems to suggest a confusion between God and the universe, and also, by extension, it seems to suggest a confusion between the begetting of the eternal Son and also the procession of the Spirit with the making of creatures, right? So this seems to me to be the main objection. It also seems to me that this objection ties into the work of the man who inspires our conference, Father Stanley Jaki. Several talks earlier today have addressed the fact, have touched on the fact that one of the main themes of Father Jaki's work, although of course with his voluminous output there are many main themes, okay, but one of the main themes of his work is that the doctrine of creation ex nihilo, or creation out of nothing, is presented by him as this necessary soil for the development of science in a real sense. Not that somehow as soon as the doctrine of creation out of nothing is proposed that science just instantly develops, but that once this doctrine takes, really enculturates, that it forms a rich soil in which, and only in which, science can really develop. So Jaki contrasts pantheism and the eternal universe that pantheism presupposes with the doctrine of creation out of nothing. In other words, the universe has a beginning in time, and that because it has a beginning in time, and because it's not God, that we can understand it by examining it, whereas in pantheism, you don't try to understand the universe, you try to worship it. You try to please it through prayers and worship. You worship the sky so that it rains and so that it doesn't hit you with lightning bolts. You worship the soil so that it gives you crops. You worship the ocean so that your boat doesn't sink, right? So you don't study nature under pantheism. You try to obey its will, right? But if it doesn't have a will, if instead it obeys the will of God, then everything is different and science is possible, right? So I have a quote here from Jaki that I think is a good example of this thesis in his work. He says, if science was to be born, nature had to be de-animized. Animism, which was always an essential feature of pantheism, had to retreat in the measure in which the monotheistic doctrine of creation was gaining ground. Animism was no match, in the long run at least, for the impetus of the doctrine of creation when the doctrine was taken in terms of the New Testament. Its doctrine on Christ as the only begotten Son, in whom the Father created everything, put a damper on any flirtation with the idea that any other being might be a divine begetting in terms of an emanationism, which always carries an animist touch. Okay? I had another quote, but in the interest of time, I'll skip it. It's along similar lines, Jaki arguing that Pierre Duhem has highlighted this break from before creation ex nihilo really takes root versus after it takes root, starting in the 14th century. So if this is the main objection to any kind of suggestion that matter might in some way be something that God imparts himself in order to produce, it seems to me that there's another danger, a counter danger, right? It's often the case in theology that dangers don't come one at a time, they come in pairs. Right, so we might think about a classic example would be like Sabellianism and Arianism, for example, right? Two different aspects of the same denial of the Trinity, right? So it seems to me that the other aspect of this danger, the other side of the coin, would be that in our effort to affirm, as we must, the absolute transcendence of God with regard to all created being, to affirm, as we must, that the church is right to say that the universe is created out of nothing and to maintain that doctrine, that in our effort to do so, if we affirm those things in a way that is not sufficiently precise or not sufficiently cautious, we can end up introducing a kind of a separation between the universe and God and conceiving the universe as if it were independent of God, as if it were what in physics might be called an isolated system. Right? So I'm no physicist, right? But an isolated system is often defined as a system in which energy or mass cannot either enter the system or leave the system. It's physically isolated. Now, such a thing is virtually impossible to attain under experimental conditions, but it's a useful concept in physics for theorizing, right? And if we think of the universe as an isolated system, then we're thinking of it wrong because the universe depends on God at every moment. And this also is a key element of the Christian profession of faith about God. And this is not merely a hypothetical danger, right? We've seen this danger unfold all around us for the better part of 400 or 500 years, right? Our whole culture is shaped by a kind of a presupposition that science has nothing really to do with God, that even if a person chooses to believe in God, that the belief in God is sort of super added to the real world, that the real world is described by physics and chemistry and biology, but that God is sort of this thought of as being sort of somehow entirely removed from that, right? Even if faith affirms that God creates the universe out of nothing, there's this sense that the universe, after it's created, has no sort of continuing connection to God or no resemblance to God, right? So this then would start as a kind of a brand of deism, but I would suggest to you that both of these dangers, if we follow them out to their conclusions, end up in a kind of atheism, perhaps not always explicit, but at least de facto. So in other words, if the first danger of pantheism begins with the idea that God is the universe and the universe is God, gradually I lose sight of God altogether. In other words, the warning of the ancient prophets about idolatry, right? That I end up worshiping the creature in place of God. So even if I continue to, at least on the surface, believe in many gods and goddesses, in truth, what I'm worshiping is not God, is not the creator of the universe. What I'm worshiping is a creature, whether it be an exalted creature such as the sky or the sun or the stars, or a much more base creature such as money or my own pleasure, right? But if idolatry can end up in a de facto atheism, so too can deism quickly slide into atheism. So if I conceive the universe as separate from God or independent from God, a physically isolated system, I can see the universe. I can touch it. I can't see or touch God. And so it's very easy for deism to slide into atheism, even if it doesn't become explicitly so. So both dangers are real. Neither danger is to be ignored. Both dangers are very present. And as Jaki would remind us, the primary danger of pantheism is that it causes us to lose contact with God, to lose our knowledge of God. But there's also a secondary danger, Jaki would point out, which is that we lose contact with the universe, that we lose our ability to really do science and to really understand the universe with pantheism. So the goal of the paper then will be to try to respond to this second danger of separating the universe from God or imagining the universe as isolated from God, while at the same time always bearing clearly in mind the presence of the other danger, and that there's no way in which the Catholic faith can affirm any version of pantheism, and no way in which the Catholic faith can abandon its commitment to the doctrine of creation out of nothing. Okay, so the first step that we're going to take in trying to address this question is a very, very brief, very sort of almost hopefully not superficial, but a very, very brief look at what I would describe as two threads in Scripture that are the basis of what Thomas is ultimately going to say about matter and God. Right. So if we look at the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament, we see these two threads, but one of them is more prominent, I think, than the other. Right. So the first and more prominent thread is that God is not the universe, and the universe is not God. That the universe can never be confused with God. I don't think it would be too much of an exaggeration to say that this is, in a certain sense, the primary point of the Hebrew Scriptures of the Old Testament, right? Whether we're looking at the prophets, whether we're looking at the wisdom literature, whether we're looking at the Torah, that all the various parts and pieces of the Hebrew Scriptures, all the various books, always have this as a consistent theme, that the human being goes wrong when it begins to confuse the creature with the incomparable Creator, right? So this is a constant theme in Hebrew Scriptures. And also the Hebrew Scriptures, along with that, begin to have an explicit recognition of the creation of the universe out of nothing. Perhaps the most explicit recognition in the whole Bible, right? The famous statement of a mother to her seventh and youngest son when he's about to face death like his 6 older brothers, all of them killed by a persecutor, right? I beg you, my child, to look at the heaven and the earth and see everything that is in them, and recognize that God did not make them out of things that existed. Right, so this declaration that God makes the universe out of nothing, this is the first thread. Okay? The second thread, which is present throughout the whole Hebrew Scriptures, but perhaps in a more subtle way, is the thread that the beauty of God is displayed in things that are visible and tangible. That even though God is not visible and tangible, that God's beauty and God's power are displayed and manifested in things that are. Or as the Book of Wisdom succinctly puts it, from the greatness and beauty of created things comes a corresponding perception of their Creator. Right? Or as the Psalms put it even more poetically, the heavens are telling the glory of God, and the firmament proclaims his handiwork. Right? So this other thread is, again, more subtle, but it's present all throughout the Hebrew Scriptures. As we move to the New Testament, we see both threads, but they are amplified in an unexpected way by the singular event of the incarnation of the Logos. Right? So the first thread continues, and we see this in many different ways. 2 ways I'll highlight briefly. The signs, the miraculous signs of the Lord. Right, indicate that he is not the universe, that the universe listens to his gentle voice, and that he is not bound by it, that he doesn't break the universe, he doesn't break the laws of physics. Thomas Aquinas will argue that miracles don't require God to damage what he has made, but yet the universe responds to the voice of the Lord, and if he wishes for there to be no more leprosy, then suddenly leprosy is gone. If he wishes for Lazarus to come out of the tomb, then Lazarus comes out of the tomb. So the miraculous signs of the Lord are one indication we have, just one of many indications, that this theme of the absolute transcendence of God to the universe continues in the New Testament, is in no way interrupted by the coming of Christ or denied by Christ, although that's the fear of his enemies who believe that he's an anti-prophet, causing people to deny the difference between himself and God. Right? But the other thread is utterly transformed by the New Testament, by the coming of the Messiah. Because if the other thread, the second thread of God's beauty revealed in creation, is present in the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament, here in the Gospel accounts, the claim is that this material being is God. That this flesh and blood doesn't simply reveal God, although it does that too, but that it is God. Right? Philip, you've been with me for so long, and you don't know me. If you've seen me, then you've seen my Father. right? And from now on, you've seen him and you know him, right? So this thread that the flesh of Jesus is not a puppet on strings that the Logos simply manipulates to achieve his goals, that the flesh of the Logos is not a tool in the hand of the Logos who remains distant from it, that contrary to any desire to completely separate the divinity from the humanity, that although there's a distinction, nonetheless, the New Testament is clear that the flesh of the Logos is the flesh is actually his and not a possession of his, right? So these are the bases for Thomas's teaching, okay? So if we move now to Thomas, we immediately run into what seems to be a huge problem, okay, which is that Aristotle seems to be the huge problem. Not because Aristotle himself is a problem, but because there's this narrative that Aristotle's account of physics, that his account of science in general, is just incompatible with modern science. Incompatible in such a way that if we try to listen to what Thomas has to say about about matter, right? Because matter is obviously a concept that is connected to physics, right? That we're immediately going to be stuck in some sort of ancient, obsolete account of science that isn't really science, right? So the way that the narrative usually goes is that Aristotle had no science really at all, that he was just observing the universe with his naked senses, and that he came to some surprisingly interesting conclusions, but that in general, real science had to wait for Galileo, Newton, etc., for the scientific revolution, and that the revolution had to actually sort of discard Aristotle gradually in order to achieve its tremendous success, right? That's the general narrative. And so even though Thomas departs from Aristotle in some very significant ways, so for example, Father Jaki puts a lot of stress on the fact that Thomas departs from Aristotle's teaching that the universe is eternal, and Thomas instead insists the universe has a beginning, it's created out of nothing, right? There's many other examples of Thomas departing from Aristotle. He doesn't just follow Aristotle in every point, right? But even a casual glance at the writings of St. Thomas shows that he is deeply informed by Aristotle as he thinks through all these various questions, right? It's impossible to fully extricate Aristotle from Thomas. There's no way to really do that. His thought is informed by Aristotle in so many ways, right? So in other words, if Aristotle is incompatible with modern physics, then so too, by extension, is Thomas. So that seems to be a problem. It seems as if we should choose another guide. That we should, if we're going to ask the question of matter and God, at least if we want to incorporate a modern discussion of physics, a modern discussion of matter, it seems as if we ought to choose a different guide in our discussion, right? So a couple things about this very, very briefly in the interest of time, okay? First, there's no way to fully address this question of Aristotle and modern physics here in this paper. It's far too broad. It includes not only physics, but philosophy, theology, history. A few things can be said, though. First, I can't back this claim up here, but I would suggest that the narrative of incompatibility is overstated. Not that the narrative has no basis, but that it's overstated. In other words, many Aristotelians of the last century in particular, right? People like Gilson, various other thinkers, right? Even somebody who's not really an Aristotelian like Hans Jonas, right? Various thinkers over the last century have repeatedly tried to argue that something extremely valuable was lost when Aristotle was sort of summarily discarded in the arrival of modern science, right? So nobody tries to deny that Aristotle had various problems in terms of his account of the natural world, various ways in which he was wrong. Jaki particularly highlights his mistakes regarding momentum or impetus or gravitation, right? Various other ways, geocentrism, you name it, right? Lots of things that Aristotle got wrong, but that his overall approach, the argument goes, offers some great riches to science that shouldn't be discarded or ignored. And also that Aristotle's approach, because it incorporates questions of form, because it incorporates questions of teleology, that it allows for a more full breadth of examination that modern physics doesn't allow itself to have, not because it couldn't, but because it remains in many cases stuck in a kind of a mechanistic view coming from people like Descartes, okay? So another thing that we might suggest, right, is that if we try to just generally compare Aristotle and his account of science with a modern account, we just think about this idea of incompatibility. Okay, so Aristotle famously talks about, hylomorphism, right? Everything is a composite of matter and form. He disagrees with Plato that form can exist completely separately and on its own. He insists that form and matter are always together. He also incorporates his discussion of matter and form and their composite into a broader discussion of causality, right? So matter and form then are two aspects of causality, along with formal and final. I think everybody here is familiar with that. When we think about modern physics and its discussion of, let's say the standard model, right, of particle physics, right, fermions and bosons, and we think about quantum mechanics, we think about special and general relativity, and about the curvature of space-time, right? We see that there's obviously some huge differences here between Aristotle and modern physics. But there's actually a tremendous amount of overlap, right? There is at least seemingly the possibility of a kind of a translation, at least, or an attempt to translate that it's not two completely different languages, even though Aristotle characteristically leaves math out of it, right? And therefore Jaki would emphasize that physics fundamentally is told in the language of quantity, right? So, but even so, right, the fact that Aristotle's talking about things like matter, the fact that he's talking about things like motion, there's not a complete incompatibility. But also, I think it's worth noticing that modern physics also is a sort of a constant work in progress, right? So, major unsolved questions in modern physics, right, such as trying to figure out why the galaxies are expanding from each other faster than we expected. In other words, the problem of dark energy, or why galaxies seem to have a lot more mass than we would guess from their visible star contents, the problem of dark energy, or the biggest problem in modern physics that's been a problem for 100 years, right? How to reconcile quantum mechanics with general relativity, right? How to bring together those things into a so-called grand unified theory, or a theory of everything, right? So the point isn't to criticize modern physics because of it's unfinished, but to say that even its account of matter is unfinished. In other words, modern physics isn't even entirely sure what it means by matter. Therefore, it seems to me very hasty to have this narrative that Aristotle has nothing to say in our discussion of physics. And so the general approach that I would wish to take with regard to St. Thomas is that rather than regarding him as a guide to some ancient, obsolete account of matter that has nothing to do with our discussion today, I would suggest that although a lot more work would be necessary to spell out what this would entail, that our discussion of Thomas can also be a discussion of modern physics. In other words, that when we hear Thomas talk about matter, or when we hear him talk about motion, even if he's defining these terms in a way that is in general Aristotelian and therefore in many ways quite different from the way they'd be defined now, even if Thomas, like Aristotle, is not embracing a modern scientific method of controlled experiment, theory through mathematics, precise measurement, things that are hallmarks of modern physics, that there is still the possibility of a translation so that Thomas isn't simply talking in another world, okay? One final thing on this question of modern physics and relative to Aristotle and therefore Thomas. In my research for this paper, I came across some interesting recent literature from authors such as Christopher Byrne, another guy named Devin Henry, Leo Elders, just some of the authors that I came across in my research. And they were saying something I thought was very relevant to the thesis of the paper, right? They were arguing that Aristotle is often misunderstood as if his idea of potency or potential means a kind of a sheer possibility, right? Which in the end would be kind of a non-being, right? In other words, sheer possibility or absolute possibility would be something that could exist but doesn't exist yet, right? In which case then form would, in a certain sense, bring matter into existence by actualizing it, right? But Byrne, Henry, these other authors that I mentioned, make the case very emphatically, right, with a lot of detail from Aristotle's text, that that's not what Aristotle means by it at all, that Aristotle, when he speaks about matter, means something that is, but that is undeveloped or unfinished, incomplete, is the terminology that Henry prefers, for example, right? So this will become more important as we get into the last few minutes of the presentation here, because it's very relevant to the point that I'm going to try to make about Thomas, okay? So getting to Thomas with the few minutes that we have left here, okay? In moving to Thomas, okay, we're trying to draw on those scriptural foundations that we found earlier, and we're trying to understand how Thomas takes those scriptural foundations and articulates them in the language of philosophy, drawing faith and reason together. So we can see right away, as soon as we take even a quick glance at Thomas, we don't have to look very far to find that the first thread of Scripture comes across very emphatically in Thomas, right? That Thomas insists that God is the only being in which essence is existence, right? That all other beings have a separation of essence and existence, but that God is existence. Right? We find Thomas emphasizing that God alone, therefore, is infinite, that nothing else is infinite, and that God is concretely infinite, not simply limitless in the way that, let's say, the series of whole numbers is limitless. God is concretely full of being. God alone is eternal. God alone is everywhere. God is incomparable and is not contained within any genus. Right? No created intellect, no angel, no human can comprehend God, not even in the beatific vision. And that this is a good thing, that this is a wonderful thing, because it means that being in the presence of God is always joyful and can never grow stale. Right? So the first thread of Scripture, very clear in St. Thomas. What about the other thread? What about this second thread, that the beauty of creatures is revealed by, the beauty of God is revealed in the visibility and tangibility of creatures, and ultimately coming to its culmination in the incarnation, right? So a few points here that I want to highlight. First of all, when we ask Thomas what he thinks about this question of matter and God, his answer at first seems unequivocally in the negative, right? He says, it is impossible that matter should exist in God. Why? Because matter is in potentiality, but we have shown, as above in the Summa, right, that God is pure actuality without any potentiality. Hence, it is impossible that God should be composed of matter and form. And at the end of the same paragraph, he, in other words, God, is therefore of his essence a form and not composed of matter and form. Okay, Thomas likewise entirely rejects any suggestion that God is a body, and he also insists that God does not enter into the composition of things, right? So at first glance, it would seem as if the whole question we're trying to ask here about matter is ruled out by Thomas, and that his answer is absolutely in the negative, right? But there's a few places in his work that I'd like to highlight that I think are familiar to everyone here, but I'd like to trying to show that they have a significance to our question. The first is Thomas's insistence that God creates primary matter, okay, or first matter. So Aristotle famously uses this expression, first matter, to talk about the most absolutely formless aspect of matter, in a completely unformed way, right? But we can see that this argument that we have in these recent authors that I mentioned, right, Henry and Byrne and some of these other authors, right? At first glance, a person might say, okay, well, does Thomas agree with that thesis? Does he also agree that matter is not sheer potentiality? Because he seems to talk about it that way sometimes. I think that his insistence that God creates primary matter is one strong indicator that he does not think of matter as lacking all being. In other words, that matter must exist in some bare way if God creates it. And Thomas insists that God must create it. Therefore, matter cannot be confused with sheer nothingness. Okay? So the 2 minutes that we have, okay, I'm going to try and move very briefly here because the conclusion is far away. So the second thing that I think we need to highlight in Thomas is his insistence that God is in all things. Right? Now, Thomas does not mean by this that God enters into the composition of things, right? But nonetheless, that things can't exist at all without God, right? Thomas says nothing is distant from him, as if it could be without God in itself, right? Gosh, I'm trying to figure out a way to get to the conclusion here. So just briefly, okay? Other things that I wanted to highlight here. The terminology of participation, right? The way that Thomas insists that things exist only by participation in God. In other words, that God communicates something to the creature. This is never confused in Thomas with the begetting of the Son or with the procession of the Spirit, which are internal to God, internal to God's nature. And yet, the very language of participation, such as the way that Thomas compares it to fire communicating itself to wood, and that existence, in other words, God, subsistent existence, communicates being to things, ignites them into being, right? Also, the way that God is described by Thomas as sustaining all things at every moment, so they can't exist without God whatsoever. Finally, the real gist of what I'm trying to get at here, okay? Well, I'm not sure there's anybody. We're sort of wrapped up. But let me conclude at least with the overall, the only distinctive, I think, part of the thesis, okay? Which is that Thomas uses the language of exemplar cause as a way to indicate that God communicates form to all things, because God contains all perfections, God is able to communicate form to all things without entering into the things and himself being those things, right? So instead of calling God formal cause, he insists that God is exemplar cause, okay? So the thesis of the paper, which I haven't really gotten to, unfortunately, because of time, is that without wishing to come up with a new terminology to correspond to exemplar cause, I would suggest that based on the fact that Thomas insists that primary matter has being, that it's not nothing, and based on the fact that Thomas insists that all beings exist only by participation in God and that God contains all perfections, that matter must exist in God before it exists in creatures. Not that God is a material object, but that what we experience as matter, what we test and study as matter, that materiality must exist in God first, as even if matter is, as Thomas says, the most imperfect of all things, even if it's the most imperfect or the most incomplete, that it must have its origin in God, that God must not be completely alien to it. And I'll leave you with this thought. Saint Gregory of Nazianzus very famously says with regard to Christology, he says, that which he has not assumed, he has not healed, in reference to all the fullness of the humanity of Jesus, that he has body, mind, heart, everything, right? I would propose that on the basis of Thomas' language of participation, his language about God containing the perfections of all things, that we might propose a similar thing with regard to creation. That which he has not contained, he has not created. In other words, God is not able to impart materiality to material beings unless materiality exists in him first, not in such a way that he's composed of particles, but in such a way that matter must take its origin from him and cannot be alien to him, or else he's not the source of it. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. That was a great conclusion to our conference today. I want to thank all of you here present for your participation and your contributions. I want to especially thank the program committee and hospitality and registration committee, Father Buonopane, Dr. Chang, Mr. Colombo, Father Haffner, Dr. Lopez, Dr. Murzaku, Dr. Sahiner, Dr. Trisakos, Mrs. Araneo, and so many others at Seton Hall that have made this possible, and I think a very successful event. So God bless you, and I hope this is the beginning of new professional relationships, new friendships, and many, many blessings for all. Good night.